Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role, where us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons & Dragons. Slight delay there due to tick issues, but we're back online, and all is well. Tick issues are a problem. It's a thing, I know. But yeah, so we're going to jump in here shortly. We have a guest will be joining us partway into the story. But before we get to that, let's go ahead and get to our announcements and get them out of the way, because we're a little behind, so we'll try and rush through. First and foremost, tonight, our sponsor, and has been our sponsor for this beginning and onward to the campaign, our friends at D&D Beyond. They've been awesome. Sam, you seem ready to say
You guys
something?
know what D&D Beyond is. It's awesome. You should go check out the site, dndbeyond.com. They also now have open alpha access for upcoming mobile, an upcoming mobile app. The D&D Beyond team is looking for additional stress testers, and you can sign up using the following links. Insert links below me.
Okay. In case they
I
are.
have to read it? Okay.
In case they aren't.
bit.ly/DNDIOS and bit.ly/DND Android.
Bit.ly isn't bit.ly.
Yeah, they know what bit.ly is.
I'm just making sure.
Sure. And since D&D is such a dorky 80s thing to do, I've composed a dorky 80s jingle for D&D Beyond. You've got the perfect warlock, the weapons and supplies, but you need a place to track your stuff, cause you're so disorganized. You click open the webpage, you heard about our Critical Role. Now you're ready to kick some butt in that mine shaft full of no's. It's D&D! D&D Beyond, yeah, D&D! D&D Beyond. You got your stats, you got your swords, and you got your invisible wand. It's D&D, D&D, do-do-do-do-do-do, D&D Beyond.
Oh my god, if they don't make that, they're fools!
That was magic.
How did you do that? We're gonna make that, right? We're gonna make that now.
There are moments like this that it makes me a little sad that you're no longer a bard. But at least we keep the Scanlan alive and shit like this, so.
Tell me you were singing that in your car on the way home from work.
See action figures busting through walls, being held by hands.
Thank you.
That was awesome. Thank you, Sam.
You had to imagine the synths.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we were there. We were there.
Okay.
And thank you, D&D Beyond, for allowing that to happen, as well as being a helpful tool.
Les Mis was a stepping stone for that moment.
Awesome. All right, cool. Next up, a reminder, you guys who have Amazon Prime, with Twitch Prime, you can actually subscribe to a Twitch channel for free, one a month, with your Amazon Prime account. So if you have it, connect it to your Twitch account, and you can subscribe to Geek and Sundry or any other Twitch channel that you're a fan of for free. So I recommend, if you don't know about it, you should do it.
Comes with Prime.
What is going on? I'm so
You're at a
scared.
particular high note. We're just trying to mimic that, but we're obviously not
Oh, man,
obvious.
it's a really, really good idea to taunt the DM before you start playing. I think it works out really well for everyone involved.
Like the internet, we like to obsess about your every little movement.
Of course, that's okay. I have a sense of self. All right, so Talks Machina, of course, we'll be discussing tonight's episode next Tuesday with our host, Brian W. Foster. Brian, it's been a long day. W. Foster.
It's very formal.
Isn't it, though, when he's dressed up nice? Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific here at Twitch and Project Alpha to discuss what happens tonight, so check that out. Lori, so there's a merch update.
Yes. Yes, hey, I don't know if you guys have gone to the store lately, but there's stuff in there. But the reason that I was talking today is because I was informed that there's actually some more CR dice, not the Vox Machina dice, those aren't back in stock yet, but the CR dice are in stock if you've been wanting some of those.
I have.
There's also, stickers and keychains and t-shirts, lots of t-shirts, you should check them out, and notebooks and awesome pencils.
Still got that art book.
Wow.
That art book and an apron for the Slayer's cake.
Just one?
Just one
A
apron.
singular apron. Get it now before it's gone. Awesome. Thank you, Laura.
Supplies are limited.
The podcast for last week's episode is available for download, where all fine podcasts are available on the internet. So if you have friends who are listening to the audio version, they can be caught up now.
Yep.
After this episode, probably. They'll start it now. You get it. we announced at Emerald City Comic Con, we have a limited release, only 1,000 copies of the physical copies of issue 1 of Vox Machina Origins comic.
We have
Which-
one?
Oh, I haven't seen it yet!
It's all, open it up. It's all about the back. It's all about the back.
Don't open it. Your hands will touch it, and it will no longer be mint.
This is,
Now it's worth more. Keep going.
anyway, so there'll be 1,000 copies there. The limit is only 5 copies per person per day.
Oh my goodness, go
Hey,
You're on the back of a comic
And that's look, and it's the Slayer's cake apron that I was just.
Thank you, Laura, for pointing that out. So Dark Horse is releasing that for this special event. Please check it out and see if you're going to be there. Grab a copy if you want. It is March 1st through the 4th, and our good cast members here, Laura and Travis, will be there.
Yes, we will.
So you can have them sign
well
up.
as, you're gonna be there too.
Kari will be there as well.
Oh shit!
Kari's gonna be there.
Well, there you go. You can go tell them how much you like this character tonight. Speaking of the comic book, issue 5 will be released on digital platforms of that very comic March 7th. So those who want to keep up and get to the next chapter of the 6th issue arc, issue 5 comes out March 7th. So keep an eye out for that. We'll have announcements as that comes. You can look for a sneak peek at the artwork on geekandcendery.com. Once again, our campaign begins pushing our fantastic friends at 826LA. They're an amazing charity group that helps take underprivileged kids or children and young teens who don't have the opportunity to get in depth and learn about creative writing and give them a safe space for it. They do wonderful work. Check it out if you have the opportunity. See if you can give either financially or with your time, and you can go ahead and volunteer to be part of the program. It's really great. Let's see. Other than that, appearances are as they've been, and I think.
I have one more thing.
Yes.
A quick shout out to Critter named Carol, who is an awesome fantasy writer and friend of the show. She's been feeling a little under the weather, but she's been watching our new campaign, and I just wanted to wish her a speedy recovery, and thanks for watching.
Feel better, Carol.
Mwah.
Up to you, Carol. All right, guys. Well, without further ado, let's dive into tonight's episode of
Oh boy.
Critical Role. Welcome back. The DM will remember that.
Are we doing the show right now?
We are.
Okay.
Welcome back. So, last we left off, the group of adventurers, and in seeking where a war band of gnolls, which had attacked the city of Allfield they were passing through on their way to Zadash, began to track them as to where they had retrieved a number of bodies, both dead and living, of the civilians of the town, and taken them with them. You eventually tracked them to what seemed to be an abandoned mine a number of miles away from the city to the northeast. You entered, narrowly missed a trap or two, managed to recover a couple of interesting items, delve onto the left side during the first divide of pathways, and came upon what appeared to be some sort of a small ritual with a number of gnolls and some humanoid figure wearing bits of gnoll as almost like an armor or a cloak, doing a ritual.
Like you do.
After he had left, along with the the previously armored gnoll that you had battled during the incursion at Allfield. You tore into a number of hyena and the gnolls that remained within the chamber, and upon defeating them, took a moment to take a breath, kind of get your bearings before hearing a muffled boom in the distance, what seemed to be some sort of a low vocalization, some cackling, and then eventually the scream of a woman saying, "No, my baby!" And you began to run and give chase. And that is where we're picking up this week. So, as you guys, grabbing your weapons and kind of keeping your mettle about you, you charge further down the tunnel. The shaft curves to the right in a wide spiral, about a few dozen. Let me see you. There we go. What was that?
The shaft.
You said the shaft, and
And
she
she's
laughed.
right there?
Like before you were done with the word shaft.
The shaft turns to the right, y'all.
It's our psychic power.
It's usually to the left, but whatever.
That's okay.
Not from her perspective.
Boom.
Amazing. Too fast. Too fast. Like a fencer. That was amazing.
Anywho.
I walked into that one.
Well,
Anyway,
Yeah.
Life or death. Here we go.
the tunnel continues in a wide spiral before eventually snaking a bit.
You're an asshole.
Before sharply turning to the right. The tunnel straightens out before emerging into a chamber of... God damn it, guys. This is serious.
Yes.
Lives are at
yes,
stake here. Okay.
What are you about to say?
You got it. We're with you. Life or death.
Ready.
the path.
Super serious.
Yes. Okay, the tunnel straightens out before emerging into a chamber of mixed natural rock walls and simple stonework. Two other tunnels mark this chamber as a Y intersection, or like a second common room, similar to the one that you originally encountered when you entered the mine. Tables and stools are strewn about the area, with a pair of hyena currently picking at a junk for scraps. You can see bits of meat that are being dragged across the ground by them, about 20 feet off to the left. Two thick natural pillars of rock currently stand as load-bearing portions of the chamber, breaking the open space, while a crumbled section of the floor drops into a pit below. Two closed doors to the left of where you're looking into it are guarded by skeletal gnoll and two standard gnoll warriors, one of which has apparently pulled a small child from one of the doors. The sound of muffled cries coming from beyond the closed door. Four other gnolls rush from within the chamber into the right tunnel, exiting on the opposite side. What do you guys do?
Forward to the right.
You watch as four of them rush into the other exit. There's an
They
exit
just,
to the
like, run
left
through
and
the room,
exit to the right. They exit the room to the right, and then there's three left, two regular gnolls, and then one skeletal gnoll, and then two hyenas that are currently picking at scraps. And you can see as the gnoll pulls the child out, is currently in the process of crying, and they're both just kind of looking at each other, like just holding the child by the arm essentially, but currently is kind of bickering with the other gnoll.
3 bipeds.
From our vantage point, it is the entrance that we are at, and then there is doors to the left.
Let me go ahead and give you a visual.
Visual aid, visual aid, visual aid, visual
Oh
aid.
no. If this is like a running thing the whole campaign.
Oh, there's no
There are
getting
worse
away from
things.
this.
Opening, it's so cool looking now.
We.
So you guys are entering from this
Wait,
side.
that's a little door? That's the door you were talking about?
Yep. So,
Holy moly.
as you hear them, you guys are
There's too many options.
essentially over here. You can
What are we
place
gonna
yourselves
do?
as you feel necessary
Kill 'em
off to this side,
No.
in whichever marching order you prefer.
Oh no.
I will be at the rear.
I figured as much.
How old is the child that got pulled out of the room?
At first glance, it's hard to see, especially for those of you that are keeping your light low, because there is no light source in this chamber. So those with dark vision will be making out most of the details here.
I'll be up front. I can do that.
All right, so that would put Ford up at the front
I'll be
area.
behind Ford.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't see shit.
All right, so given this you guys are deciding what to do, there's, in a brief moment of quiet, a loud a boom that shakes the interior of the chamber. You watch as both the hyenas kind of look up scared, the two gnolls immediately look about, dust and rocks begin to settle and fall from the ceiling as it shakes, and then kind of comes to rest. Within a moment later, you watch as a cloud of dust and smoke comes billowing out this side of the chamber where the 4 gnolls had run previously. Then the rumbling settles. The gnolls themselves are kind of spooked. And then, distracted from the child at the moment, kind of both kind of peeking over, the undead gnoll just kind of stands there, kind of glancing about, seemingly unaffected by the current scenario. Passive perception, the highest on this would be Beauregard, Caleb, Molly, and Jester, I believe. The 4 of you, actually, Caleb and Beauregard would not, because they don't see anything. Yeah.
Yeah, we see.
You guys hear sounds, and you're kind of, waiting for any sort of inclination of light to kick in. You guys see the faint appearance of what appears to be some sort of a flying creature, very small, emerge from the tunnel that had recently kind of expelled all this dust and smoke.
Like Frumpkin size or smaller?
Like Frumpkin size, kind of hovers in the air in a few places, and then locks itself over here onto this far wall on a higher perch.
Fucking bugs.
I think I saw that. Did you see that?
I saw that.
I saw that.
Another moment passes, and the gnolls seem to kind of relax. You watch as the immediate dread of the recent explosion sound, the shocking and rocking of the room seems to have passed over them, and they both go back to paying attention to the recent vicinity, which includes the small child, which is still quietly sobbing in what seems to be the painful grasp of this large, curled gnoll hand.
On the count of 3?
Wait, are we just gonna attack?
Yeah.
Maybe
Wait, we should distract
Reading
or
glass.
something. Oh, Jesus.
Sacred flame, I mean.
Sacred Flame? All right, so the ones who are making the initial strike on this.
Can distract them or something
Blast
first?
from me, yeah.
No?
I
You didn't say
will
that.
also do that as well, following suit with everybody.
Wait, are things happening? Yes.
Please don't hit the kid.
Can't see. Do you have your lights?
Yeah, Caleb, you don't see anything.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So the ones who can see in the dark right now, it should be the 4 of you. You guys get a round of attack on this.
Nice.
So, where you're currently positioned, I would like you all to roll initiative before we get to your round, just so we have it.
Come on, first roll of the night. Be fucking amazing.
Not so much?
I've had better.
That's his dad. Yeah.
Alrighty, so,
I'm not drunk anymore, right?
No.
no. Yes, that's worn off.
Great. What about not?
Is it still
Okay, 25 to 20?
20?
24.
Natural 20.
All right. 20 to 15.
16.
But you can't see, Bo.
So we need a little
She's missing the initial round.
Surprise.
Oh, this is for the whole thing.
Correct, this is just general combat.
You guys get surprise.
If I'd have known that, they would have rolled better for the whole thing.
That's true, sorry. That's okay.
I wasn't trying so hard.
Well, 15 to 10?
10.
Wow.
That's
Okay.
very
Fucking
adequate.
eight, so, you know.
I have rolled a 9.
This is going to be the thing of the entire campaign. This is going to be the joke that never goes away.
Regular no.
That's it. Just 9 and regular null. That's all we have. That's campaign 2, ladies and
All right. So that leaves, you rolled a what?
An 8.
Nines and
8.
Knolls. That's our group name, you guys.
No.
Nines.
No. Don't joke. Don't ever.
One of the best rolls you can make in the game.
All right, and then, gotcha. All right, so,
Oh, where's our initiative shit?
Ah!
I don't know.
all right.
Sure?
Well, not, you're up first, so.
Okay, but I didn't see
And you guys decided to attack first, so I will
Oh,
grace
no.
you going first if you would prefer.
You're gonna wait.
All right,
You're
so
gonna hold
you're
your
kind of see
turn.
what's going to happen. You feel the tension rising, and you're like, I'll follow their lead.
Does that mean I still get to move and shit when I do my move? Or do I have to
no,
take it now?
that means you're holding your action.
Well, then
So.
I'll go now.
Yeah, do it.
Okay.
Because they're more than 30 feet away, right?
Yeah, you can see what's out there. You just don't notice the bird.
And if I...
It's a bird.
The bird thing. That's
So hand crossbow, it says 30, 120. So I got to be within 30 to hit them without a penalty,
Disadvantage,
right?
correct.
But if I run out there, they'll see me and I won't be sneak attack anymore, right? How does this work?
Oh, we're getting this one.
If they don't know you're there, which this is currently what's considered an ambush round, you still have advantage on your first strike if they're not aware of your presence, which means it would cancel out that disadvantage.
Tight.
Okay, so I can take my shot from here.
You can, yes.
Okay. All right, I will fire.
All right,
Ooh, 17 plus a lot. 6. 17 plus 6 to hit.
that hits.
Okay. I'm going to do...
You do not get sneak attack on this because you do not have advantage on the strike.
I thought you just said I had advantage.
You had advantage, but you have disadvantage because they're beyond the.
Cancelled out. Your
Canceled out your
advantage is a
disadvantage.
straight roll, and you lost the sneak attack.
Could I run forward
And still get the
and
sneak
still
attack?
get
You
the
could
sneak
try it.
attack?
Let's
Okay,
see how
that's what I will do.
Okay.
Undo.
Zip, zip,
So roll again, because you might get natural 20.
All right, so wait, actually,
Now I have to roll for
that would be a
stealth,
better.
right?
Well, you're
You've been stealthy as you crept
Okay.
up on this when we got that before last round, so go for it.
Okay, I'm rolling to hit.
But we already hit on that, so.
But roll again for advantage.
That's right, for
you might
advantage,
get
so go
20.
for it.
Oh, I see. Okay, so still 17
Okay, so now
plus
you get a
six.
sneak attack. Go for
Okay,
it.
cool. Okay.
Did you find it? I did.
There was nowhere it should have been.
baby. Yay.
11 points, not very good roll.
And which one are you
Not
aiming
bad
at?
either.
The one
maybe
next,
that one.
that's holding the child, yes.
Right. So as it's holding the child and it's looking down at the young boy, kind of lifting it off the ground and bringing it towards this jaw as its teeth kind of open wide. You watch his lips curl back like it's ready to go ahead and take a quick little nibble at the child's arm. Suddenly the bolt hits it in the side of the jaw and it's sticking out. And it starts looking over in your direction and it looks right towards you.
Can I use my regular no? do I have remaining movement?
No, it's your
as
full
a
movement to
bonus?
get there. Your bonus action you can dash if you
Yes,
want to.
I will dash away, but I can't hide. So
Correct.
So I will dash behind those rocks to my right.
Over here?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, like
Yeah.
in those skulls or
There you go.
anywhere around there. That's
Okay.
Sort of hidden.
That works fine there. All right. Bo.
She can't
I'm
see
not
shit.
Bo.
Sorry. Bo's list. Bo. Use your turn.
Yeah.
That's been a long day. I'm sorry. Molly, you're up next.
I'm gonna run in, run straight in, just take a look around.
All right.
And is the undead one the closest one to me?
It is, yes.
You push me a little more against the wall. I don't want to.
Over here?
Yeah, it's over there. I'm gonna hit that undead one with vicious mockery.
Vicious Mockery?
Actually, I'm gonna hit the one that has the kid with vicious mockery, not the undead one.
Okay. Same roll, puts him at a 2 natural roll, so no, he's affected by it.
All right. Oh, that's right. I don't have to roll to hit. I just
Double
it's
save,
wisdom
same
saving
one?
throw.
Yep.
Okay.
That's 3 points of damage.
All right, and he's disadvantaged on his next attack.
Drop the child.
Watch
Get
this.
used to it.
The skeletal knoll like turns to you. It seems to hear it, and there's something about the speech and the connection to this entity that cause it to kind of shudder for a moment. All right, that ends
All
your
right.
turn.
Yep. I'm holding, waiting for him.
All right, gotcha. Next up is Bo. Wait, no, sorry, I wrote. That's my problem. I wrote Bo twice on this.
Yeah.
That's my problem.
I'm the only one that can see, but I'm all the way
I'm
above.
Bo number
Jester.
2.
Jester, and then you.
Oh, that's right.
I lied. I'm not going to do the sacred whatever
Flame.
flame. I'm going to do Toll the Dead, because that's a wisdom saving throw instead.
Okay, all right. Toll the Dead to which one?
To the one holding the kid.
Alrighty.
Okay, good.
So with that, Constitution saving throw?
That's a wisdom saving
A
throw.
wisdom saving throw. That is going to put him at a 15.
High saves.
Sorry. So as boom seems to like ring within his head, the impact of the necromantic magic, currently still reeling from the pain in the throat from the bolt, it seems to shrug it off unaffected. All right, that ends your and then Ford, you're up
Next
last.
time I'm going to really hurt you. I said that in Infernal.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Which one of them is the undead-looking gnoll?
Right there.
That guy. I would like to aim to the dude on the right, the one closest to you, and I will carry over my hex that is still up since it lasts an hour.
Yep.
So with my bonus action, I will cast hex on that motherfuck.
Alrighty.
And I would like to use Eldritch Blast.
Go for it. Roll for the attack.
+6. That's a 20.
Yeah, it hits. Roll
Okay,
damage.
nice. And this is a 1d10 plus fur. That's 11 plus 5 points of necrotic damage for 16 total.
16 points of damage. All right. As it's kind of standing on this upper portion of the rock floor, it glances back as you guys may enter, and the blast. You guys see a flash of light from the arcing of the arcane energy as it streaks across and slams into its body, just in time to see what looks to be another shadowed shape emerging out of this tunnel to join the fray. All right. So as it kind of falls back. That's going to end the initial round of combat. Now we're to the initiative war. At the top of this, you guys glance over and see this shape that's beginning, the four of you at least, see this shape begin to emerge from around the wall. You see this kind of tall, spindly, humanoid figure that begins to just curve around the side. Kara, if you want to go ahead and...
Spindly, what?
And if I can have you roll initiative when you get settled in there.
Oh, man, I don't even know what that
I'm going to
means.
see this dice as you roll
Want a
it.
dice tray, Curry? We have an extra one down here.
Oh, my goodness, look at this.
Look at that.
The luxurious life.
Welcome, friend. Welcome.
So he'll be at the
This is the
top.
first time this dice has been rolled, ladies and gentlemen.
Do it.
Oh, bro.
I'll watch it.
Roll.
It's a 1! Welcome! Welcome! One of us!
The gods have welcomed
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for having me, guys. All right. Hey, I'll just be taking this.
Storytelling!
All right.
Dice?
Yes. All right, here we go.
That's a beautiful thing.
Alrighty. So
amazing.
you, having succeeded at some of your other business, begin to creep further into these tunnels and suddenly see a cluster of unidentified individuals rushing in here and attacking these gnolls in front of you. And the surprise of it apparently puts you off for the moment.
Just a little.
But we'll come to you in just a moment. So good to know. At the top of the combat round, Not, you're up first.
Oh, that was it? We cycled through a whole round of combat?
For the surprise round, the humans can't see anything, unfortunately. So you guys, everything you'll be doing will be a disadvantage after this point. So
I will take another. Well, I'll have to move. I'll lean around to get around that stalactite and fire another.
here?
No, just like so I can get an eye line on the one I already shot once.
back over here.
Yeah, just anywhere. I'm gonna move right back in a second.
Okay.
So I'll lean around, reload, and and fire again.
Go for it.
Do I get sneak attack? No, right?
Because you're not hidden.
Shit balls. Okay, 20 to hit.
20 hits. Good roll damage.
8.
8 points of damage. That'll do it, actually. So as it's kind of holding the child and lifting it up in the arm, by the arm in the air, it looks like it's ready to run away and just grab it with it. As it turns to flee, you catch it in the base of the skull and it just falls to the ground. The child falls prone onto the floor next to the now lifeless gnoll body. That's your.
What does the child look like? Is he or she? Is a he? It's a boy.
It looks to be a young boy, probably around between like 6 and 8 years old.
And
You're not quite sure of the
human,
age.
I don't know anything about it.
Looks
Is
to be
it
human.
Injured?
But you haven't gotten quite a strong beat on it, but he looks to be humanoid.
Oh, he's 6 or 8 years old.
Around that age group, you'd assume.
Oh.
Some would say 7.
He's all yours.
This meal is ours now.
Oh no! I will shoot. Yeah, I'm too scared to go over there. No, no. There's a child in need. We gotta help. So
You're
Knott's,
sober now, right? You ain't
yeah,
drunk no
Knott's gonna scurry over to the boy as fast as she can scurry.
So that's 30, and then you can use your bonus action to dash if you
Yep,
wanted.
all the way to the little boy.
That'll do it. You can get right to the little boy.
That's so cool.
So as you rush, just start screaming bloody murder in the tunnel.
I'm good. I'm a good one.
Just start starts crying even louder, somehow scared of you more than the knoll.
That's a horror movie.
There you go. That's your turn now. All right, Bo, you're up.
Oh, right. Okay.
You're hearing all these sounds, but you can't see anything.
I'm gonna hold my. I'm gonna turn to Caleb and be like, Can you do the thing? Can you the lights?
Get back to me in a
Just-
second,
oh.
in about 9 seconds.
Okay, I'll give you 9. I'm gonna wait until he casts
Okay.
dancing light.
You can't
Oh my
move in
God.
there if you hold your action, but you can move in and then hold your action if you want to.
I can move and then hold. Okay,
You're
I'll.
just not quite sure where you're walking.
Okay, sure. I will stumble
scary.
forward. I'll just head towards Molly because I'm gonna just follow his fluorescent.
Okay.
double
Just doing
coat.
this.
So yeah, well here's the
Molly.
I'm gonna kick some
Molly.
ass.
Yeah,
I will
follow
say
the
he's,
coat.
well, he's easy to see because
Also, my
Molly
sword
has
lights
this
up.
kind of faint luminous glow around the sword from his right. So you see that as a beacon. You're like, that I know, that I can follow. And so you cozy up right
propeller
next
light.
to Molly and like carefully prepare yourself.
Where are they? Where?
What action are you holding? If any.
I. Because I moved and I'm not near anything.
Correct. So
So I'll take the dodge action.
okay, dodge action. So you're just being careful. All right, ending Bo's turn. Molly, you're up again.
I'm gonna rush the undead one.
Okay.
Spinning swords at bloody high speed and take 2 shots.
Go for it.
With the
Do
exciting
you want to
one.
be on the higher ground here or next to?
Can I do the higher ground?
Yeah, you can.
I'll do the higher ground. That's exciting.
Go for it.
Now taking the stage, it's Molly Mark.
That sucks. I'm taking your.
I was trying to help.
No.
And you're off, Andrew?
That's a 15.
15 does it.
Okay.
Who knows what's on that card?
Okay. Yep. No, that's okay. That's at least 8 points of damage.
That's great.
8 points, nice.
That's okay. It's
That's
okay.
Good. That's good.
And I'm now engaged in combat with him, so that's fine. So I am a whirling dervish that hits nothing at this point.
Sorry.
Correct.
As per
You're
usual.
just a
I'm a hippie with poi right now. Just might as well be a pair of poi. Just, whoa.
Good to know. And then Molly's turn, Jester, you're up.
Oh, okay. I'm going to move forward into the room.
All right.
To about, yeah, there's
There?
good,
Okay.
sure. And I'm going to try it again. Did the guy up there get hurt at all?
He's been damaged, yes.
Yes? Okay, then I'm going to cast Soul the Dead at him.
All right. That is a 14.
Fucking egg, piece of shit.
What's the save? What's the...
It's 13, because I'm lame.
Sorry. As you try and release the energy once more, it can't quite get a beat on the knoll's head. It's moving around and dodging, and you can't focus
I'm
on
gonna
it.
start unsnapping my sickle to get it out to, like, hit things.
Okay. As you're futzing with the side, that's the end of your turn. All right, Caleb, you're up.
I cannot see anything, so I cast dancing lights, and I put one above my head, and then as I get a little bit of light, I send one over Bo's head, and then I send one about 20 feet beyond Bo, and then the 4th one even beyond that one. So there's
All right.
a line of 4 lights, because I don't know what the chamber is shaped like.
So the chamber just erupts into bright light, like there's 4 torches now lifting brightly the entire space.
Oh, God.
Bright visuals there. You can now see the child on the ground being scared shitless by the goblin trying to help. The undead Knoll that's currently locked in combat with Molly. You see the 2 hyenas that are both kind of snarling, getting ready to pounce on whoever comes too close, and the 1 wounded Knoll over there, as well as, if you would like to describe yourself.
Oh, where is he? Right over
You know, Matthew, the guiding lights, those little films of light, they only have a 10-foot radius, so probably the edges of the line that I have cast.
Right, so that
Just
you
barely
get
makes
most
the
of the
fire.
area there to see what's
It's
there.
like market lights.
Yeah.
It's pretty. Yeah.
Well, of course it is. It is, of course, pretty. Okay, never mind. Yes, continue.
So,
The thing you probably notice about me, first of all. No,
I call
you can't
dibs.
have a better
I call
accent than
dibs.
all. Is my hair. My billowy white afro. Fingers of curly hair radiating in all directions. That should be the thing that you notice first about me, but that's not it. It's my eyes. My eyes as white as my hair. My pupilless eyes, as white as my hair. As white as the hair dripping down from my chin to a straight point about 3 or 4 inches below.
Oh, shit.
I think that's all you really noticed.
All right. Caleb, do you wish to move?
I'm in love. What?
Caleb, do you wish to move?
Oh.
Fuck that. I will stay where I am.
Shake him off.
No, thank you.
All right, over there. Shake him off.
And now Caleb's turn. All right.
right.
Ford and the Knoll going at the same time.
Ford and the Knoll.
All right, so what are you doing?
Eldritch Blast again at that motherfucker.
Okay, as this Knoll here who's taking the impact is going to rush over towards Mollymoth to attempt to take a strike. While another Knoll who's bloodied and partially crushed is now kind of hobbling its way up out of this tunnel and spins around just to see you up against the side of the wall. All right, so Ford?
16 plus 6, so 22.
That hits. The Knoll's going to be striking you. And that's a 3. That's not going to hit. Nope.
Okay, plus 4 is 12, plus 4 points of necrotic for 16 total points of damage.
All right. The reason it misses is right as it swings towards you, Ford raises the back of the sword and fires a blast of Eldritch energy that hits the back of the Knoll's shoulder as it tries to spin and strike you. As it does, it goes wide, it pirouettes on its foot and stumbles back into the open hole.
Oh, cool.
Oh, there's an open fucking hole. That's good to know. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Into that.
And did you hear the sound of it? So
Molly.
it's not 10 feet, it's big.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah. You're ways away. It's hard to see.
Yeah.
I described it in the initial description of the room, though. So. All right, and there, as you has not given your name yet, but you turn around and see this Knoll as it looks towards you. It's kind of leaning towards. You see this, but normally would be 7 foot, but it's hunched and wounded. And as it turns down, it snarls, takes his spear and attempts to pin you to the wall with it. That's going to be a 12. What's your armor class?
My armor class is what is it? Studded on. It's 15.
15? That does not hit.
Yeah!
As it swings and you just push out of the way in time, kind of parrying it with your hand and your cane off to the side, and you watch as it smacks into the stone and sparks off of it for a second, hitting Flint. All right, that ends the Knoll's turn. The hyenas go. Both of these hyenas now, turning around and seeing what's happening, are going to rush forward. This one's going to run up alongside and attack Molly. This one's going to rush over to Knot.
Oh no.
Attacking Molly. That's going to be a 16 to hit.
That hits.
All right, hyena towards you is going to be
Dance harder. Dance harder.
2 points of piercing damage as it snaps up and actually bites the edge of your foot, and you have to kick and shake it off on the rocks to actually get it to let go. The one that's striking towards you, Not, it's going to be a 18 to hit.
Hits.
Oh.
You take only 1 point of piercing damage.
Okay.
It gets one little bite on the side of your elbow, and you immediately pull away and kick it instinctually in the chin, going, ah! The kid is now freaked out of his mind, as now there's, from his perspective, 2 snarling beasts cornering him. That's going to end the hyena's turn. All right, your go.
Oh, man.
I would say, if this thing is this close to me,
Yeah, it's right up against you.
it's right up against me. I think I should push him away.
If you feel the need, yeah.
Let's see, Thunder Wave.
Certainly.
Oh shit.
Alrighty. So that's is that a wisdom saving throw? Constitution.
It's a constitution save.
Constitution save.
That is a Constitution
That
save.
is
they have
a
to
3.
deal with it.
Natural
They have
2
to deal
plus.
Okay.
Well,
And your DC.
actually plus 0, so 2.
Oh, yeah, that
Yeah,
fails.
that fails.
Spellcasting
We
modifier.
rolled a 2.
You're good. You're good.
15.
He failed.
15.
Definitely failed.
It failed.
Yeah.
So you know for the future.
13, I believe.
Good to know.
13.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So so go ahead and roll the damage of that.
Thank you.
With this?
Well, I should say up on the spell there.
I think it's
Damage for
2D8.
it. Thunder wave is
If I remember correctly.
where the fuck is it? 2d8. Yeah, 2d8 right there.
Take your instead of die, roll
So you want the one that's shaped like a diamond?
There we go.
it is. Yeah.
And we roll.
The one you want us to
That's good. And then roll it one more time. Oh, that's good. Yeah.
5 and a 7.
12.
Well,
Okay, 12 points of damage. So as you turn towards it, you can just describe what you do with your spell as the Knoll pulls back with its spear.
I take my reed of a wand and whip it 3 times.
And as the third one hits, there's a burst of energy forward. You watch as the Knoll gets blown back, slamming into the stone wall. And and kind of falls back to its knees before getting itself up. It was previously wounded, now it's on death's door, and it looks like it's starting to hobble and try and flee.
Would you say you whip your reed back and forth?
I whip my reed. I whip my reed back and forth.
All right. Do you wish to move?
I do. I wish to move away from this gentleman that I just knocked against the wall. And how about we take a perch up on top of? There we go, baby.
Oh, look at that fucking miniature!
All right, so that finishes your turn at the top. Not, you're up.
Okay, I've got this this thing on my arm. So with my other hand, I will grab its face, and I will say a few words that Caleb told me, and cast Shocking Grasp. On
Okay.
it.
So what is the spell save on that?
It is shit. How do I
Click
find
on it.
out? You
Yeah.
click on it.
We're showing grasp today.
Oh, no,
it's a spell melee attack.
It's a
Yeah,
melee,
that's right.
yeah.
So go ahead and roll.
Ooh, 9.
No. You try and reach out, but the snout is too slobbery, and your hand actually slips off of it, and it discharges the spell, having no effect.
Oh god.
All right.
Let's see here. I've still got some bonusy stuff. Can I disengage? No, because
Yeah.
Okay. I'll disengage. Grab the boy and try to lead him behind that. There's a table, overturned table.
There is an overturned table this way. Neither of these are overturned. There's one over here.
Like right there.
Oh, right next to you. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It's right there.
Can I do that?
You can, yeah.
Will the hyena get a bite on the kid?
We'll find out.
As you drag the child away, while you've disengaged, you pull the child out of the range of the hyena, and it sees the opening and snaps out towards the.
no hit points.
I'm sure this one is hardy.
Careful, the kids.
Oh, I know that.
He's making the.
I know that.
Hyenas.
Oh no.
Hyena bites down, and its jaws clamp into the child's clavicle and chest. You hear this this clenched scream that is immediately muffled as you watch a bit of blood begin to pour out of its mouth. As you pull the child from its jaws, the child is alive for now, unconscious and bleeding out.
Thank God it wasn't me this time.
All right, that ends your turn. Not Bo, you're up.
Okay, seeing the situation that Not is in, I'm going to immediately run over and attack that hyena.
Okay, putting you there, easy enough.
I'm just gonna run up and go, yeah, get! And go kick, and just kick it real hard.
Okay.
GIT. Yeah.
Get! Natural 20.
That it is.
That'll roll some damage.
So yeah, well, I kind of use my staff as like a little bit of like a jumping leverage point to kind of give me a little bit of momentum and kind of
Little
swing.
mini pole vault.
Yeah.
Nice.
What do? I roll 1d8 and then double it,
Yep.
right?
A little bit of pole vaulting.
That sucks, but that's 6 plus 4, so 10.
That's enough to do it. You,
Yeah.
as you kick, the hyena just gets launched. You see it arc through the air, slamming into this table, which thrusts it up against a wall onto its side, and you can't even see the lifeless body of the hyena. It's currently buried beneath the overturned table. That's your first.
Nice.
Can I do a bonus action to use my med kit on the kid? My healer's kit?
It's an action to use a healer's kit, unfortunately.
Okay.
You still have some movement.
I'll just move over to the kid and kind of hold the wound.
Stem the flow.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get down with a knot at this point. You're trying to think of some way to apply pressure to prevent the bleeding. Okay, that ends your turn. That brings us to Molly.
I'm taking a roll at the big guy. First strike on.
That's right. I forgot to put the undead guy on the initiative order, which he would have gotten around. So we'll say you and him go simultaneously at this point, since you engaged him.
And that's fine, because that's a 19 to hit.
It's a 13 to hit you. What's your armor class?
15.
Yeah. So even as it goes to strike at you with what looks to be some sort of rusted battle axe, you still manage to lift your foot out of the way and strike down towards it.
So, and this is with the good sword. So this is so this is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 points of damage.
That's adding your wisdom modifier?
That's adding my
All right,
wisdom.
13. That'll do it. You shatter it with the strike. As it attempts to swing towards you with the axe, you duck out of the way, spin around, and backhand it with your right enchanted scimitar, watching the bones just explode and scatter across the ground, like so many pebbles being thrown across the floor.
I'm gonna, with my offhand, I'm gonna take a swipe for the hyena over there.
Go for it.
Come on, there we go. 20 to
That
hit.
hits. Good roll damage.
could please dispatch 2 in one turn.
That's 9 points of damage, and I would love to just kick that fucker right into the.
And you do. As it gets down and jumps to pounce towards you, and you just lean back and poof, kick it, and you watch it and tumble down into the darkness below. Do you wish to move?
Nice.
And I'm going to move to the other side. I'm going to start running towards this stranger, just to the left of it. Yeah, I'm going to move towards that cover right there.
Here?
No, the other way. Towards me, right there. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right, that ends your go, Molly. That brings us to Jester.
Okay. Did I see the child go down?
You would have, yes.
Okay. Then I'm going to run over to the kid.
You don't have to.
They're gonna be so begrudging.
Just kill all the kids.
No, all these other people are helping this kid, so I guess I will too. Somebody better kill that
really
big
care
no,
about
though.
the kid?
I don't.
Then don't
I
help.
don't care, but now I feel guilty.
Are you gonna heal this kid, cure wounds? What are you doing?
Should I use my last spell on this kid?
No.
Okay, I'm going to use a healer's kit to stabilize him.
Okay, so you don't have to make a check for that. You immediately get down and start pulling what looks to be heavy rolls of soft cotton fabric and various balms to go ahead and help treat the wound and staunch the flow of blood and bind the child to the point where it's no longer on death's door.
And
It's
the
now
whole time
stable.
I'm grumbling like, oh, I could have gotten that last totally dead. He would have heard a really good bell, and instead I'm doing this.
Perfect. That ends Jester's turn. Caleb, you're up.
So I cannot see anything except for Ford. So if I move forward up to where he is, am I able to see any gnolls or any other kind of baddies where I am?
Right there, you can just barely see the one right across the way that's like on the ground, getting up off to one knee.
Then I will let my hand blacken and I will fire off a firebolt at him from here.
Go for it.
Which I'm sure will miss. Oh yeah, it is. It misses.
The call beforehand is clutch.
You're my favorite.
Forward as it misses, I go, yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna get you last.
Caleb needs glasses.
I have them, they're right here.
Oh my god.
All right, that ends Caleb's turn.
I need an intelligence bump, is what I need.
All right, so the gnoll that's been wounded is going to go ahead and take a.
Glasses make you smarter.
It's going to go ahead and pull the longbow off of its back, and looking over and seeing the firebolt that almost struck it, it's going to spin back towards you and pull an arrow, and it's going to take a shot at you from across the way, Caleb.
What do you mean?
This one remaining wounded gnoll is going to take a shot with his longbow.
I know.
Just checking real fast with the.
Your scarf will protect you.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, you're well within its first range increment, so.
I have a very high AC, it's okay.
It's a natural 20.
Oh my god.
However,
However, nothing.
However, nothing. Unload it, give it to me.
He's trying to find a positive.
No, don't
good.
find a positive.
that's good actually. You only rolled a 1 on the weapon die. So it was a
okay.
D8. It could have been a 16.
Yeah.
So it's 2 plus 2, 4 points of piercing damage.
Oh.
That could have been a lot worse.
That's pretty bad for him, though.
No, actually, that hurts an awful lot. Oh.
So the gnoll released there. As it hits you right kind of in the stomach, and it comes piercing out the other side, kind of pinning your jacket to your torso. And all of a sudden you feel like the pain and the warmth pulse of your back from the wound. It's almost numb at first, and then you feel the shock hit you as the gnoll turns and just runs
Oh
this
no. I should have told the dead on him.
way. He's way over there. All right, that's going to end the gnoll's turn while you're going for him.
Okay.
Because you're in the same round as this is happening, so you technically could intercept.
Could I?
if you
Yeah,
wanted
I'd
to.
like to get line of sight on him. I look back at Caleb with his failed attempt and say, "Let me try mine," and I'll move my hex over to
That
him,
guy already. So the hex is on him.
and I'll fire an Eldritch Blast in his direction. That is only a 16.
A 16?
Yeah.
16 hits, actually. You needed a 15 to hit.
That is 4 plus 4, 8 plus 3 points of necrotic for 9 to 11 damage.
11 damage. As it turns to run with its bow, you watch as Ford runs around, holding your sword out. Another burst of eldritch energy smacks into the back of the gnoll, and you hear "Ah!" as it falls to the ground, and the slow, like bits of curling green and blue eldritch flame begin to burn and consume the corpse before eventually it goes out, kind of leaving most of the body intact, but its back shoulder blades are now just kind of black cave where its body once was. Are we clear on the floor?
With the last second?
Yeah.
Somebody get those ears and bring them to my jar.
Alrighty.
What is that? Oh, you okay.
So, that being the case, the combat has come to an end.
How many nose was that we just killed?
That would be.
Well, we sent a lot of them down the hole. So we didn't get their ears.
Oh shit, that's true.
So bad job.
Maybe we can
Only got
We only sent one down the hole.
The hyenas we sent
We
down.
got 2 ears. 2 ears.
Yeah, two older sets of ears. So it's
Right.
the one there, and then the one that was killed there. Yeah, so
Right,
2.
and then one hyena set.
I appreciate you all counting ears, but can we deal with the kid for a minute?
Oh. He needs some help.
Look, do you see what I'm doing?
Who are you?
Who are you? Who are you?
I like your smile. Who am I? My name is Shikasta. Nice to meet you.
He said Shikasta.
And you can thank my bird for knowing what you look like, actually.
Oh, I saw your bird.
That's not just some bird. That's the Grand Duchess Anastasia Nikolaevna. They call her Stacy, but that's not her name.
The Grand Duchess.
The Grand Duchess. She's a sweetheart, but she's angry.
It is very dark in here. What kind of bird is that you have?
Oh, that would be an Abraham. Well, that's a dark midnight sort of hummingbird.
Ooh. Hey, you're a badass. What's your deal?
Well, right now my deal is to deal with this little person over here.
Oh, we will get on. Yes, handle this child, but then we are very curious. So
Can you heal? Do you have healing? Because I'm stabilizing him. Don't worry, but
He doesn't look good.
I think maybe I could do something about that.
Perhaps, yeah. The child is wounded, but the child's wounds have been tended to. He's unconscious, but is no longer in immediate danger of dying. We'll eventually need rest and
some donuts.
perhaps some donuts.
I just take one and I just
No,
push it
no,
onto his
no,
face.
no, fresh,
Might- might-
fresh
Not necessarily.
donuts. You know, do no harm.
Can you
all
do
that shit.
anything to help this child?
Well, it seemed to be stabilized. I think the best thing we could do is to get it to safety.
I agree. What were you doing down here? We ourselves were coming down trying to rescue folks.
I tend to look over the people who happen to be around here. I come by every once in a while. I used to live and grew up in this place, or in the valley, just not too far from here. And probably just like you, I heard a commotion, and I've taken a few of these people to safety. I've been trying to do it less overtly than some of you.
We do make a bit of a
It's
clatter.
been a bit.
we're working on it.
Insight check. 11 plus, I don't know, what am I adding? Oh, 13.
13. He's generally pretty forthright in speech. Charismatic figure. You don't get any sense of any immediate lying or conflict to the words he's saying, but you're also not getting a full read either.
How handsome is he?
Quite handsome. If you'd like to describe how handsome you are.
Yeah, what do you look like?
I would say I'm an
On
old.
a scale from 1 to 10.
On a scale from 1 to 10, I would say I would call him striking.
Oh, that's.
Bachelorette finalist?
You know what? I think he's old enough that he's gotten past all the bacheloring and the
Oh,
bachelorette.
are you a gray fox? Is that what you are?
I would say I would call him
that's what
more
I
of a
thought.
shock of white.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I mean he's a striking character. He's got 3 dimples, one you can't see. but two pretty deep in his face, and they can be kind of menacing unless he's smiling.
What are you wearing?
He's covered in leather straps. that are a tangle of brown and red and green that pretty much cover him from his neck to his calf where his boots start to take over. There's a hood that he's wearing, deep green. It goes down to his legs and a big enough hood that's able to cover his ample locks.
You know, while everyone is talking to this stranger, I'm going to edge up to this hole in the ground and hold onto rocks because I'm scared to death and look over and send my globules of light down there to see if it's a deep hole, if it goes a long way, or what I'm looking at.
As your lights begin to slowly drift down into the hole, they get about 50 or 60 feet down before you begin to see what appears to be the bottom of the shaft. It looks to have been an intentionally created, almost well-like hole that has since seen disuse and just currently ends into a number of rocks and rubble.
It's a
And
poop hole.
you see the broken body of a gnoll and the broken body of a hyena down at the bottom of it.
We have to get this gnoll out of the bottom of this hole because that's gold.
Maybe on the way out if we.
He's probably covered in really old poop.
But it's still good for the monetary value that was laid out for us. So maybe on the way out we could send. We have a rope. We could just lower you down, and you just, slice it up.
I could go
Not
down
right
there.
now. Just, save it for a rainy day.
Shikasta, my name is Ford. We are, like I said, on a rescue mission. Are you familiar with these tunnels at all? Have you been down here before?
Have I been down there?
The most you've been down was the opposite side of this tunnel here.
Right.
There was a group up here where you had been working with previously, but only recently decided to delve deeper once you had made sure that those few were safe.
Right. Well, I've done a pretty good job of taking care of the other tentacle of this cavern, I guess you'd say. Yes, the shaft. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah. That boom you may have heard happened to come from me, so we've got a little bit less to have to deal with. But this I really don't know what's going on.
Oh,
Of course.
speaking of, I stand up and I walk over to the door where the little kid was pulled from.
Wait,
Okay.
do you want to take a look at it? Let her take a look at it, so in case you could blow up on you or
I've
something.
seen their traps. I know their methods.
Are there any ropes across the door?
Let me look. Are there?
Make an investigation check.
5 plus 5 is 10.
Best you can tell, it doesn't appear to be trapped. It does appear to have a simple latch that is only accessible from the outer side, but it's not locked.
I knock on the door.
Okay.
Housekeeping? Is anybody locked in here?
A moment passes. There's no response, but you hear the faint sniffing and whimpering of somebody on the other side.
I think it's the mom.
Let's open the door.
Okay.
All right. You lift the small latch and pull the door open. First it hits you is just a very strong smell of decay. And you see what looks to be the back of this room is filled with piles of bodies or parts of bodies. Looks maybe like 4 people in total that have been placed here. And then there's one living woman, looks to be in her mid-30s or so, who's wearing a dirtied apron. You can see she looks like she's covered in dirt, a spatter of blood. You don't know if it's from her or not, but her hair is ratted. She looks to be human, and she's currently just huddled with her knees to her chest, and there's just tear streaks down her face.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Can I walk to her?
Yeah, as you open the door, you watch as Shikasta begins to approach and kind of take the space.
I look her in the eye. I put my hand on her chin so that she looks me in the eye. And I tell her, shh. What does that make her feel?
You watch as there's a brief moment of confusion, and then an expression of acknowledgement comes across her face. And she kind of reaches up and takes your hand, and she goes, "Thank you, thank you."
We need to get her out of here.
Yes, definitely.
This guy's good.
He is. Smooth operator.
Can I ask the woman, is this your child?
She turns around, she goes, "Oh my God!" And she runs over to him, immediately kind of picks him up into her arms and begins to hold him. And
He's alive, don't worry.
she's just rocking the child in her arms, quietly, like rubbing his face and kind of wiping a little bit of blood off of his cheeks.
Are there any other people that are alive that you know of?
There are a few. I haven't seen, but I've heard voices across the way, and they took a number deeper in before they locked me in.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can we run over to the other door?
I was saying if I'm kind of not near the other door, I'm just gonna start looking and unlatching it.
Okay.
Nonchalantly.
You'll unlatch it. You watch as the mother is currently like just running her fingers over the hair of the boy. She's like, Jules, it's okay. It's okay, Jules, and kind of pulls him in. The other doors, you open it, a familiar sight. Looks like there's 3 bodies in here. These bodies seem to be placed in here for some sort of storage for the time being. There is one figure you can see, what looks to be a man in his older years, half-elven in appearance. His features are a little sharper and a little more elven, but not fully. His hair is kind of dark brown, black to gray, and kind of salt and pepper on the sides, and he looks as disheveled as the woman you just uncovered.
But he's alive?
He's alive.
This is a personal question. Is there anyone alive in here right now?
I'm the only one.
Oh, well, we'll take it.
And I'm swinging the door open and coming into.
You get up and you can see now there's what looks to be a large claw gash across his midsection that might be infected.
It's only getting better.
Who are you?
Oh, that is a question. We're here to help. Come on out.
We're the rescue party.
Is there anyone else that you were with that's no longer with us in there?
I mean, he points back and says, I don't know most of these folks. I was just passing through. We were bringing some of our armor wares up to Zadash when we were waylaid on the road.
So you didn't get taken from Allfield?
Oh, we were taken on the way to Allfield. We were almost there. They hit us right as they were reaching the city. We hadn't have a chance.
You got hit on the way to the city, not in the raid on the city.
We were just arriving at Allfield when it hit.
Bad timing.
You're telling me.
Let's get you out here for a second.
The woman has come up once again to.
I have a place for these people to go. It's just up on the surface,
And they're safe there?
and they will be safe there.
We have a cart to get them back to Wallfield.
Well, the cart was just the thing I was needing. What say we hang out?
All of us together like a big party.
I have nothing else to do.
I like it.
So many new friends lately.
I am concerned that there are more further on in these tunnels, but I think you're right. We won't be any use to these people if we don't get them to safety first.
Exactly.
How far was that tunnel to the surface? We kind of cleared out this side.
Have we lost our way from, or at least the way that I know?
Yeah, that tunnel's not operational.
That tunnel's not operational. So we've got 2 ways out here.
I
see.
This way, which appears to go deeper into the mine, which, and this way, which backtracks where you guys come from.
Do we need
So
to escort
we're-
them, or can we
we're
just send
going-
them up to the surface?
You know what we could do if we want to check this cave for more people is that we could bring them up to the cart, and I could do that one spell that I have that would let me know down here if anything is happening up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if the little bell goes off in my head, then I know that either something's coming out.
Good bell, not the bad.
The good kind, yeah. And so we would know more or less, not 100% perfect, but pretty close. And then we could come back down here quickly and see if there's anyone else who needs help.
I think that's
How-
really smart.
How long is it going to take to just hike back the way we came?
Not very long, maybe 20 or so minutes back to the surface.
Let's do it.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Are we gonna
We
leave
saved the kid.
leave some folks down here? To
No.
what if they
We should
repopulate all of these rooms that we've already
We should
cleared?
move together. There's no point in leaving just a few.
But if you leave your alarm up here,
Well, I was thinking about getting them out to safety outside,
Yeah,
and if
let's
anything
do that.
leaves the mine, we'll know towards them.
That's fair then. Yeah. That's a good plan.
Let's do it.
I don't
like this plan.
this plan at all.
Let's do
What
it.
if someone what if one of the gnomes wanders into this room and sees 5 of his dead brothers?
Oh, let's throw him down the hole.
And they're kicking him right. I'm kicking him right in the hole.
One after another, you take the remainders of the previous battle and rolling them into the hole in the center.
Good call.
Okay.
Now they
was a
look
very
like
good
they all
idea.
just left
Well,
and had some...
there's a whole other room with dead bodies in it that we also caused, and also ball bearings.
People die all the time.
You know, sometimes accidents happen.
With ball bearings.
We'll be coming right back down. We just need to get them to
Like
safety.
20 minutes.
People don't bear balls all the time, but I think it's a reasonable risk at this point in time.
Plus, we could take a short rest up top while we're getting them folks to safety.
All right.
I like this plan.
Are there
It's a
any
good
other
plan.
boxes or things to search down here before we get out?
You can search if you want to.
Yeah, let's
anything-
search around
Oh
the
my god,
room.
I start. I crack boxes like it's fucking Zelda.
Quietly, maybe.
Quiet, quiet,
One inch
sorry.
punch.
Can I try carrying a couple? How many dead bodies do you think I could carry?
You could drag 2,
I'll take a couple as well.
Yeah.
because you're pretty strong. You could
Yeah.
like, drag 2 behind
Okay,
you.
I'm gonna try to drag some of
Everyone
the
else can
dead
take 1
out.
each, I think, based on their
Okay.
strength. You can
Over
take
my shoulder.
none.
Yes, my
I look them
dragging
up
days are
over
over.
my shoulder.
And we're going to look around, see if there's anything of interest.
All right, so 2 of you can make investigation checks on this.
Oh,
one. So
yes,
who's
I
helping
will
this?
help you look because I have a
All
very
right, so
keen eye.
advantage for you.
You?
Yeah.
You need glasses though.
No, I have a very. Trust me.
He's
I mean, I could
nearsighted?
roll for shit,
Oh,
but
nearsighted.
Yeah.
Watch, big fat.
no, it's okay.
Oh, good.
But you have advantage.
Do I have advantage?
If
Because he's
he's
assisting
if he's
you.
assisting you,
Yeah.
That's a little better. That is, it's good. That's in 15.
Okay.
You know, for level 3.
Not bad.
15. 15.
Great.
All right.
Have a tiefling.
In a quick glance through, a lot of it appears to be, pickaxes, shovels. Most in here seems to be tools, and anything of worth has been ravaged or taken. You find a few bits of what look to be rotted meat of indeterminate origin that you immediately shrink away from.
No, actually, I'm going to scoop up some of those pieces of rotted meat and put them in my pockets.
Okay, there you go.
You can't smell it.
No, it smells good to me.
Could be good bait later.
That's why I'm taking it.
All right.
Any baubles or little doodads?
Nothing in this chamber, unfortunately.
That's all right.
This one has either been picked clean or didn't contain anything of immediate worth in the process.
Oh, I don't care about work.
I mean, there are plenty of bodies you could rummage through if you wanted to. but-
Anything,
As we're like walking them, not just like going through the pockets.
anything explosive.
You can make an investigation check if you'd like.
All right. And how would I do that?
Then roll a d20 and add your investigation skill bonus.
It's there by alphabetical order. Good roll.
+1.
Yeah, 15 for him.
15 as well. All right. So, as you guys, not in this chamber in particular, but as you guys are going through the other tunnel, you glance over in what looks to be one of the overturned boxes, and you find another familiar object, one of which you had used previously. Another singular stick with a long explosive wick on the end. So you have another piece with you.
Gingerly, I take it up.
All right.
You should be careful with that. Those can make big booms.
This ain't my first rodeo, baby. Thank you.
As he says that and turns, you watch as the small black hummingbird perches on his shoulder as he continues to walk with it.
Got a frumpkin too.
I'm just dragging the bodies, going, Duchess Stacy, please come over to me. Duchess Stacy. Grand Duchess Stacy.
We make our way back up to the top.
All right. You guys, have you all... You can't make stealth checks, dragging bodies. Who's carrying... How many bodies are you bringing back with you?
One.
One. All right, so it's 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay.
I will go ahead of the party to just sort of run
All right,
point.
make a perception check for me.
11.
Okay. You guys carefully make your way back up through, trying not to drag the bodies over heavy bumps or rocks. Eventually making your way out of the main entranceway, which you notice a trap that you had definitely avoided multiple times, getting people in and out of a large tree trunk that had been suspended in the roof to swing down when triggered, had been triggered and is now hanging there. Apparently somebody made an unfortunate mistake making their way through. But you all eventually find your way out into the daylight once more. You watch as the woman who's now introduced herself as Herma and the older half-elf man, Petrov, all kind of step out into the light, blinking, kind of bleary in the sudden influx of light. But as soon as you make it into the open sky, you can see like this breath of relief wash over both of them, and the young boy is now starting to come to consciousness again. Kind of goes like, Mom? At which point, shh, it's okay. She looks up over towards Shikasta and just has more tears in her eyes and goes, thank you.
I helped too. I stabilized him. I stabilized him real good.
Thank you all so much. You lead them over towards, you can see through the hills here, that cluster around where this mine once was. Around the corner, there appears to be a shed that's been long abandoned and locked up. As you approach, you have been here previously.
I take my reed stick and rap on the door.
Is that you? The door opens, and there you can see emerging what appear to be 4 survivors also from Allfield that, with bright eyes, welcome the arrival of this strange traveler, as well as the 3 other survivors you've brought in. As they all begin, some of them begin to reunite with people that are familiar to them, people who live in Allfield and know each other. They begin to kind of just hold each other and kind of take a moment to relish in this renewed moment of life. Then they begin to pour over the bodies that have been recovered, and they begin to identify them to each other, and then sadness takes over. Then once those waves have passed, individually they begin to go up and thank you and kind of take your hand, and a few of them are like, anything I can give you, please just let me know. Thank you so much. It's a lot to have at once, and for many of you, an experience that is different and new. Take it as you will, however you wish to, but you also know time is of the essence, and not too much time can be spent on this.
I would say that I did not partake in any of that. As soon as we exited efficiently, I pulled out the silver thread, and I'm already doing my thing.
Okay.
While they do that.
All right.
I would say to the people inside, stay safe, stay here. And I look at everyone else and say, this isn't over.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
That's a badass motherfucker, I'm just saying.
I'm so about it.
I
It's
know.
like so
yeah,
cool.
#1 fan club.
Man.
Yes, we do not need a perception check.
All the bodies are placed in a small pile, and a large, heavy piece of canvas materials placed over them to hide them. The shed is closed and locked, and they all seem to feel, at least for the moment, comfort and safety in this space as you all begin to delve once more into the mines beneath the hills. I would like you all to make a stealth check, please, as you progress further in.
I could give somebody a blessing. Who's shitty at this? Blessing.
Thank you.
Ugh.
What am I doing?
I'll just
Roll a 20.
Roll the 20.
15.
25.
8.
With advantage?
Yeah.
Ah.
You brought me from a 4 to a 7.
Oh, Jesus.
All right. 17.
13.
18.
All right. Universally, you guys are all
Confetti.
confident in your ability to delve without being seen, even making up for those who maybe not have been a less bumbling experience
I
making your way.
stubbed my toe!
You make
see in the bloody dark.
You've got 9 more. You'll be fine.
you make your way back through the familiar tunnel, and you can now see the right tunnel, the one that you previously had seen the pitfall and decided not to head down into, is now a large cluster of rock and rubble.
That's where you came from.
Sweet shit show.
You progress down through the ritual area, carefully avoiding what you notice to be a scattering of metallic ball bearings across the floor. You see an altar with candles on it that have all burned down entirely, except for like a few tiny flickers. So is there any light source you guys are bringing down here with you? All right, so the balls of light now float as you progress, giving everyone who needs it sight. You head down into the familiar chamber where this last fray occurred, carefully avoiding the large hole in the ground. Following this is the only other exit from this chamber. you continue forward. Who's taking point, and what is the marching order, please?
Keep checking for traps, okay?
All right, that's a good idea.
Can I send the Grand Duchess?
You may.
Not getting over
The
that.
Grand Duchess and Frumpkin will be best of friends.
Do they like each other?
Stay away from my
Frumpkin was
stay away from my bird.
You know, it's funny because only about 30 minutes ago I also had a bird, but he was obliterated.
Oh, that's right.
It was very sad. I'll bring him back tomorrow, though.
Thanks for that.
Cheerful note.
He and I, we are like that.
Let's go.
All right, so
I feel like we're seeing more of Caleb's social awkwardness thing. From the outside, it's so good.
Everything I could have wanted.
So, as you take a moment to continue focusing, as you do through the vision of your bird, coast down through the tunnel before you to keep an eye out. Make a perception check for your bird, please. So roll a d20 and add 2 to it.
17.
17, nice. The bird's perception, not his perception. That's great. So, you watch as the tunnel descends at a moderate grade for about 80 to 100 feet before it levels off once more. Ahead, you see a set of rough stairs that rise for about 5 or 6 feet, leading to the remainder of the tunnel, and then curving to the left suddenly out of sight, slightly along this elevation. Right there, you have your bird kind of, and you can just see right as the stairs ascend and turn immediately, there is, looks to be the outer corner of a knoll that's there just waiting, kind of keeping watch. Do you want to send your bird in further to check out the rest of the room, or pull it back?
She's quick.
She's pretty quick.
I say move on.
All right.
Hey, it's really smart
Okay.
that he made a hummingbird. That's really fast.
It's very clever.
It's a pretty smart move, don't you think?
It's not a cat.
One that can see in the dark.
Yeah. I mean, it's really smart.
So as the Duchess moves further in up above the platform, the Duchess can see what looks to be another portion of the floor that has collapsed inward into another fallen pit that rests against the wall on the opposite side of where these stairs ascend. The tunnel curves to the left immediately where this hole is, kind of at the top, and where it continues down, there appears to be a large archway where there once was a set of double doors. The doors have been broken off the hinges and are not visible at current sight, but to each side of this frame you can see what looks to be 2 skeletal gnolls with bits of flesh and skin hanging off their bones and rib cage and snout, just sitting there like silent undead sentinels, just looking around.
Thank you so much. Come back to me, dear.
Charging back to the tunnel, back to your shoulder.
We have a friend about 100 feet away. He's by himself.
One guy?
But there's just the one. But we need, but beyond him, there's more to deal with. So I think we quietly take care of this gentleman first, and then we move on.
Do you see any other survivors?
Not yet.
Okay.
But there are 2 sentinels and they're guarding something.
Okay.
And I'm hoping that that's someone.
Perhaps we can create a little bit of a lure to bring that single fella closer to us, and we'll dispatch him quietly.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I reach in to the ball bearings that I have left, since I have about half, and I just take one and go, ting, 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 ting,
Down the grade? Okay. Ting, 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 ting. Eventually, you can no longer hear any noise the ball bearing makes as it continues out of your earshot.
I'm also going with the dancing lights. They're not leading the way. The closest one is actually 10 feet behind us, and like a choo-choo train back behind the group, so that it's just dim light for the 10, 20 or 30 feet ahead of us.
Right. Okay. Minute passes, 2 minutes. You don't see any indication that anything noticed or...
Ah, shit, he's stupid.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe he's sleeping.
Who's real good at dispatching in the quiet?
Not? Do you wanna...
Oh, don't make me do this again.
I'll tell you what, if you summon some courage, I'll come with you.
All right.
Could I give her some guidance?
You may if you're going to go ahead and try and stealth it.
Sure. What does that mean?
Just gives you a little bit of a goose, you know.
I just got a really good feeling about what you're about to do.
Uh-huh.
Like a really good feeling. Like the kind of feeling that'll put a big smile on your face, you know, take you back home, make you feel like, you know, there's a big
I'm not
feast
interested
waiting
in a
for you.
relationship right now.
Well, this isn't working at all. You know what? You know, the way that this is turning out, I feel like you could get all kinds of gold and silver thrown your way.
Yes, pretty things. Sure,
Yes, exactly.
Yes, absolutely. Let's give me something.
Oh, well, it's waiting for you just down the hall. All you've got to do is take care of a creature quietly and quickly.
I feel inspired.
All right, so to make your stealth check, you have to add a d4 to whatever you.
Okay.
And then I give you a blessing of the trickster for your stealth roll.
Okay. What does that do?
Hard. You get
nice.
advantage. Hard.
That's good. Thank God. Oh God.
Did you roll the same thing?
Nope, but not much better.
Shit.
8.
Oh, no bonus at all?
Good.
Nope.
Yep. Plus the d4.
18.
Plus the
Oh,
d4.
no, D4. Sorry, not a 4, a D4.
Not good.
Okay, 17.
17. Okay. So is it just not? Were you going as well?
He's coming too.
All right. So the two of you begin to make your way down the hall carefully, ever so carefully, about 60 or 70 feet towards the bottom, where you can both see the grade begin to turn up. Ford, you discover why you stopped hearing the ball bearing. Suddenly, you take a step and your foot just slides out from under you.
Oh shit.
And you try and catch yourself, and you manage to do so, but in doing so, you dislodge a rock that begins making more noise than the ball bearing did. At which point you hear.
Does it see us?
It's down below the grade and out of sight. The rock began to make its way down.
I screwed the pooch. I think y'all need to fucking join us.
Come back. Bring them.
We're
Bring them
not.
to
We
us.
can't hear you. You're fucking 60 feet ahead of us.
It was a really loud stage whisper.
I will tell them. All right. I'll point up the back to them, and I will bring out my little piece of fabric and wait, no, it's a piece of wire, and whisper into it and send a message to Caleb that we've been made. Stop making away from
Oh, verdammt. Okay, no, it didn't work. We're in trouble. They are coming. I think they're coming.
We go down the tunnel?
Come back to us, please. Not.
Or should we go to them?
I already sent that message.
Okay.
Are we
So-
sticking?
What did he say?
He said, "Come back to us," but I feel like we're already here. We should just. Oh God, what do we do?
I'm with you.
What does that mean?
Let's take them all. I feel like I've never felt you and me. Let's take them.
Why are all you big men making these weird speeches to me? All right, sure, I feel inspired again. I'll take a swig.
Okay, you take a heavy swig off of your flask. Thank you. And both wait carefully, kind of holding your action until just underneath you can see what emerges below the lowest part of the curving tunnel roof. An old snout begin to protrude past. You can see like the arrow already knocked within the longbow as it turns down, and just turns out and glances up the tunnel just to meet your guys' vision.
As soon as he fires, I will as well.
I will fire my. How far?
Right now it's about 30 feet below you.
Okay, yeah, I can make that shot.
All right, so go ahead and roll an attack.
Oh dear.
10.
That's.
But
Oh, me?
Yep.
15.
Just hits, misses.
It's a magic number.
And from my, could I say my bonus, I moved my hex over to him?
At this point, your hex is faded.
Fair enough.
since you guys had left before.
That's right. 20 up, 20 down. Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, had you guys taken a short rest while you're up there or not?
I was hoping so.
Oh, we did say we were going
But
to.
then that would like add another hour up there, wouldn't it?
Half an hour.
They would.
Short rest
It's up to you
an hour.
guys. I mean, it may or may not affect things.
I don't really get anything back on short rest,
I
but
do.
if you guys do.
I would get my key point back.
And I would get a spell back, yeah.
I think we should.
Back, but
Yeah.
An
We,
hour.
we
Yeah, we
rescued
get a
the
spell back,
survivors. Yeah, gave them a little moment to
I mean,
grieve.
there might
And,
be more survivors.
I know, but
We rescued some survivors.
yeah.
Okay.
Say yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
We took a rest.
All right. So before we jump into this,
Yeah.
if you guys, we'll say you took
Can
the
I
short
roll
rest,
hit
which is an
points?
hour, so you guys can use your hit dice. You haven't taken any damage, Costa, so you don't have to worry about it.
Okay. No, but I was just thinking about because I did use the thunder wave.
It does not come back on a short rest.
That does
unfortunately.
not come back. Okay.
Yeah. It's a long rest for you.
I only had to use one.
Yeah.
Is there a way to track hit dice in D&D Beyond?
Yes, under hit points.
Yeah.
You
When you do
just
short
hit
rest,
your,
it'll pop up the number of hit dice you have.
Hit the short. Yeah. No, it's
Under short rest. Not.
Under
yeah,
short
under
rest.
short rest, not hit.
Okay.
Alrighty.
But yeah.
So, with that the case, you guys have taken a rest, but now back to the current moment. You both fired. You missed. You succeeded to hit. Go ahead and roll your damage on that.
Oh, thank you. 1d10 plus. That is a 10 plus 4, 14.
14 points of damage. Alrighty. So as it looks up and gets hit in the snout, and it looks back up, you can see the black charred exterior of its face. One of its eyes is now ruined, and it kind of its tongue's kind of dangling out, and you can see like blood and slobber across the front of its chest as it looks up and gets ready to release its bow strike at you. Since you made the hit, that's going to be that's a 23 to hit.
Oh, that definitely hits.
Natural 18. You take, and that's an 8 on the die. That is 10 points of piercing damage to you.
Damn! Yes.
Alrighty.
I was kind of watching this. I was going to head down this
Right.
direction.
Well, at this point, you guys have now, begun to head down.
Yeah.
So you guys head down. It's going to take the better part of the turn to get to where they are, unfortunately, because you guys were waiting at the very top. So as soon as you see the lights go off suddenly, and the impact of like the spell from him, and hear the snarling in the distance, you guys begin to make a full beeline, and it takes you the full like dash and then full movement to even get beside your guys' allies. At which point, you guys get another round, as well as the Knoll. So go ahead and make your attacks.
All right.
Do it. You can do it.
I can do it.
Hell yeah.
Sure. 18 to
18
hit.
hits?
21.
Hits. All right, roll damage. No sneak attack, unfortunately.
5.
All right. Damage on you?
My bonus action, I'll cast Hex as well. Just 5 points of
Now,
necrotic.
is my guidance still helping at all?
The guidance only helps for like the next 6 seconds, so it helped him with his stealth check originally. But you can do it whenever you want to as an action.
8 points of damage, 5 necrotic for 13 total.
All right, you watch as the Knoll, pulling back its arrows, about to give out a large billowing cry, kind of makes a large inhale as it pulls back a second arrow, and then both of you slam into it and watch as it just falls to the ground, dropping its weapons that clatter against the stonework. It's no longer moving as you guys just catch
past
up.
them right as they do it and cut its ears off.
I'm opening up the jar. There we are. Okay.
Pull it back into the tunnel.
Okay, and I did that.
Okay, you drag it back in. While you're down there, make a perception check, please.
Her forearms?
Both
That was
arms?
amazing.
Just like
If you're helping her, yeah, probably.
Just baseball bats with arms.
15?
13.
You know,
Okay. As you rush down and grab the body, you glance up and you can see, whereas previously he described there was the singular Knoll and the 2 other skeletal ones on the opposite side, it appears that since it was given some indication of nearby sounds and it made that brief call before it began to approach, there are a few more Knolls that have appeared at the top platform just above where the stairs crest.
Do they see us?
you pull them back in town.
No, they do not at the moment, but only because they're not looking in your direction. As soon as you see it, you immediately drag the body out of the way. I would like you both to make a stealth check to try and quietly drag the body back.
16.
20.
You both don't drag it. You both grab an arm and a leg and very painfully lift it up without making any sound and pull it just out of range, up the grade, out of view as you watch as one of the Knolls turns its face in your direction, just barely passing, seeing you guys yank it out of sight.
Guys out there.
You saw 3 visually up there.
I saw 3 visual.
Fucking found the ball bearing. Fucking bow and her ball bearing.
Drop a ball bearing down here.
To give you perspective on this, just because it looks like we're going that direction.
Oh god, this means that this is
Like motion simulator ride. Whoa!
Fun fact: Matt's house is actually made of dwarven boards.
At this point,
It's true.
Every wall, the kitchen,
That'd be amazing.
it's just dwarven boards all the way through.
This one.
You haven't lived to slept on dwarven boards.
you now see
Or if it's on
looks to be-
razors. No.
Critical roll.
Oh god, we gotta stop.
Oh man, I know this
it
has to end.
ends up here.
This has to end.
So this leads into the grade that heads up at an angle here where you guys originally shot the knoll and dragged him out of the way.
That's cool.
And we're down that way?
You guys are over
this
you're up in the tunnel here. It angles down there, and this is
They're all
working up.
staring in that direction now.
Oh no,
They have
no.
ears.
They're coming.
So
It looked like they were about to look in this direction, but they weren't quite looking in that direction when we dragged the body up.
Okay.
Very good. So they're not excited.
they haven't noticed
We're that
anything
way,
yet.
right?
You guys are up in this way, and this is the layout here.
What do we do?
Should I could do
Don't do anything yet. We have to figure out what we're doing.
Well, what I was meaning is I mean it simply as a strategy.
Oh.
Should we use something to distract them since they're already not looking our way, so that we can get maybe a few shots at their back? So
Can you
maybe
send the Grand Duchess in?
I absolutely will. Can we start there?
You may, yeah.
Yeah. Let's find a safe perch, my dear.
All right. And the Grand Duchess makes her way down to the tunnel up. Let's see if they see
Is she
her.
really royalty?
That's what she told me.
Did she used to be a person and you shrunk her down?
Okay.
No, she is who she is, baby.
She's
Just like you.
past and over, and there is one perch up on the side of the wall, right above where this large pit is on the opposite end, and she perches right over the side. You watch as 2 of the gnolls are still kind of like, and one of them begins to like look over at the table on the side and kind of look underneath for any possible source of the noise earlier. One of them kind of glances over its shoulder as the Duchess enters. Begins to pull an arrow out of the quiver.
Come back to me, baby. Thaumaturgy.
Oh no, it's
All right.
on.
Do it.
Thaumaturgy. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna push a bonus action just before this happens. I'm gonna activate the second sword.
Okay. So you go ahead and
What do I
reduce your
also
max hit
roll
points.
to maintain concentration because he hit me after I cast Hex.
Yes,
I forgot
good.
to do that.
Yes, please.
What is-
Constitution saving throw.
Oh no. Yeah, that's a 6.
6? No, it's a failure.
All right.
You lose hex. Sorry, buddy.
No.
Gotta be honest with you.
You get to add your bonus.
Thaumaturgy. I say. Can I brighten the room to the? How dark is it in here?
It's pitch black aside from the globes of light that he has. So there's nothing to make brighter in there.
So it's bright behind us, but not in front of us so much.
Let's see. Then if it's so
You can shake the ground though.
Make noise.
yes. Let's shake the ground so what? However well he thinks he can aim takes him off kilter.
Okay. For that instance, go ahead and make a standard wisdom check for me.
Wisdom check. All right.
So I roll a d20. Add your wisdom modifier. So I think it's
19.
Oh, it's a 19
Okay.
natural roll.
So as you feel the Duchess return to you, and just past the vision, as the Duchess passes over, you can hear the sound of the fingers gliding across the bowstring. You can hear the creak of the wood as it's pulled back, and you know exactly what that sound means as you see through the Duchess's eyes. With that, you focus on the ground below and cause it to quake somewhat.
If only we could all see through the
Rolled
Duchess's
a
eyes.
natural 5 with a +4. So with that shaking, it causes and it's very localized in the area. The knoll kind of like, as it does so, it releases the arrow and just whips past and shatters across the rock. That just returns to your shoulder.
Well, now I'm pissed.
Do they know we're here now?
That I mean that he saw the bird come back this way, so maybe that.
Or it's just a bird.
It's just a bird at this point.
He might have even thought it was a bat.
Should we all turn into birds and confuse him?
Do you know how to do that?
I could try.
I could try.
Let's try later. Why don't we do things we've done before?
Alright, so what are you guys doing?
Are we doing this?
Let's fucking go.
We're just gonna go in. This doesn't seem very smart. I don't know.
I rub her head and I give her a little blessing. Don't you worry. You just keep hiding
what is
whenever
this
you
blessing?
need to. He gives you advantage on stealth checks.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Alright, so if this is the case,
Do we
what are
do
you guys
like a
doing?
surprise round? Can we like?
No, they know we're here.
What is it?
No, they
No,
don't
they-
know we're here.
Yeah,
they don't
might
know
just
we're
think
here.
it's a
Yeah.
bird.
They might
Or
just
like
think
an earthquake.
They're-
We're in a shaft. Things shake a lot.
They're aware of something in the vicinity. The first Noel announced that there is something fishy. They don't know what it is or where you are,
They're
but
on
they're
guard.
they're on guard. They're alert.
Right.
Surprised is like a condition,
Yeah.
like poison, and they are now know something
Not
is.
surprised.
They are alert.
If I used sacred flame on one, then because if it's dark in there and one of them bursts into flames, wouldn't they all kind of look in that direction?
It's possible.
Let's try
I
that.
could sacred flame him at the exact same time. And
While
then he
we're
could
waiting,
get
can I
the
cast
sacred flame
Armor of
on us.
Agathis on myself?
You may.
I like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Or
like
I,
the coolest
or I
fucking
could
spell,
spell
dude.
I pull the moisture out of the air and it just forms a frost all over me.
Ooh, it's got like a little moss on it from the cave.
Yeah,
As you're having this conversation, you turn back and you watch as Ford, the rather handsome-looking half-orc, finishes like muttering something under his breath, and you watch as the shadows coalesce into this like dark, cold, icy armor that shatter into bits of shards around the exterior of his leather armor. You watch as the mist kind of rises off of it.
Everybody, chill.
Oh, you ruined it. It was so good.
It wasn't cool when Arnold said it.
Wait.
No,
Everybody, be cool.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna blow
Stay
my
frosty.
sigil out so I'm prepared for actual in.
God, you're like a dare counselor.
I've got both glow sticks going. I'm ready for this.
Okay, this guy's moved forward to here. This guy's moved forward to there. And they're just in the process of kind of searching the area, looking down the tunnel.
The orange one, the gray one, or the black one?
Did we see those other ones over there?
We can't see
You
them.
saw them.
I saw them.
Yeah, the skeletal ones.
That's what I thought. I thought my baby saw them. So I think we need to get those fellows to turn back and look at those fellows.
Well, we can't see those guys to sacred flame them.
I can't see him anymore.
Well, not you guys are kind of up in this tunnel right now.
So
yeah,
now
you have to
she's
send Duchess
gone.
back in to see. Yeah.
Isn't that always the way? All right.
We could get the one in the back, and then the other two might look at him.
I think that's a great idea,
Okay,
darling.
let's do it.
Can I say, I changed my mind every about 5 minutes whether this group was a good idea or a terrible idea,
Right.
and I'm listening to these chuckleheads talk to each other, and I'm waiting to cast blur on myself when it looks like everybody's going to do something, but I'm waiting until the last minute.
Okay.
Of course. Okay, good for you. You get a donut for you.
Sacred flame on the
At the
gentleman in
same
blue.
time, I see his little reeds flick. I'm going to swirl my sickle around and cast all to death.
All right, on this guy there.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So as you guys slowly bring your way to the base, which in order to get you in the space where you can see them, that would put both of you rushing right down to the base in that area. If I can get a marching order of to where the rest of you are, by the way.
Hey, I'll be in the back.
I'll put you there.
I'll take the front.
Let's take a line of the three of us at least.
Yep.
Sure.
I'm good with that.
Front.
All right. So you guys rush forward.
Frontliners.
Take the line just as they.
Lineman.
Lineman.
I'll be back with Caleb.
Alrighty.
Yeah. I knew what that meant.
You want to be a guard or a tackle?
Put you
Oh.
there.
Tackle.
All
But
right.
I'm probably a guard.
So, as you all rush in below, you both release Sacred Flame and Toll the Dead on the guy in the blue. All right. So, that's a wisdom saving throw for Sacred Flame, I believe it is.
It's a deck save for Sacred Flame and a wisdom save for Toll the Dead.
That's it. So, wisdom save for you. That's a 13.
13.
Yeah, so that succeeds. Sorry. And for you, it's 13 as well, I believe, for your DC. That is a 5. Yes. So,
Nice.
You couldn't have rolled that for me?
Drink it all.
Yo, what was that?
so
What was
angry.
that?
It's all.
All right.
It's Crystal Pepsi.
All right, so
A really black Crystal Pepsi.
Original run.
all right, so that puts so roll damage for the Sacred Flame, which should be. Oh, what's the damage in the spell? It says.
The damage on the Sacred Flame is 1d. The spell's damage increases by 1d8 when you.
Yeah, so it's 1d8. So go ahead and roll 1d8 radiant damage.
1d8 is
That's
this thing.
On
Yes,
DM,
yes.
I would say if I saw them move, I would
1.
pull the rip.
One, that's okay.
That's all right. So
It's okay, it was for visual anyway.
It was. That's true. That's true. I really just
you watch as
wanted
the light bursts in, and so
I've pulled the ripcord on Blur if they're doing
yeah.
that.
So now, so you cast Blur. That all happens in a quick instant as they rushed forward and you guys got caught up. Now we're rolling initiative.
Yeah.
Let's get this.
There
Son of
is,
a fuck.
a vision of me before me and also behind me, flickering in and out of view.
25 to 20. 25 to 20. Anybody?
20.
Alrighty.
A real
Nice.
initiative roll. That's
All right. 20 to 15.
Nobody got
You
20
hear
to
on the
15.
wind.
All right. That puts the Knolls
Wow.
at the
Nobody got 20 to 15.
No.
Can I call you Shaq?
15 to 10.
No.
14.
10.
11.
All right.
Molly, not a jester.
Small forward.
Wait, what did
Jester,
it?
then. Jester, you got 10, you said?
I got 10.
Yeah, so not the Jester.
wow, really?
Boy.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
you guys are
10 to 5.
17.
8.
There we go.
8.
All right, so the skeleton Knolls are.
Caleb's before Bo.
Zeb.
No, what's the 7?
16 is 7.
No, I am.
I'll roll.
7 is.
Bo, what'd you get?
Determinants. 7.
Bo, what'd you get?
I rolled a 9.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Bo's.
5 plus 4.
Alrighty. And then,
9.
I'll roll the 3.
Oh.
alrighty.
I'm
So,
for Caleb.
as the Knolls are all kind of clumping together, preparing for your onslaught right at the edge of the hole with the furniture on the opposite side there, the two skeleton Knolls are getting ready to rush into the fray. Top of the combat round is Shikasta. You're up.
Let's see. Frostbite.
Okay. Against which one?
Let's see. First of all, they burst into flames. This gentleman burst into flames, and when that happened, what did these how did these
The two
gentlemen
of the Knolls
react?
like glance over to the side and then look towards the tunnel where you guys were. It didn't seem like it was much of a distraction for them, unfortunately, in the
Right
moment.
as we all ran in.
Yeah, essentially.
Right.
Unfortunately, it wasn't a sourceless cluster
sure.
as you guys all made your way to the base.
All right, then. I say the one closest to us, I will hit with frostbite.
All right, would that be that one there?
That would be that fella.
All right, go for it. So that's you get it's frostbite. He has to roll against your DC, so I roll it for you. That is natural 1. So go ahead and roll damage on that.
All right. Now, is the diamond?
It should be a D8 for that one as well.
Yeah. Spell that increases with it. Wait. By 1d6.
Okay, so it'd be D6. I'm pretty sure it's a D6 for the cantrip.
1d6.
Go for it.
Yeah.
That is that one, yeah.
All right.
You got it.
C6. 3.
A 3.
All right, so 3 points of cold damage to him, and he has disadvantage on his next attack roll. You watch as suddenly a similar cold to what you saw coalesced around the armor of Ford. This time it's attacking and freezing inward, and you watch the Knoll kind of and it's shaking briefly. You watch as its muscles are beginning to slow down and become sluggish. Do you want to move, or are you going to stay where you're put?
Let's see. Actually, I feel pretty good right behind these fellows.
All right, so you stay there. That ends your turn. The Knolls will now go. The 3 of them are going to begin to back away, and they're all going to take strikes with their bow.
Ranged attackers.
So they all pull out their arrows and each are going to make a strike. The one you just frostbite is going to attack you. It has disadvantage.
Yeah. Guys, let's all cluster up at the bottom of the stairs.
Great.
All right.
Yeah.
Yep. So it was a 3 and a 2 with disadvantage. So no, that misses you entirely. You just kind of. It actually gets kind of partially caught in the throat and makes its way through the back.
Oh man, I've got beads in that thing, baby.
But
Be careful.
missed them all, thankfully. All right, the next attack is going to be, let's see, the front is going to be against Bo, and then one's going to be against Molly. So you guys are the most visually impressive, the front row, color-wise. You kind of blend into the surroundings a little bit comparatively. So against Molly, Yeah, make an art roll. That is a 6.
I just catch it in the spin.
Just kind of grinded toothpicks. And the one versus you, Bo, that is a 14.
Missed.
Steps out of the way. All right.
Devil sticks?
That is their turn.
I think that's what. Yeah. I seem to remember
Alrighty,
them.
Molly, you're up.
God damn it. All right, I'm going to hop up and move to the left. I'm actually not even going to use the real stairs. I'm going to just sort of like get to the side up on that barrel over there.
So
To the
there?
Yeah, and just sort of just use a vicious mockery on the
like-
one closest
It's
to
a
us.
15 on the saving throw.
So he's fine.
So he's fine, unfortunately.
Tug.
You can keep using your movement if you want, or you can stay put.
I'm going to I'm gonna just maybe get to the well no I'm gonna stay back because
Okay,
I'm
you're staying back?
I'm gonna let other people come a little further.
Okay. Ending your turn, Molly? It's not. You're up.
Oh, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. I'm just gonna cut through the front and go as far up the stairs as I can go.
30. You can
Careful. Take one shot at the one who's looks frosty.
That's that guy there.
Yeah.
Make the attack.
Oh boy, 12.
12. It does hit.
Oh.
And then splinters off the armor, off the ice in particular.
Oh. And I will bonus action just go right back to where I was.
Rush back down. All right, that finishes your turn out. Jester, you're up.
Excuse me.
Okay, I'm going to move forward. Up to the other side. Like, yeah, can I see them?
You can see them.
You know what? Fuck it. Should I do this?
Always.
Fuck it, I'm just gonna climb up the stairs. Climb up the stairs.
25, 30.
Hello,
you can get up there.
And then I'm going to invoke duplicity.
All right. Where's it going to appear?
It's going to appear next to the yeah, right there.
Right there?
And she's
All
gonna be
right.
like,
The one just... All right. Seems immediately confused by the appearance of two jesters in proximity.
Nice.
All right, that's your action. That's your go.
yeah, and then
All
for my can I use my movement to like kind of crouch behind this table?
No, that's as far as you can get with your movement, unfortunately.
Okie dokie.
Bonus action?
I mean,
Oh no, you don't.
Not really. All right, ending Jester's turn. These two guys come into play. This one rushes up and swings at the illusory Jester. Passes through, no effect. This one's gonna 5, 6. It does not have a ranged attack, so instead it's going to rush forward and engage with you right there.
okay.
Oh boy.
All right, so that's now Bo's go.
Okay.
that one.
How is it dark in here? How dark?
It is dark. You currently there's a little bit of light that you have.
The closest globule is 10 feet behind
Yeah.
us.
So you're seeing kind of action happen in the head, and you're like, don't have a
Okay.
good beat. You can still do things, but you're considered blind, so you have disadvantage on any attacks that you make.
Can I run up to the guy that just came up to Jester and just wait till that light comes up from Caleb?
Yeah, you can hold your action
Hold
if you
that
want.
attack.
Okay. All right, so you're holding your action to something. So you rush up, and you can just see like the outer glimmers of bits of bone, and its body moving as it rushes into Harry Jester.
When I hold my action, can I also hold my bonus action with
No,
that?
only your action, unfortunately.
So can I go ahead and use my bonus action to spend a key point and do patient defense?
You can.
Let's do that.
So you go into a defensive
Yeah.
position there. All
But I
righty.
can still attack when it comes.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Alrighty. That ends your turn. Caleb, you're up.
Okay, my choo-choo train of globules of light just go and float over all our heads.
Lighting up the vicinity here.
Yeah, I'm already falling into a routine with my other human friend here, because I know that she's a badass, but not without light. So the globules pass her and curve to the left a little bit, and one floats just above her head.
Okay.
The last one.
So
Perfect.
And as soon as it
train.
comes around me, I'm gonna take and kind of use this staff with the light as it comes and crack it down over top of his head.
Go for it.
Natural 20! And I rolled an 8 on my die! Max all the way around! So that's 16 plus 4. I'm not gonna touch you right now.
Oh,
I'm
I don't mind. Here, do the elbow.
There we go, hit the
you go.
elbow. 20!
All right. So as the light emerges above, you kind of leap into the air, swing the staff, bring it straight down. As
And
it
having
does,
the light following behind me as it run up.
it splinters the skeleton into pieces all around its entire body, just crushes and collapses to the ground, scattered
Good for
across.
Jester.
Fuck yeah.
Anastasia, did you just see that?
All right, Caleb, rest of your turn.
That was it.
right.
No, I'm staying where the hell I am.
Here we are. All right, that finishes your go. The light is in the room. At the end of Caleb's turn, that is now Ford.
I'll move up 15 feet. Sorry, I
Alright.
apologize. Entschuldigung.
15. There you go.
Yeah, I'll come up the stairs so I can get a line of sight on any of those motherfuckers.
75.
25. There, 30.
Actually, I'll be behind Bo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bow right there.
There we go.
Great.
And I'll
I
use
kind of hug the wall, let Ford do his thing.
I'll put you right there.
Yeah.
We'll just lean you.
come through.
You're there. Oh, excuse me. Oh, yeah, there we are.
Elder's Blast.
Kind of getting below her legs.
Yeah.
Which one are you shooting at?
The closest one.
All right, so that's the one that's been frost.
Yeah,
So go for it.
Only 14.
14 for against him does not hit.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it manages to strike what looks to be some sort of shield on the side that shatters, kind of bolted to its forearm. It pulls it up just in time to deflect the Eldritch Blast. It cracks the shield and does damage to its exterior, but no wound to the actual null. All right,
my turn.
That finishes Ford. Top of the round, you hear this like.
Oh no, it's the general.
And watch as an armored gnoll back of the chamber.
No, Washington!
We are outgunned.
One! Outnumbered and crossbow. All right, so as the Pack Lord approaches, kind of cackling at the sight of you, you see like a look of recognition on its eyes as it pulls back its long bow and is going to go ahead and fire immediately at. Well, first I'm going to see. It does see through the illusion, so it does not fire for the fake. Just however, it does fire for you. The actual.
I'm going to use Blood Maledict.
You currently do not have visual.
not have visual?
Not in your current position. Nope.
Okay, damn it. All right, fine.
So there's an attack on you with the longbow. That is going to be a 15.
Doesn't hit me.
Doesn't hit you.
17.
17.
Put my shield up.
It splinters across the shield, no impact. All right, that's going to end its go. We're now at the top of the round. All right, it's your turn, Shikasta.
Aid. I think, I don't know, this big guy's got me worried. This may take a little time. Nobody seems to be able to hit shit right now.
Welcome to the game.
Yeah, so I say myself and my two brave warriors who are so far frontal, Mrs. and Mrs.?
Yeah.
Let's all take aid. I will, and so will they.
Alrighty.
What is age?
So eight is that second level?
8 is second level, yeah.
All right, so I believe you both get 5 additional hit points to your max and 5 hit points. So, yeah, so the 3 of you, your max hit points go up by 5.
Oh, nice.
And you gain 5 hit points on top of that. So.
I just turn to Shikasta and I say, "Are you like a motivational speaker or something?"
I pack
It's
them
not
in
temporary.
in the Menagerie Coast, baby.
It's max hit points.
Override max. We got it. And there, it's already at 30.
All right, so as you feel this sudden burst of physical hardiness surge within, this kind of warm glow in your belly that helps stir you up to the future of physical impact and damage. That's your action. Do you want to move it on your turn?
Sure. You know what? I think I'll move up a few feet, and I'll also take Anastasia and put her a little further forward, but at a safe distance from these people.
All right, like this direction or this direction?
Actually, yes, yeah. Closer to me. Yeah, there we go.
All right, so put Anastasia kind of perching on the wall there, looking that way.
I like it.
Okay. So that ends your turn. It's now the Knoll's go. All right, this one is going to go ahead and rush forward towards you. The skeleton one's going to rush forward towards Jester. This one's going to stay back and continue to fire at Bo. It's going to go ahead and take a step back there. This one's going to stay where it is and take a shot at Bo as well. So we have one gnoll. It's attacking you with a spear. That is, that's a 12.
Yeah.
So you just deflect it with your sickle, which you've unhooked from earlier. Just kind of grab it and off to the side, parrying it. The skeletal witherling rushes up and is going to attempt to strike at you with a bite. Actually, it's going to like lash out with its horrible bony maw. That is going to be a 10. You actually pull the shield up behind him, and ting! You watch his teeth kind of shatter and break and fly off around the exterior of the shield.
Like, I'm doing you.
Good job.
As you're doing that, good job. You look back just as 2 arrows go flying towards you from the 2 other gnolls. They both have disadvantage, I believe, right? Because you took your defense damage.
Ancient defense.
All right, which is good because that would have been a 20 and an 11.
Miss.
So it's the first attack. I rolled a 20 and 11, and you dodge out of the way. The second one is going to be it's a 21 and a 22.
Hit.
So that hits.
See if I
So
can
you
catch
take
another arrow.
6 points of piercing damage.
Okay, I'm gonna do my deflect missile, and I'm gonna try
Reaction,
and
right.
I'm gonna try and kind of do like a frisbee catch in the air, kind of.
Okay, go ahead and roll your die.
It's D10, right? D10. Yeah. What was it? 6 damage.
6 damage, 6 piercing.
5 plus my 7, so yes.
All right, so the first arrow you dodge out of the way, and the second one you just see it coming out of the way. There's a brief moment where time seems to, when you just catch it right in the middle of your hand. It kind of pulls you back a little bit, and looking down, you can see the arrows there right in the middle of your grip.
We're so cool right now. Yeah.
You're welcome.
All right, that's going to end the Gnolls' go. Molly, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna let's try and run up the stairs towards the undead guy.
There you go.
And I'm gonna take a swing at him. And that's 14 to hit.
14 hits him.
Okay, that's
only a 12 armor class, so.
Wow. Okay, this is this might. Let's see what we do. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 points of damage.
11 points of damage is just what you needed. So your first strike, infused with the right, you streak down with your first blow, and your scimitar just carves through the upper part of its shoulder blade into its rib cage. As you do, you watch as whatever necrotic energy is holding its body together suddenly dissipates, and all the bones clatter to the ground in a pile.
I'm going to keep running to get to the other side of that other knoll. I'm going to try and
here?
I'm going to try and get, actually, if there's any way to, can I get all the way around him?
That was 10, 15, 20, you have 30. Yes, there is.
Yeah. So I don't know if this is helpful, but I'm going to take my second swing. That's 18 to hit.
That hits. Go roll damage.
And I don't get the bonus on this one.
You don't get the bonus to your wisdom, but you still have the right on that one.
That's 7, 8, 9, 10 points of damage.
10 points of damage on the other. So, using the momentum of that first strike, you continue running, and with a backward swipe, carve through the back of the other gnoll. It kind of arches its back with pain as you carve this giant wound across the back of its shoulder to about where the base of its spine is, and you can see blood beginning to flow from its wound, where the bits of the armor are separated, and you can see the fur kind of poking out from within the haphazard hide. I believe that ends your turn.
That ends my turn.
Alrighty, into Molly's turn. Now you're up.
That's my turn. No, I will. I'll run up behind Shikasta, and I'll peek around and fire at the frosty one right in front of Jester.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah, 24.
24 hits, and you do get sneak attack because it is currently
Engaged.
So engaged.
Engage.
12.
12 points of damage. It's already taken 11 from the rest of you, so that finishes it off. So you just wait for the moment where Jester kind of moves out of the way as it's pulling back, meaning to try and strike again with his spear, and take the shot and watches it hits right in the sternum and kind of pulls back its spear, and with its final thrust of momentum, just falls to the ground into a pile and is now kind of just bleeding out of its mouth as it's unconscious and dying on the ground.
I'm a really good fighter, you guys.
Bonus action, I will cast Mage Hand and just pull back the cloak around Shikasta's cloak just to see what's in his back pocket.
Can you cast it as a bonus action?
From another player, I swear, Red
You
will
can
hate
use it as a bonus
You
action.
cast it as an action, so you can't do that yet.
Then I will just do this with my hand.
Just like a hand check. I need you to go ahead and make a perception check.
Yes. 22.
So roll a d20, add your perception skill.
Go on, 20.
No, you don't notice it. What is it?
I'm just looking.
Yeah, what does he see kind of hanging off the back of your belt?
Anything off the belt in the back pocket?
Fancy, magic,
Oh
shiny.
gosh, what do I have back there?
What don't you have?
Yeah, what don't I have back there? Oh,
It's assless chaps!
he sees a pouch that's relatively full, I would say.
Okay, just hanging right there on the back of the belt.
Okay, good to know. Okay, that's my action.
That's your
my
action?
bonus action.
Alrighty, that finishes your turn, not Jester, you're up.
Okay. That went really well, so I'm going to run.
Oh God, there's 3 of them right there.
They're gonna
This
spread.
is-
They're gonna spread pretty soon.
I know, but
Right after you.
What am I gonna do?
what am I gonna do?
Okay, I'm going to run into. Oh no, that's
What do you
dumb.
do?
That's really dumb. I'm going to use my duplicate, and she's going to Toll the Dead.
To which one?
To the orange one.
Come on, Toll the Dead.
Toll the Dead.
One time.
Alrighty.
It's a wisdom saving throw.
Toll House.
Roll low.
Roll low.
It did, it rolled a 7.
There's a really loud gong.
And he takes 4 damage.
4 points of damage. Alright, and that was to which one of these two?
The orange one.
The orange one, okay. So both of them have been damaged now a little bit. You watch it go, shakes its head for a second, and it's getting to string another arrow. That finishes your turn.
Oh, had he not been damaged yet?
He had not been damaged before.
I shouldn't have rolled a 12. I should have rolled an 8.
Okay, then roll an 8.
6 damage.
Weirdly, more damage. Well, there you go. Now he's damaged. But good catch on that. All right, then any turn you want to move? Well, you moved your, as in bonus action. You
As a
can,
bonus action, I did that. So I'm gonna hop up on the table that I'm next to.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
All right, that's your turn. That brings us to, both of the skeletons have been destroyed. That'll bring us to Bo's turn.
All right, I'm going to kind of vault past every. Oh well, they all moved. Never mind. I'm just gonna run up right into the fray.
That's a little human. That's a.
Oh,
How
the
could you,
Duchess.
man?
Duchess.
I know, man.
That's
All right,
it.
5, 10, 15. To which one?
Right in between the orange guy and the gray guy.
All right, there you go.
And hit, and then I'll probably do my flurry of blows.
All right, go for it.
So I'm gonna run up. I'm gonna kind of just go for a rib shot with the bow, which is not. It's not a good roll. It's not great. 12.
12 does not hit. As you rush forward to swing with your first strike, the one that had been firing at you from for the previous round notices your approach, throws the longbow over the arm, and brings up the shield at the same motion, and just deflect the quick thrust of your staff.
Okay.
So you're doing flurry blows. You have 2 more attacks on it.
Yeah. I wonder if that's a good idea. Maybe I should. I'm gonna patient defense this again.
Okay. So the
I still have. Do I have a bonus attack? And then no.
no, you do that instead of your bonus attack.
Yep,
so you
I'm gonna
hit
do that.
once, it gets deflected, and then you spend your bonus action to patient
Patient
defense.
defense.
Okay.
That didn't go as well as I thought.
That's okay.
That's all right.
You've engaged them, which means they're less likely to use their bows.
That's true.
Alrighty. So that ends your turn, Caleb. You're up.
Yeah, I don't really have a clear view of what's going on, so I would, on this wall here, I would just inch, I don't know, 5 or 10 feet up the cave to see what's going on.
You get just about there where you
And I
can
see a gigantic knoll order, okay.
The one that you saw earlier in all field that you.
The big one. So I'm going to do what I did to him before, and I'm going to bring my hand once around, twice around, 3 times around, and cast Scorching Ray on that one only.
Alrighty.
So first is 17.
Come on, Caleb.
17 hits.
Come on. You did it!
Second one hits as well, and the third one also hits. So this is 4.
Those are the only 3 hits he's had all campaign.
Guys, I think Shakasta makes us better people. He makes us better.
That is a total of 20 of fire damage on it.
Fire damage. That's awesome. So as he turns the corner, the two gnolls back of the way, and kind of you see it standing there. It has its large two-handed glaive in its hand, its shield kind of slung over its shoulder, the bow over the other. You seeing this for the first time, you see this larger, muscular, more like dark-furred gnoll that looks like the leader of this cluster, this pack you see. The armor it has is like chunks of chainmail and hide armor that are patched together, where a number of what appears to be long, thin spines almost, like heavy bone-like spikes have been woven into it like a decoration that make it look extremely intimidating. And right as it kind of grins and gets its glaive ready, she gets blasted with 3 beams of burning arcane energy. As they hit an impact, he watches the flames kind of curl up and has to like pat it out with its giant hand. It took the hit like a champ, and it seems like it's hurt, but it's still doing pretty well.
20 points.
I wipe my arm down and just say, oh boy.
Is that your turn?
20 points. Yeah, that's done.
All right, that's a good round. All right, that finishes Caleb's turn. Ford, you're up.
Can I pick myself up out of my prone position there on the
Well, you're
stairs?
technically not prone.
I know, I was just
I'm
commenting
sorry.
on the way I was laying. Can I come up to the top of the stairs, just right there?
Yep.
Keeping some of my movement left, and can I cast Eldritch Blast at the gnoll that's standing in front of the big
Right
baddie?
there?
Yeah.
You may. Go ahead and roll the attack.
17.
That hits. Roll damage.
Nice. That plus 6. That's 8 points.
8 points of damage. Alrighty. That one, as it's knocking another arrow into its bow, takes the impact off the shoulder. It grazed it.
With my bonus action, can I cast Hexblade's Curse on the big motherfucker and say, come on, you sack of shit, come get me?
You may. All right, and we'll go ahead and mark him, the Hexblade's Curse, with this big old angry black circle to mark him as the target
Can
there.
I use the rest of my movement to go back down the stairs?
You may. All
Come
right.
get me, you coward.
That ends Ford's turn. Back to the combat round. It's now the Pack Lord's turn. The Pack Lord returns to this way.
No.
Attack of opportunity. Oh, no.
No.
It hasn't broken.
It kind of steps through the one and is going to turn this way and rear back for a giant kick.
Oh no!
It's going to make a shove attack against you.
That's not a pit, is it?
Yeah, that's a big old
I
hit.
thought they were stairs!
We can't see it.
I know!
We couldn't see that.
It's another poo hole.
I had no idea that was there.
Blood maledict
Leave the
to all
blocks
fuck.
off! Leave the blocks
Blood
off!
maledict to all
take them
fuck. And I'm
away.
using.
He already has disadvantage because
Oh,
of
he already has
defense.
disadvantage. All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
We can imagine that, Matt. We need the fear of God.
There we go. Oh, look at that.
Well, I have
It's
suddenly have many
21.
regrets.
Oh, God.
And 17. What's your armor class?
17.
Oh, shit! All right, so hold on.
Hit or not?
That hits. We'll see what the shove.
I think it's 5 feet unless it's stronger. Could be 10.
Let me see. There's a contested check. We haven't done the shove in a while here. I always have to check just to make sure.
Yeah, that back wall.
That back wall was-
perfectly
I
blocks
had-
We didn't
that
see it.
hole.
No idea.
I'm so sorry, guys. That's my bad.
Probably wouldn't even run up.
That's my bad.
You know, make believe.
It's
All right.
You're just
so-
gonna be great. Yeah, it's.
You got a staff, you can like jam it into
Yeah.
a thing
All
on
right,
the way down.
so he-
In like one
so-
more level, I get
Your-
the feather fall.
Your
That would've
Eldritch
been
Knight
nice.
is gonna be great.
Thank
Oh,
you.
actually, it doesn't have a roll. Like, it doesn't have a roll of attack against you technically, so that wouldn't have mattered. It's a contested athletics versus your
versus my strength, right?
athletics or acrobatics. Your choice.
Yeah, you
Okay,
get to pick
okay.
I'll take the acrobatics.
Come on, ninja. Come on,
Okay.
ninja.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
I will check real fast to see if your patient defense affects that at all. I'm not sure if it
Come on, fucking
does.
give her your energy, guys. What the fuck are you doing?
You don't want my energy. It's been bad. The more energy you give her, the
Yeah,
more.
does pay-
of
are you looking for
herself
patient
her
defense
fault
shit?
she can
Yeah, I didn't affect this roll, unfortunately. So it's a straight roll.
Okay, okay.
Nope.
Not for anything
So
on her.
it's a contested roll.
I'm already sick. It's fine. It's.
You got this. You got this.
Emanating is going to give her the flu.
Monk, 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 monk.
Make your
What'd you
natural
do?
20.
Oh!
Come look at the snitch right now.
That's so obvious.
You did this.
You can make this go away
I
at
died
any time.
on your head.
You can make this go away at any time.
Hide that.
So make your acrobatics check. It's not an automatic success.
Just roll a natural 20.
Oh my god! Pick the dice. Pick the dice that I use.
A natural 20?
It's a 23 total.
The
It only has a
big one?
+3 strength bonus. So
This is clearly a case of
I
the
don't-
husband favoring the wife.
I don't want to die. Oh, god damn it! That happened before.
it was almost an 18 and it went to a 4. So he shoves you, not actually with the shield, he'd pull back and just like Sparta kick you. And right as you turn to try and defend it, whack, hits you right in the sternum, and you get pushed back 5 feet, which puts you right on the edge. I need you to go ahead and make a dexterity check to try and catch yourself.
Come on,
Make a
dexterity.
what?
Dexterity saving throw.
Saving throw?
Which,
I'm good at this. I'm good at this.
hold on.
Don't.
Let me look at the dodge action here.
Yeah.
What?
We're not good at anything. Let's,
Yeah,
let's
'cause
stop
you did
pretending that we're
have,
good
you did
at
have
anything.
patient dodge going, right?
I had patient defense, but
It's against
it-
attack
it's-
rolls, but I feel like I just saw
I don't know if that's
something.
anything.
For dodge action,
Learning new things.
and you make dexterity saving throws with advantage, actually.
I do?
So you do. So roll with advantage.
Oh,
But it's a high DC. You have to beat I think with this and the impact that it hit you, you'd have to beat an 18. So go for it.
Okay.
Okay.
But you have
can
advantage.
do it.
You have advantage, and you have a good bonus.
So I have to roll at least a 12.
And you've already fallen off one cliff. You're not going to do it again.
That's 10, 11. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Please be better. Please be better.
It's the exact same thing. 2 11s.
You watch his bow slips, can't get a grip, and then falls and tumbles into the pit below.
Blind justice.
The pit is 6 feet deep.
All right. You take.
There's a rake on that. Can you grab it?
Look, there's a
Something on the way?
gradient. There's a gradient.
There's a gradient.
Busting
That's what she was
fingernails.
trying to grab as you fell back. That was the dexterity saving throw because it was a grade.
Okay, what?
So you suffer 11 points of bludgeoning damage, which is not bad. You fell 40 feet
Okay.
and landed on your back onto hard rocks and stones.
worse, although you were like
But now you are stuck
kind of
at
our
the bottom
tank.
of a
Yeah, and you broke your ankle.
It knocks the air out of me, so I'm going, good, guys. I'm real good.
Okay, okay.
All right.
11 points?
Did the aid I give help at all with that?
Yeah.
I mean, there was.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, right.
Hell yeah.
She's still alive.
Because I had, hang on.
So you had 5 more hit points
I
than you
mean, that
had before
extra
the
hit
battle
point
started.
makes a huge difference.
All right.
Yeah, half the fall vanished.
Alrighty.
That's good.
That's so mean.
Okay, that's something.
So that ends his go. Shikasta, you're up. You watch your bow just fall into this pit behind.
What a turnaround.
God. I could.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm okay.
There's an old man down in the
Yeah,
bottom
good
of
to
the
know.
pit.
Good to know. So let's see. I'm running out of spells. Let's see. Could we? I can't do these anymore because I
Well,
already
you can
did
do
this.
this a million times.
I can do this a
You
million
have 4
times.
first level spells per day you can cast in 2 seconds. So you've used 1 second level, so you have 1 left of those. And you've cast Thunder Wave before.
Yes.
So you still have 3 first level spells.
I still have 3 first level spells.
Correct. You can cast of any of those.
Let's see. Would it? Let's see. Would it be best to? Could I command the big guy?
You can try.
Certainly try.
Certainly try.
Absolutely, you could try. Absolutely.
What do you want to command him to do?
Or one of the smaller ones if you want a higher rate of success. Maybe.
Let's see.
Maybe get a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe. Yeah. Get a little bit closer in order to.
Not all the way. But
No. I mean, I can see him just fine.
Yeah, you can see him.
My eyes
The big guy.
60 feet of range on that. So.
Yeah. How close am I to him?
He's within range. He's
Yeah, I
about
would say
30 feet from you.
Looks about 30.
Let's see. And if I asked him to drop, or could I ask him to fall? Could I ask him to fall on his fellows?
You can't ask him to fall. I mean, you can't ask him to fall on somebody else's weapon. You could ask him to drop prone if you want
Yeah,
to.
you could say like lie down or drop your weapons, or it's a single word. So drop all everything in his hand. So you could
Right.
say lay,
Turn, jump.
yeah.
Just don't listen to
Yeah. Let's see.
You could say dance, and he would just start dancing.
The target doesn't move and takes no action. Oh, you know what? But drop.
that's-
But
Keep
Yeah,
going.
that's pretty good.
I say halt. I say we tell the big guy to halt. Not to mention, you know what? Halt is good because he's actually standing in front of his dudes as well. That'll give it, make it harder for them. to
Alrighty.
move.
So what do you say as Sir finishes kicking Bo into the pit and turns?
Halt is what I'll say. Halt.
It looks back towards you. See, the spell DC is 13 for you. That is a 2. It does not succeed. So you watch as it he just puts his weapons down for a second and just looks right at you, eyes wide, kind of confused as it turns its head.
He keeps his weapons in his hand though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just takes no action for his next
It
turn.
doesn't do
Okay,
anything.
that's cool.
It was, let's see, one round. Yeah, it was.
Okay, that's
good.
Yeah,
Do you wanna move it all?
Round. That's great.
Do you want to move? You stay where you are.
Let's see. I actually feel pretty good about where I am.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
So it's now the
I can
Knoll's
still
turn.
see everything, right?
Yeah.
Yep. These guys are going to go ahead and back up a little bit, and they're both going to take shots. One at Molly and one at Jester.
You don't know.
No.
Molly, that is a 16. What's your
It
bonus?
determines how the
Hits.
target behaves. If the
You
target,
take 4 points of piercing damage,
Nothing because it only lasts.
and then attacking against
Yeah.
you, Jester.
Yeah.
It's a natural 20. I'm sorry.
Could they tell it was my illusion right there?
They noticed earlier, unfortunately. That's okay. It's not too bad. That's 8 points of piercing damage.
Oh! I'm going to just take it.
Okay. All right. So that ends their turn. Molly, you're up first.
I'm going to rush around to the left of the big guy.
All right.
His left. I'm sorry, like right over here. Right in there. I'm going to take 2 shots and see what happens.
Go for it.
Do I have advantage or anything because he's not moving, or?
No, he just doesn't make action on his turn.
Can he not react either?
He can react, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
He can't take any actions or move on his turn.
All right. That hits. That's 23.
That hits. Roll damage.
I'll just roll damage on that. And he doesn't get the bonus, does he? I don't get
Oh, no, you
special
don't.
special
Not against
special powers against him. Oh, that's nice. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 points of damage.
13 points of damage in that first strike.
Yep.
All right, as you carve through the front. It's still like eyes locked on. It's eyes on Shikaste, just not looking away as you strike it.
Shot number 2 is 21 to hit.
That hits. Roll damage again for that one.
And that's 7 points of damage.
7 points of damage. All right.
And I'm going to try and see what happens if I disengage.
All right. So as you back away,
I'm going to back away towards me.
that way, it kind of sees you walk away and makes a strike towards you.
Does he try and make a strike?
He does.
I was
yes.
just curious.
That is a.
I was actually going to. I was gonna hit him if he's gonna try and hit me. I'm gonna hit him right back with the blood maledict.
Okay. All right. That'll give him disadvantage.
And I'm gonna use the full blood maledict, so I'm gonna take a little damage.
Alrighty.
Shit.
Yep. So that's I take my 3 points of damage. I start bleeding again from the neck.
As its eyes go black and you watch it begin to just bleed from the corners of its eyes.
Yes.
The second roll for that attack was a 3 plus 5. So yeah, it misses you. It's an 8.
And I'm gonna back up a little further just to get. Yeah.
Like over here?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Ending Molly's turn. Not you're up.
Oh boy.
Right up here, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah.
Because I want
One's
to
in
be away
sneaky
from that.
range. I'm gonna sort of just caress the little pouch a little bit, looking up to Caleb to see if he's looking at me at all.
I'm not, by the way.
Yes.
Trying to make good choices. I will leave the pouch and draw the hand crossbow and just run up a few stairs, and then I will crouch down on my knee and hold my attack until someone is within sneak attack range.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So you're holding that there. Ending your turn. Not Jester. You're up.
Okay. I'm going to run forward and attack him because he's not moving at all.
All right.
And he doesn't have a reaction, so you can back away now.
Sneak attack range.
Dude, command is clutch.
Yep. So go ahead and both of you guys make your attack. Or whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
All right.
23.
23 hits.
16.
16 also hits. Both of you guys roll damage.
Yeah.
16 hits
15.
15 points of damage.
4 points of damage.
How do you guys want to do this?
Yeah,
Currently held.
Jester, we've solved the mystery. It was him. He did it.
It was you.
He did it.
As you collide with the Null Pack Lord, as you release a bolt that strikes it in the throat.
We got 4 jokes this campaign.
You watch as the bolt just kind of sinks through one of the eyes as the sickle hits the other, and it tries to make one final thrust before the halt magic prevents it from doing so, and it kind of
80s horror movie.
and falls to the ground.
Dude, thank you for that. Because of that, I regain hit points equal to my warlock level plus my charisma modifier.
Oh, because you're a hexing?
What happened?
Really appreciate that.
That's awesome.
It was all
we
for
still
you,
got
Ford.
two.
Yeah, we do. Wait,
That was 'cause
what kind of weapon was that guy holding?
That was a glaive. It was a large two-handed polearm with an axe head at the
That's
end
really
of it.
big.
It's pretty big.
7 points I hear. That's fucking sweet.
Which means to bluff.
Two blade.
Alrighty, that ends Jester's turn. That brings us to Bo. So you're like, you get up from prone, so it's half your movement.
That's half of my damn movement.
Yep.
All right. Can I do some cool monk shit and kind of do like a ding, 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 to like get out?
It is a small enough space. I'll let you make an athletics check, or acrobatics
is
check instead of
is
athletics.
It like small enough to where I can do the like
The
wedge
push, it
myself?
is not small enough for that, unfortunately. It's
Okay.
about a 10-foot gap, but you can leap from side to side, or you can climb with athletics. It's your choice.
Let me try to. Is leap from side to side also
That's
athletics?
acrobatics to do that.
Yeah, that one. Let's do that one.
It's monkish. Go for it.
Monkish. Okay. 19.
All right, so you leap. You get about 20 feet up your movement before you have to
Sorry.
grab onto the wall to stop yourself.
18. Sorry.
That's fine.
Keep
It's
going.
still enough. And if
Okay.
you wanted to use the action to dash, you could make it the rest of the way out.
Yes.
All right, so you just pole vaulting off, kind of parkouring up the wall until eventually you leap and get back up to the top.
Hey!
There she goes. Did you guys know there was a hole?
I did not know that.
We did.
Did not know that.
And then, so now I climbed out of the hole to two knolls?
Yeah.
Hold a knoll?
Yep.
Cool.
That's your turn.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
That's all I
Ending
got,
Bo's
right?
turn. Caleb, you're up.
So Caleb, who was just going into his bag to pull out a rope, she does not need the rope. Okay, so instead I pull out the diamond and I start spinning it around, and it turns to thunder, and I send that flying into the tannish colored chromatic orb to that one.
Right
Yeah.
there. All right, go with the attack.
So feel the thunder.
Thunder.
That hits. That is a 20 to hit.
20 hits, roll damage.
Yeah, and this is thunder damage. It's a total of just 8. You know, just 8 points of thunder damage.
8 points of damage.
Yeah.
It impacts and it wounds. It looks like it's really hurt. Now it's like it's getting ready to run. It looks like it's in the process of deciding to flee.
Okay, this looks good. I'm going to back down the stairs and stand by Shakasta, I think. Diplomatic immunity.
All right, finishing Caleb's turn. Ford, you're up.
Can I use my full movement to come back up the stairs as far as I can? 30 feet.
There you go.
Eldritch Blast into the darker knoll.
Go for it. Roll an attack.
+6, that is 21.
That hits. Roll damage.
All right. And that is 4, 13, 14, 15. 15 points of Eldritch Blast
As
damage.
that one's seeing the other one about to flee, it tries to turn to meet Gate right before your Eldritch Blast slams it in the back, and you watch it core through its abdomen, leaving this kind of burning hole in the center of it. It falls to the ground and collapses dead. Its friend is now looking scared and ready to bolt. That ends Ford's turn.
Yes.
Pack Lord's gone. Shikasta, you're up. There's this one who's very wounded and about to flee.
Yes, I would. I will run a few steps up and hit it with a sacred flame.
Alrighty. That is it's a natural 4. It does not succeed, so roll damage on that one. D8 radiant damage.
You got out.
The diamond.
I
The
did.
diamond. There we go.
It took everything.
Oh, good.
Nice.
I climbed up to Knowles.
Zexy.
6.
6 points of damage. That's, oh man, almost. All right, so as it bursts into flame, it's like, you see now that its body is now singed by the radiant energy that's burned around its torso. It's breathing heavy and limping, and it's gonna go ahead and, is that the end of your turn?
Is that the end of my turn? That's a great question.
That's your move and your action,
Yeah,
so.
see, I moved and I action. Can
So
I
I think you're
bonus
good.
action? Is there some?
If you have anything that can use a bonus action.
There is a bonus. I know that there's something here that has
You
a
have a
bonus
spell that does it, but I don't think it's gonna be helpful.
Spiritual weapon.
Yeah, hold off on
save
that.
that.
Okay, so that ends your turn. It's going to turn him bolt. It was right up against you, so you do get an attack opportunity on it. But this will be whether or not it works.
Got 1 hit point.
Oh, come on.
Come on, motherfucker!
Yes.
Yeah.
Roll damage.
Okay.
One hit point.
Plus 4, so 5 damage.
As it spins to run away, you're like, no, you don't! Whack! And just slam it on the head. It falls. Again! And then you just like slowly bash it to the ground until it's just a mashed in pulp.
Wait, not the pulp. We need the ear.
Oh shit! Oh no! Is there still an ear left?
There's the ear.
Yeah, you can pull the ears out. They're a little wet, but they're
That's
functional.
great. No sense, and I'm gonna mark one as
We're
super
also
special
gonna-
because it's big.
We're also gonna go through the pockets of the big one,
Yeah.
obviously.
All right, well, we'll come back and begin that right after we take a quick break. So we're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna sit back down here. We'll continue the story here in just a moment. But before we do that, real fast, we have a couple things. One, we have a gift here from Wormwood for our resident monk over there.
Whoa, really?
Yep.
Gift with a letter.
It's called Collecta.
Please cut your finger.
Apparently, she got fans of Wormwood.
Patrick Rothfuss
Oh wait,
again.
this is total. Wait. Oh, it was probably addressed to me because of Geek and Sundry.
That's probably it.
But this is to all of us. To the cast of Critical Role. Well, hang on. Let me make sure. Here,
Mostly cursing.
What is that word?
Open it. While she's reading it.
Okay.
Wormwood is giving away 2 adventurers arsenals, which we've showed previously in weeks here, that are zebra wood. If you guys haven't seen it, Wormwood's last Kickstarter, it's a packaged dice box, and then on the inside holds your dice, holds your pencil or pen, eraser or mini, all magnetized in there. So giving away 2 of these at the break to anybody who wants to enter.
It's mine. Yeah.
It's
yours.
Hey, this is a gift for me.
There you go.
It's so great.
Thank you for Marisha.
Oh, they've given us plenty. So anyway, 2 of you will win this when you're prompted in the chat and only in Twitch chat to use the keyword HUSH. H-U-S-H-S. H-U-S-H. There we go. I can spell. That's brain not working. Too much math. HUSH in the chat when you're prompted. Only enter once or you'll be disqualified. But we'll come back with 2 winners after the break. We'll see you guys here in a few minutes.
You guys.
I gotta pee!
Nice.
Hey, Key.
Hey, Marsha.
Question.
Yeah.
What you working on here?
I think I finally figured it out.
Oh, is this dry erase?
No!
I'm ready to sit with my butt.
Two roads diverged in the Yellow Wood.
And sorry I could not travel both.
And be one traveler long I stood.
And looked down one as far as I could, to where it bent in the undergrowth.
I shall be telling this with a sigh.
Somewhere ages and ages hence.
Two roads diverged in a wood, and I
took the one less traveled by.
And that.
And that.
And that.
And that has made all the difference.
pitch a sidekick for a superhero that does not have one.
Oh.
And before we start the timer,
Jeez.
before we talk about this, I want you to take a
God.
second and think. First of all, think of a sidekick that does not have a
hero who
that doesn't have a sidekick. And
Wait, does Wong count as a sidekick?
Yes.
God.
No going down that route.
Because
I don't know if he counts as a sidekick.
I mean, he kind of does.
Didn't
He's
you
a
start
sidekick.
the timer on us?
All right, and
go.
You're first.
Wait, why am I first?
Because you're at your working counter.
Do it. Do the thing.
It's hard to be first, isn't it?
No, it sucks to be first. I don't know.
I'm gonna pick one. I never start.
Do it. All right, go for
All
it.
right. She-Hulk. I don't know if she's ever properly had a sidekick.
I don't think she has.
And the truth is, she doesn't 100% need one. But you have a cool opportunity. She's had some great supporting cast character members, but like Hellcat as a research assistant and superhero friend is one thing. What you want is somebody who She-Hulk has to basically protect, because She-Hulk can romp through things and be basically invincible. But also lawyers have a ton of legwork. So someone who's basically her legal intern / more fragile because everyone in the universe is more fragile than She-Hulk side thing that she has to sort of mentor. I think that would be it would bring out an interesting side of her character. She hasn't gotten to be a leader yet or to try to raise a new generation. She's Hulk's cousin. To see her sort of be I'm responsible for you in the way that theoretically other people have touched and changed her life, because you can't become a lawyer and a superhero without having figures who've meant that to you. That's what I would put. That's what I would have.
All right. I got one if you want another minute.
I think I might have one. Go.
Okay. I think since we just reached, I haven't read it yet. The new Mr. Miracle book is right now.
I'm excited for
I
it.
want a Kid Miracle. I want Kid Miracle, Mr. Miracle having a sidekick. I like the idea, especially if you go with the classic Mr. Miracle where he's an escape artist. I like the idea of him having a magician's assistant, and you could actually have a girl Kid Miracle or
Lady Miracle.
Lady Miracle. I like Kid Miracle for some reason.
Sister Miracle.
That sounds religious. Kid Miracle, but the notion of him actually having like a magician's assistant really rocks my world, and just someone who just sits and maybe just has just their own like a little iPhone style mother box and just helps out and instead of the discs.
Yeah.
And then Bart is and now we will box for 6 hours.
Or even giving Mr. Miracle a daughter would be really fun, and having a Kid Miracle would be
Baby Barda!
amazing. So that's my role.
So I'm stuck on this. I can't get past it, no matter how hard I've tried to think of other ones.
I know. Go for the Doctor Strange.
No, I'm not going. I'm not doing Doctor Strange. I have a weird block on Doctor Strange. I have a hard time thinking past Doctor Strange because I love him so much. But Jessica Jones.
Oh no!
Interesting.
I would no, and here's why. I think she could have a sidekick who's a sponsor, her AA sponsor. I think that would be amazing to have
She-Hulk can be her AA sponsor.
So she has an AA sponsor who runs around with her. I can't get past this. And I've been thinking about it the whole time. She's she runs around with her and she beats up all the bad guys and she's oh, I need a drink. She's no, Jessica, no. No.
And Jessica just strongly considers leaving her for dead, at 6 different points in every story.
In every single, she'll punch a couple guys and she's oh, I need a drink. Jessica, no. And she's you're next. Jessica, no. I'm your sponsor. You're 100 days sober. You're getting a coin. You're getting a coin.
I'm on the notion of She-Hulk being Jessica Jones' sponsor, because then it's just don't make me angry.
But see, that
wouldn't like it when I'm
She-Hulk
angry.
would be you want to take a swing,
Yeah,
really?
take a swing.
And Jessica would be
Yeah.
bam, and you'd be it's not.
So that would
not
be the
doing
thing.
anything.
The sponsor would need to be stronger than Jessica Jones in some ways,
then-
but maybe not as smart or savvy.
This
So
is why
she's
I
still a
like She-Hulk, is
sidekick.
because She-Hulk is then can take the punch and is also legal advice when she needs it, when she inevitably gets
my God,
arrested.
they
which is
should team
half
up.
that book. Half
should
that book
team
is her
up.
getting
She-Hulk would be
arrested.
helping her with crimes, being I'm not seeing anything you're
No,
doing.
no,
I would be
no,
legally responsible for. I didn't
not
see
listening
that.
to
I
anything
didn't
that
see
you are
break
doing.
that doorknob. Oh my God.
So I know that there's the traditional notion of a sidekick is part of it is also it gives a hero vulnerability, which is kind of weird. But
That's
that's more of a
team up.
team
Yeah,
up.
you need a Jessica Jones sponsor. She would actually need to have her powers
I like
also.
It's reverse vulnerability there. It's Jessica is the one that's vulnerable, and the
yeah,
sidekick
and
is
her name could just be the sponsor.
Oh no.
No, that's not a good name. Sponsor.
No.
Come here, sponsor.
12-step. No. I am going to
No,
hell.
substance abuse is serious. I'm just gonna throw the PSA out there.
Cloak and Dagger. I'm just reminding everyone that for every PSA we do have Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah.
Which is another. Don't do drug
Comics and
kids.
drugs. They were not done with. If you watch the episode we've been doing, there have been a lot of experiments with storytelling.
All right, so that's been our 5 Chief Snow, She-Hulk, and Jessica Jones both appear as supporting characters in the recent run of Marvel's Hellcat. Thank you, Chief.
Kathy Walker Hellcat.
That was our 5 minutes of random. I know we still have 20 seconds left, so I'm just gonna add that giving Superman a child has been the best thing to happen to its book. So like him having a sidekick kid is great.
If you are watching this on any other platform other than Twitch, our show is on Geek and Sundry's Twitch at 7 o'clock on Wednesdays, and you should watch it.
Mackie, Amy Dallin, Talis, and Jaffe, Wednesday Club.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. So, before we jump in here, we have our 2 winners in the chat of the Wormwood giveaway. They are Grungswald, Grugswald, and One Girl X10.
Nice.
Congratulations to you guys, Grungswald and One Girl X10. Denobo will contact you and get your information and get those sent to you in the chat. Congratulations, and we'll have more of these in future episodes.
Kits
They are awesome.
Dope.
They're pretty rad.
They came fully stacked. Look at that. Look how jealous Laura is. Look at that. It fuels me. I love it.
Be careful.
I'm here more than you these days.
Yep.
You better hide that thing.
All right.
Okay.
So
other people's dice.
All those dice that you could check before the game.
So many D6s.
You could roll them.
Bringing it back in, guys.
We're all real good friends.
I know.
No, congratulations, Marisha.
Thank you.
So happy for you.
All right. So, you guys, finishing this fray, you gather the knoll ears, as well as
Rummage through that body.
make an investigation check. The 2 of you who are investigating the bodies.
I'll give advantage.
Okay.
Okay, that's
Advantage.
good. I did. We're doing that.
Yeah, that's not good. What? That's,
Did you
that's
see
cocked.
that?
Well,
That is
no, it's
not
not cocked.
cocked.
God damn it.
I rolled a 1 and a 2.
Oh.
So yeah.
Okay.
So a 3 for investigation.
Okay. Well, there's the glaive. It's kind of hard to miss that. It's pretty well made. It's sturdy. It has some of the spines that are part of the armor as well, affixed to it along the top.
I'm going to take it.
Okay.
How heavy is it? Can I take it?
It's like, look at how much a glaive weighs according to the book.
What is the weight?
The glaive, it's about 6 pounds.
Okay.
It's not too bad.
Glaive weighs approximately.
Well, this one's probably closer to 10. It's pretty top heavy. Like it's designed for a knoll, or at least it's designed for something big that wants to hurt something badly. You do manage to rummage through a collection of shinies in the pack leader's pockets, and manage to find roughly 13 gold pieces, 3 silver, and no copper. It wants things that are shiny. Copper aren't as shiny to it.
Who wants this gold? Anybody?
I never say no to gold.
I could use it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Here's 3 gold for you.
You are the best
Here
thing.
is 3 gold for you.
Thank you for the 3. How much was in there?
There's 7 gold left. Here's 3 gold for you.
Where does Shikasta?
Shikasta.
Where does Shikasta put the gold?
Where does Shikasta put the gold?
I put it in my.
You can do it discreetly if you want to.
Well, I put it in. I mean, I suppose a blind man does put his gold in his back pocket pretty discreetly. Actually, he doesn't have to look at it.
Yeah. Make a stealth check or a
Yeah,
sleight of hand check.
Sleight of hand
3
check.
gold for you. Thank you. I've got 1 gold left.
Yeah, I'll
It's
take
a
it.
9.
Plus, what's your sleight of hand skill?
Sleight of hand is +5.
That's a 14. Make a perception check.
I'll remember that.
I didn't get
7.
Yeah, so you have no idea. He receives the gold, and the hand disappears beneath the cloak, which is now covering most of his torso, and you have no idea where it got put.
How much silver did you say that was?
2 silver.
Do I notice her looking at me? I mean, does Anastasia notice her looking at me?
I mean, no more than anybody looks at anybody.
All right.
The little goblin girl isn't leering at you. I mean, has been leering at you since you arrived, but nothing in a way that
But
catches your
nothing out of the
attention.
ordinary. Very good, very good. Nice to know.
Make an insight check, actually. Roll a d20 and add your insight skill.
Insight. 9. 9 plus insight is +3, so.
So 12. I'd say no more than usual.
Right. She's got awfully big eyes.
As you guys get closer to the exit where this kind of broken hinged archway was, this double door archway, about 8 to 10 feet wide, a new smell's rushing to your nose. Whereas previously had been just kind of decaying earth and dust, there's now this kind of like a musky smell that resembles faint mixture of urine and citrus. It's hard to place, but it's new and it's different than the rest of the mines you've been through.
Just a step up for me.
We got all the ears.
We got all the ears. Should we search for more survivors and then burn it to the ground?
The mine?
Yeah.
Burn the mine to the
I'm not
ground.
sure you can burn mine.
Under the ground?
Well, we can explode it.
I appreciate your excitability. Why don't I let the bird do the talking? Hmm? Okay.
You mean search for people?
That's what I meant, baby. Thank you.
You watch as the Duchess makes her way further down the tunnel.
As the Duchess flies away, I just kind of push on Shakasta's body a little bit and see if I get any reaction.
You feel this tiny goblin hand kind of just push on you. There does not seem to be a reaction.
I'm going to pick the pocket of Shakasta.
Because you're focused currently through the vision of your... You do not sense...
I do not sense a thing?
You do not, because currently all of your senses are through your familiar. So unfortunately, no.
That's totally... That's fine by me.
Do any of us notice this?
I will use sleight of hand to conceal this.
You will have
from the
to,
group.
yes. So make a sleight of hand check.
Okay. Yeah, okay, that's not great.
Our guests are like farm animals that we mine for loot.
14. Nobody has a passive perception higher than 13, I think.
Mine's 13.
Negative.
Yep, 13.
10.
All right.
Horrible bastard.
Go ahead and mark 9. Go ahead and mark 9 gold pieces off of your total, and you take 9 gold.
Well, I'm going for that pouch. Is
Wait,
that?
oh,
I don't
the
even know
whole
what that
pouch?
is.
You're going for the whole... Wait,
Yeah.
wait. I wouldn't feel the entire pouch being pulled off of my...
You don't, unfortunately, because your senses.
I thought you.
Well, no, wait, no. It's sight and hearing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sight
Yeah,
and
'cause we've
hearing.
been
Is it
doing
fine
this
for
That's right. You
If
can
it's fine
pat.
familiar,
No, I
it's
take it
sight
back.
and hearing.
So he didn't react to you being touched earlier, but I need you to go ahead and make a perception check.
Oh man, please.
No, it's pretty good.
13.
Plus, what's your perception skill?
Plus insight or
16
perception.
total.
16, 13. 16.
You feel this after the initial pat, which you were focused, didn't bother much. You feel your belt tug a bit, and you feel suddenly the back of your armor begin to get a little lighter as your pouch noticeably is being removed from your person.
He doesn't know by whom.
No,
Just knows that it's happening.
it's happening.
And
What
he
do you?
can't react.
I mean, he can if he chooses to.
Oh,
What do you want?
God.
Drop sight through
You
his
definitely
booty.
also have a
Shakasta, do you want to do
height
anything?
That's very identifiable. It's very recognizable level that you're on.
No, I don't want to do anything.
Okay. All right, you undo the pouch, and you now have it in your possession. As you're focusing through the Duchess's vision, beyond the broken doorway, the tunnel grows rougher, as you sense the deeper shafts of the mine are coming to an end fairly soon. The scent that the Duchess is picking up is stronger as you approach, that weird kind of musky smell. After about 100 feet of it snaking a little bit forward through about 10, 15-foot wide tunnels, suddenly the tunnel opens into a large rocky alcove formation, stalactites from the ceiling, then what looks like some elements of broken digging equipment around the corners of this chamber. The uneven ceilings stand about 15 to 20 feet tall within in places and are scarred with what looks like pick marks from various attempts to meet the end of this mine, which apparently were not enough to keep the mine in business. A rough slope descends from the immediate entrance to this tunnel, and then hits the wall before it, rises a few feet past that to a smaller platform that meets the opposite side of the wall, about 70 or 80 feet to the other side. So the chamber is about 80 foot from where you enter to the opposite end. Near the base of the raised rock, you see 2 humanoid figures sitting against each other, bound tightly in ropes. And above the platform on the top, you see a figure you haven't seen yet. Human-like, but seems to have large chunks of gnoll flesh strapped to their body. Like they used a disembodied gnoll arm as a glove. a knoll head with the jaw removed and hollowed out, used as a hood. There's this individual carrying what looks like baubles and chains of some symbols across their neck, and they're spattered with blood. And they're standing at the top, currently holding a third humanoid figure who's bound in ropes and dragging them up the stairs to this platform on the opposite end. So next to this knoll-wearing, priestly-like figure, you see the figure in their hand is an armored guard, one of the Crown's Guard of Allfield. You don't recognize them at glance, but you can see they are currently still living, bloodied, and are currently being dragged up to the top of this platform. You can see right at the top of this second raised section what appears to be a monstrous mound of broken wood, rope, burlap, and scrap from nearby within the mine that have just been amassed into this large pile. At that moment, a majority of the mound begins to move and shift as you watch two large red-brown leathery wings unfurl from the mound.
What is that?
Where it looks to be a fur-covered body.
No,
Steps
I know,
up.
I know.
But we're still freaked out.
Do you want to? Is the Duchess going to stay in to continue to watch?
Well, I can actually. I can explain what's happening as you see.
You can. So you're describing this verbally to everybody? As it's
Yes,
happening?
yes, absolutely.
What should we do? What should we do?
We should wait and see what else unfurls in this thing.
All right. You watch as this creature stands up from within this pile. You can now see this large lion-like body and torso, the size of a rhinoceros, massive and muscled, with giant clawed paws. Around the neck, you see this thick, red, fiery mane of hair, and what looks to be a humanoid female face, dark and tanned, with this large, curled grin, a mouth that opens and hangs with rows of sharp teeth, but weirdly humanoid in appearance. As it turns its head towards this priestly figure who thrusts the guard to the front and says, "Come, gifted mother, feed and may you grow strong. Your strength is a boon from Yignahu, and one that will bring us much more meat in the time to come," and kicks the guard forward. This large beast turns and inspects the frightened and shaking and sobbing guard.
Your god myths hold me to nothing, but your offer pleases me and my child.
And you can now see as the beast kind of stands up further in this pile of rough found pieces of wood and twine, a small infant of its same species. It seems to be wound up and begins to mule in place. It's pawing at the air, its eyes not even freshly opened. At which point, this creature steps forward and bites into the crown guard and lifts it up as it begins to scream. The rest of you hear the echoing scream in the distance of the crown's guard
I think that means he ate them.
as it begins to bite and crunch and pulling its paw open, it tears it into two halves and begins to chew on the upper torso. The screaming has stopped.
Get your medical kit ready.
Don't think it's going to help.
There are two people left.
There's two
Down
people
there.
left in the room. And you can look around the vicinity. It looks like there were more people in here that have probably been fed over the past hour.
This sacrifice will not end. First, Duchess, come back to me.
Okay.
Should we go in?
We should talk. This is going to take a minute.
All right. Thankfully, nobody seems to notice Duchess's presence. As Duchess retracts back into your chamber.
Is that nest?
I mean, it's.
How far is that nest away?
It's past 100 feet of tunnel before it opens up into the chamber, which is about 80 feet from the entrance.
Okay.
And how big was the chamber? How
80
big was
feet.
the chamber? 80 feet. Oh my god.
To give you a
80
visual,
feet.
Oh God.
There's too many maps.
Are you kidding me?
Too many maps.
What happened back here? Oh, look at this thing.
so you can prepare.
That what?
Oh my God.
That is upper level shit.
What are we doing? We're level 3. What are we doing? We just gotta go in.
The blonde,
We gotta go in. We gotta throw some dynamite, get the people out and run.
We've got one stick.
I don't see any
We got
support
two
columns. I don't see any support columns. I'm just gonna say it.
No, we hit the nest. Set the nest on fire, it'll run.
Yeah, you gotta get pretty danger close to do that, though. I gotta stand up and look, make sure there's no damn holes.
Oh, yeah, good point. Good point. Yep.
No holes in the chamber from what you can see.
And that's the baby, the little thing.
Yep.
Okay. No load-bearing support columns that we can see, right?
Not that you can see, no, but I mean there are various portions in the ceiling that are, stalactites. It looks like it's the deepest part of the mine, which is the roughest, which means it doesn't have a lot of support structure built into it from miners. It looks like this is as deep as they got before they abandoned it from the veins
shit
dried up.
started going wrong. Yeah.
This mine's been long abandoned. The recent occupants seem to have
My story
discovered
is my
and
own.
taken it their own.
Well, personally, I'm a fan of freedom of religion, but that's got its limits.
It's fair to draw a line at human sacrifice.
I think so.
Yeah. Let's,
Oh. Well, we can't possibly kill whatever that beast is.
I don't know, maybe not on our own or two at a time. I'm pretty tapped, but there is a lot of us here. There's only a few of them there, according to a new friend.
But there's only 2 survivors in there, right?
Yeah,
2 survivors and 2 enemies, right?
Yeah, but what happens if they get sacrificed?
No, I mean, what if we just get the survivors out and leave?
I think that's smart.
I tend to agree with my little friend.
And we steal the baby.
We could also try to seal the cave behind us as we go.
Yes.
I think sealing the cave would be one thing. I think stealing the baby is going to be a bit of a...
I love your enthusiasm, but I tend to agree with Molly here. Maybe the baby just stays put.
But if we can get the baby, I bet it would fetch high price.
A baby should be with its mother.
We might kill them on though, or bury it.
I think I'm okay
As
with
long
that.
as they're close to each other.
It just ate a Crown's Guard in half.
I think...
Let's get it out and then collapse the tunnel leading to it.
We
and
can
then they
try.
can get stuck in this room.
All right.
Could we do a quick inventory check of how much of these boomsticks that we have? The tint?
We have 1 and 1.
I have
No,
one.
more than one? You have one?
I have one.
We have one.
Yeah.
Amongst the, okay. Okay.
Where are the
We should make our way towards the stove.
Oh, yes.
They're gonna get to the next hostage by the time we get to this room because we're 100 feet away from it still.
Make our way.
Start walking
Starting to walk.
stealthily.
All right, you guys are all making an approach?
Yeah.
Stealthily.
Yeah.
Everybody can roll stealth, please. If you don't mind.
Who needs a blessing? Caleb, you need a blessing.
I would.
You're shitty at stealth, right?
I'm pretty shitty at stealth.
Take the blessing.
I'm pretty iffy.
Really?
19. Yeah.
Plus?
Plus 5.
Thank you, Chester,
Damn.
for saving my ass.
It would be
because the
here at
first
the
roll
base.
was a 4. But the second was a 15.
The base of the steps.
Yes, right there.
Oh, they're real close to them.
All right, so marching order, please.
I'm in the back.
I'm in the middle.
I'm in the back.
What's our plan?
We're going to make a bunch of
that's it,
noise.
that's
We're
the
going to
plan.
throw some dynamite. We're going to get the kids to run, and we're going to see if
else
we
is
can
where?
keep them distracted by threatening the baby.
That's
Yeah.
not a plan.
Yes, it is a plan.
No, but to kill or to capture the
Get the
capturing
guards out. Get the people
get the
out
guards out and run. But-
Yeah.
so
Try
who are we leaving back with the sticks?
Oh, we're all gonna be in there with this.
Where's the marching order?
We're going to throw the sticks.
I'll go up front with Ford.
No, we should use
Ford,
the
you're front?
sticks to
Yeah.
blow up
I'm
the
gonna be
narrow
behind.
passageway
Yeah.
so that they can't get out.
Behind Bo?
Yeah.
Well, we have to
I was just singing.
We should use them both.
But I wasn't actually.
Okay.
Oh, if we run, then we'll drop the sticks.
Not where are
I'm
you?
in the middle.
All right, I'll put you in front of Caleb. Molly, are you next to Bo?
Yeah, anywhere in the. I don't want to be in the front bay. I'll be in the middle.
Who are our two strongest?
And
Chester
Chester, do you want to be in the back with Caleb or?
Well, I'm Dexy.
I'll,
Yeah, she's not strong. She's the strongest.
Okay, I'll be in the front.
Sure,
So, like, that's
I'll
just-
stay back with Caleb at this point.
But
Okay.
it depends on what we're talking about. Are we doing anything with strength checks? Oh,
No.
dragging people away? Is that what we're talking
Are
about?
the good guys unconscious?
Tanks.
They're conscious. They're just tied up to each other.
Oh shit! So we need to drag. So Two people need to be on drag duty.
Or
No,
people
no,
need to be
no.
on-
We could cut. We could cut them free.
and they
But
can
we're
run.
gonna have to
and
keep
then
some
yeah,
people,
yeah.
We're gonna have to keep them busy. And just
You need to sneak in, and you need to try to unhook the ropes. Okay.
I
so
could,
while
I
we're
could
doing
try
that,
to untie them
you stealth
stealthily.
around, and you won't. They won't even know that you're there while we're attacking. Untie the guards, and then we all run.
Could we distract? Could we distract them with maybe a thaumaturgy or a spiritual weapon?
Spiritual weapon is really good. If you,
could
have
try.
that,
You
that's really badass.
Can certainly try. It's up to you guys.
I think a spiritual weapon could make a lot of noise and call a lot of attention, and then maybe you could sneak through.
You could do 2 spiritual weapons if you're feeling it.
I don't have any
Oh, you're
spells
out.
left.
All right.
I got the first level, y'all.
So I think because I used aid, so I think I've got.
You have 1 second level spell, and you have 3 first level, I believe.
Yes, yeah.
Two first
No,
levels.
I've got 2 first levels because
Right,
I
'cause
used
you-
Thunder Wave and Command.
That's correct. Yes, you have 2 first. You
All
have
right,
3 spells.
so
left.
I've got one. So why don't we use? Okay. So here's the thing. So if we start with spiritual weapon, we lure their gaze to this side of the area. And then if this beautiful young lady could find her way around the other side to free the two.
I can sneak in down to those stalagmites.
Yes.
She should sneak in before you do spiritual weapon. Otherwise, it's going to make them aware that something's going on. The spiritual weapon will definitely alert them to our presence.
Okay, so the spiritual weapon goes off and giving the people a chance to run out of the place.
Yeah. So
And then
you make that spiritual weapon appear right next to them. You can hit them immediately.
Right.
So you do it right when we do the surprise attack, and you sneak in.
Yes.
The rest of us can be on distraction duty. Yeah?
Yeah.
Until we go?
Yeah.
Not?
Are you good to sneak? I'm going to bless you
Okay.
before you go sneaking around the side.
Can I have a ball bearing, please?
Sure. You're gonna have a few. I hand him a handful.
Thank you.
Did you just want that because it's shiny? Oh, not.
Okay. All right. All right. I will cast Mage Hand and hold one ball bearing, and just sort of. I'm getting ready to move stealthily.
All right. So if I could have all of you who are approaching to make a stealth check, please.
Also, DM.
In addition to the one we just made.
Oh, sorry, the one you just made.
Okay.
Sorry. What was the score?
23.
23.
You get advantage when you go into the room in
Sure.
case you read a natural
I
20.
will also say, and I'll do this a lot, dancing lights is in effect behind us.
Right.
Like 20 feet behind us, waiting.
Right. Interesting point of order.
Yeah.
This human that you see, this priest.
Yeah.
Pitch black, sees fine.
Sees. Okay.
Does have what looks to be some like a set of as they've walked into this chamber. Although you would have seen this.
Not see that.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Now you're the only one who noticed anything. So you don't see anything. Never mind. All right. So
Say that again.
you didn't notice anything in particular other than
Right.
just seeing the scene. So nothing at
All
all.
right.
You know nothing. All right. So stealth
Okay,
23,
fine. Yes.
13,
9.
18.
Yeah, I can't. I'm
19.
blind anyway.
All right.
Did you know that you can't see?
Stealth, Caleb, what's your stealth roll?
Oh,
What is the one
it
you-
was really good. It was 16 total.
16. And what'd you roll for stealth check?
How do you see anything?
The bird.
The bird, baby, the bird.
That's hot.
Shikasta.
It's hot.
What's your stealth check, please?
My stealth check. Oh, my stealth check was 19.
19. Okay.
I'm the only problem.
Yeah, which is good because that means the rest of the group kind of picked up on it. Then.
Yeah.
That's right. That's
All
right.
right.
It was 24.
So as you guys approach, you can just those of you who can see in the dark, you can't quite see your quarry. You'd have to get closer in because I believe it's a 60-foot dark vision radius for most of you guys, which means you can see to about there.
Okay.
Damn it.
But I can see those stalagmites.
I believe Anastasia could
You
fly
can.
in and hide just behind a stalagmite.
Make a stealth check for your hummingbird. please.
All right, come on,
Come
baby.
on, birdie.
For your umbrella.
Ooh, good.
All right,
What
15 plus. Oh no, I'm sorry.
It's 15.
Yeah, it's 15 plus 5.
Yeah, natural 1 and a 4 on their perception,
Is it
so
20?
nobody sees your bird's
Go
arrival.
on, Nott, go.
All right, so Nott, you rush in.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna. Mage Hand's already cast it.
Yep. And what's the range on that one?
30 feet.
30 feet, so you can keep it out as far as that. Yeah, it's fine. All right, so you come in there. Where are you holding the ball bearing?
I'm just gonna drop the ball bearing right at the edge of that stairs, so it just ding, ding,
ting, ting, ting. As that happens, you watch as both the priest and the large beast at this time, which, now that we're getting closer and we're seeing the form, and I probably should have asked this of you earlier, go ahead and just make a general nature check.
Who, me?
Both of you guys.
Just nature.
Alphabetical order list.
Oh, 19
plus.
nature plus 1.
15.
So 20.
All right, you notice it, but you, after getting a closer view of its form as your hummingbird gets in close, you can I know what this is. This is a manticore. This is... The wings are scary, the teeth are scary, the spines in its tail are scarier.
The spines in its tail.
You've heard rumors of such things being flung as a weapon and regrown quickly and begin to suddenly remember the spines that were affixed to the armor of the Knoll leader and the glaive. So, you rush in and have this moment of remembrance as you begin to curl forward, stealthing around the side as the ball bearing ting ting ting. Both the priest and the manticore whip over in that direction, and the priest kind of readies what looks like it pulls a glove on its hand that's kind of like a dull red color that begins to kind of sparkle and glow at the tips of the fingers, and tightens it on its hand. It begins to step down the stairs a bit in the direction of that.
I'm going behind those stalagmites over there.
Over here?
No, like
over here.
Yeah, all the way around.
Okay. Whereas the manticore, the female manticore, you watch as the wind picks up and dust begins to spiral and kind of briefly, obfuscate the area as the manticore flies. With the impact, lands on the opposite side, right where the ball bearing is, and
company.
All right, what are you guys doing?
I'm going straight for the mage hand to untie them.
All right, make a
From
sleight
a
of hand check from a distance. Let's be straight dexterity checks. So roll just dexterity.
Okay.
Sleight of hand.
Dexterity check.
So add your dexterity modifier.
18.
18. With a quick, rapid movement of your mage hand, you watch as the ropes on one come free, and one of them kind of looks at their hands. Doesn't know exactly what happened, but is apparently now free of the ropes. At this point in time,
Are we in a weird in-between combat and non-combat
yes, we're not in
phase?
combat yet. So what are you guys
I would
doing?
like to hug the wall and slide along it. I would like to think I can hear my friends breathing and stuff. Yeah, that's good.
All right. Anybody else?
And
doing anything?
hold my action, and if anything comes this way that is not my friend, to cast Burning Hands.
Okay.
As like a tripwire. I'm the tripwire.
Within range, you mean?
Yeah, of course, within range.
Alrighty. Anybody else? What are you preparing for?
Only
Got
friends.
nothing. Waiting to beat
Just,
face.
You're all staying right there?
I mean, no.
I mean, should we creep forward a little? What should we do?
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
we're gonna have to fan.
Yeah, I guess Ford and I will take a good 10 feet or so up.
Take the other side.
Yep.
Yeah, kind of flank the.
You're going
Getting really close to the manticore.
Yeah,
Well-
maybe the other side of the tunnel so I don't
It's got a
burn you.
distance weapon anyway. There's really no such thing as
You
a
can
bad.
see me doing like this.
Will you put Ford towards me?
Oh, this way?
Yeah,
You're-
pull them to the other
Like, there we
side.
go, there we go.
They're seeing me
Okay.
do arcane bullshit on the side
Right.
while
Okay.
sweating.
Anybody else
We'll stand
preparing?
next to Caleb on the inside.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm really at this point only useful for a couple things, so I'm going to keep in the back there.
Okay. Shikasta, anything?
Got my vicious mockery
I
rolling.
would like for Anastasia to fly to the other side of the room.
Great.
No, those stalagmites over there. Yeah, there you go. Hide in those crags over there behind it. That's it.
stay right
keep
there in
it.
the tree.
Yes, keep a good eye.
There you go.
Good girl.
Oh, look at that.
Alrighty. The manticore begins to clomp up the steps.
Airborne or on foot?
Should we?
No, on foot at the moment. It's like
No, just wait for Nut.
Can
wait
I-
For Nut. Go, Nut, go.
When do I go?
well, right now, as the manticore just crests the top of the stairs, the like large Joker-like toothy grin of the female manticore glances up right towards all of you, and goes. It's not within range of you
Not
yet.
within range, then I don't do it yet.
You're like holding it. It's not close enough. I need you all to roll initiative now.
Wow.
There it is.
My initiative is such
Jesus Christ.
dick.
Damn it.
All night long. All campaign long, let's be honest.
All right.
I did okay.
Oh my gosh.
Oh boy.
The end always.
Alrighty. So we have 25 to 20. Anybody?
22.
20.
Nice.
All right, so we have Molly.
We're gonna redo the initiative flags.
Forward.
Yep.
All right. 20 to 15.
18.
17.
Nice. And not.
All right. All right. So you have Molly, Ford, Jester, Knot, and the Manticore. Then 15 to 10.
Get past me, Shikasta.
10 to 5.
Oct.
Alrighty.
So we have.
There's people after my 8.
Well, simultaneously.
With the priest.
I am a 5.
I'm at 9.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I don't know what.
Sorry.
It's okay, got you.
Alrighty. So, at this point, top of the round, Molly,
I
you're
have
up.
no idea what the order was.
Vicious Mockery.
It's Molly, Ford, Jester, Knot, Manticore, Bo, then Caleb and the priest together, then Shikasta.
Vicious Mockery on the Manticore.
Alrighty.
Bo and priest,
12.
right?
Priest and Caleb, right?
I don't actually know what it's rolling against. What is it against?
Oh no, it's 8 plus 2, which your proficiency bonus is
wisdom-
10,
so
plus your wisdom modifier. What's your wisdom modifier?
Wisdom modifier, I believe, is 3.
It'd be 13, so it hits. Yeah.
All right. That's 1 point of psychic damage, and it has disadvantage on the next attack.
Nice.
And
You should leave and protect the child.
so trying to.
All right. You watch as the female face grins even wider, the eyes narrow.
I'm gonna back up.
Okay. It seems like it shakes its head a bit. It seems strangely wounded briefly, but then grins at the prospect of a new meal.
Okay, I'm backing
All right.
up a little bit, just to the. I mean, I'm gonna step back to just like 10 feet.
Okay. So you move back 10 feet to there.
Yeah, backing up.
Alrighty.
Well, Ford. Ford's good.
That brings us to Ford's turn.
Okay. Can I move forward and end up right over there? In his
10. Right
flank. Yeah, flank melee, please.
Put you right there.
And I will unleash the full fury of my falchion into his side.
So with the blade drawn.
Two-handed.
Right. So Shikasta, as you watch, the half-orc Ford pulls, suddenly emerges from his hand out of nowhere, this flash of kind of greenish-blue energy, and a splash of water spatters across the ground as a slightly curved at the tip falchion appears that has a cluster of barnacles along the base of it and slowly curling up the blade, and it looks like seawater is just dripping off of it at all times, leaving a trail of liquid.
Bring it.
23.
That hits.
Yeah.
This thing is pretty big. It's not too hard to hit comparatively.
13 points of damage.
13 points of damage.
Slashing damage.
What'd you roll to hit?
The 10.
Oh, good.
Two-handed.
Oh, good.
And that is it.
Alrighty. That ends your turn. That's now Jester's turn.
Okay. I'm gonna run around to the other side of it. This is so dumb.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Are you getting in melee with it, or?
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
God, are you gonna hit it with your sickle or
I'm gonna hit it with my sickle or whatever.
Roll for
Do
attack.
it, girl.
Or whatever.
Oh man,
those arrows are longer.
Natural one.
All right. So as you rush around the corner, out of the corner of its eye, it sees you, and as it spins, its giant spine tail, which you can see now, it looks like a porcupine filled with javelins. Woof, rushes past and slams into your shoulder, and as you do, your sickle flies out of your hand and clatters across the ground and hits the floor at the bottom of the stairs. That's where your sickle currently is.
Oh no.
And then your turn, Jester?
Bonus action, anything?
I'm gonna
Bonus action, run your ass.
I'm gonna dance in place.
Alrighty. Not your turn.
bonus action?
Distracting.
Use the mage hand to untie the other one.
All right, make another dexterity check.
19 plus 4.
With that, the other person's rope falls free, and they're both out of their ropes, but they're both looking at the only exit is currently blocked by this giant manticore creature, and they look scared and have no idea what's happening. They haven't seen you. For some reason, the ropes have dropped, and they're just scared shitless. There aren't guards. These two look like civilians, and they're having a really rough time.
Should I waste my action on this shit?
Are you?
I'm still hidden, yeah?
As far as you know.
There's also another dude.
Another dude?
There's
oh,
the-
you
there's
mean
the
a bad guy?
priest.
Yeah, but not another good guy.
No.
Fuck. I'm going to use message and point to one of the guards I just untied.
They're not guards, they're civilians.
Or
but
whatever
yeah.
the civilians, and say to him, the second after the priest casts a spell, grab your friend and run.
Make a persuasion check.
9.
Okay, you deliver the message.
Okay.
That's as far as you know.
And then for my movement, I'm just gonna tuck in even tighter.
Okay. All right, that finishes your turn. It is now the Manticore's go. So it's going to make 3 attacks, a bite and 2 claw attacks. It's going to make 2 claw attacks. Actually, it's going to make 1 sweeping claw attack at Jester from behind, and then a bite and a claw at you, since you're right in front of it and already struck it with your falchion.
Disadvantage.
So, which one?
First one's disadvantage.
First one's disadvantage, which should be against Jester as you rush past. That is a
DDR.
17 and a 19. So, yeah, it hits you. That's without bonuses, unfortunately. All right, so you take from the first strike, of the claw is d6, sorry. That is 9 points of slashing damage. As it rolled highest on its dice. Yeah, 9 again. And then 2 strikes against you.
I'm going to cast Hellish Rebuke as soon as it does it.
All right, what's it save?
It
was a natural 20 on you for it, unfortunately.
It's all right.
The other claw attack.
Oh, God.
So sorry.
How much? Oh, playa, I got the armor of Agathis on.
Oh, that's right.
It doesn't say on my thing. It's a deck save.
Dex save. All right. That is a 12. What's your... So that hits?
Yeah.
All right, so go to roll damage.
3d10. I'm going to say an infernal.
3d10?
I'm going to say.
All 10s, come on.
Yeah, right. I'm going to say.
2d10.
No, 3d10 because it's cast at 2nd level when you're doing Hellish Rebuke.
Oh, right, yeah.
Come on, Jester.
Okay.
Nice.
10, 13.
13 points of damage.
Okay, pretty good.
Of cold damage.
Yeah, an infernal, I say. Oh, you're such a cute kitty.
With an awkward flick of her wrists, you watch as this wave of ice spike energy just flies outward and pierces the side of the Manticore's body as it rotates and breaks the ice off of its torso. And doing so, it spins around with its other claw and strikes right into Ford with a natural 20. That's gonna be... It rolled a 1 on the fucking damage die, so you're fucking lucky on that. It's twice in this game. It's kind of disappointing on my end, that's fine. So that's 2 plus 3, that's 5 points of slashing damage.
And he'll take 10 points of cold damage.
That's right.
So sick.
And then it's gonna...
We're at our best when we're losing.
And so as it strikes with a second claw attack against you, and the ice... It looks at you, the mouth opens wide and you can see what are 3 separate rows of teeth, like this horrible shark maw, as it reaches forward to bite towards you. The head itself, about maybe this wide. The jaw could almost clamp down onto your waist, Jurassic Park style.
No.
That's going to be a 16 to hit.
16 hits.
All right.
Oh no!
Where's your AC? That will be
14.
You're Grog.
Nope.
No. Saying it's 10 points of piercing damage from the bite to you.
Great. He takes another 10 points of cold damage as my armor of agate. Sheath, thank you.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it's a mama.
Interesting. In this quick series of hits, I mean, she's doing fine, but this is an unexpected burst of damage, and you can see herring starting to show. A powerful creature can do some powerful damage, but is, showing a little bit of wear and tear. All right, so with that, the Manticore is going to go ahead and take to the sky.
He's doing the
Take to the sky. Take to the sky.
Oh, wait, no. Sorry.
It's going to fly
Do
up.
we get attack of opportunity?
You both do, yes.
I'm gonna kick it.
You can punch it. Make an attack.
No, I don't hit it.
What'd you roll?
I rolled a 3.
Oh, no. Whiff. You do, yes.
We are eating shit.
No, I don't think that's gonna hit either. That's an 8.
Nope. You both, woof, the giant gust of wind from the wings flapping push you away, and you kind of have to block your vision to keep the dust out of the way. All right. So, finishing the Manticore's turn, it is now Bo's go.
Okay. Well, it
What can
took
you do
off
now?
flying, so that sucks.
You can't even see it.
Feel kind of like Grog. What can I do with that?
Welcome to my fucking 3 years.
Yeah, that's lame. I don't know what to do. I'll move forward and hold my action for light.
That tipped over.
Right. How many far are you from move forward?
I mean, there's
20 feet?
Yeah.
Oh, where's the priest? But I can't see the priest. It's dark in
It's too
here.
dark in the room, yeah. You're saying faint flashes of light. Actually, no, you don't see no light because no one's casting any spells. It's all been combat, so it's just darkness, and you hear it roars and slams and impacts, and you're just like, ah.
Okay, I'm gonna move kind of behind Jester, and I'll just I'll dodge as my action.
Okay, so you go and do
I can
dodge. Okay, that finishes your turn. Caleb and the priest are going simultaneously. What are you doing,
Yeah,
Caleb?
so this has happened like 6 times now where I go right after Bo, guiding light, dancing lights, excuse
Well,
me.
first off, the spell you prepared never went off, so the spell's
Right.
gone. It's used.
Of course.
Yeah, so the spell's gone, so you use one
instead
of them.
of dancing light, and I'm going to do the same train, the line of light that I always do, because Beauregard needs to be able to kill things and see.
All right.
So one goes as far as here and here and here, probably 10
Enough.
feet.
You have enough to generally light most of the
Yeah,
chamber.
it's
so
always a
you're
line
good.
spread out.
Perfect. All right, that's your
And
action.
No, I'm also going to back up about 15 feet as well.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah. And then I'm going to crouch because I'm frightened.
Okay. That becomes in the priest's turn. The priest is going to go ahead and step forward angrily. And is going to attempt to cast Hold Person on you.
Oh no.
Joke's
on him. That's not a person.
It's
a half orc.
Half orcs are people too, Sam. So make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay. Wisdom saving throw, big modifier, and nothing. 6.
And with that,
Wow,
you feel your muscles lock up. Your entire body freezes in place as you feel your entire physical self lock up, unable to move.
You done been bifurcated.
You done been paralyzed.
All right. With that, the priest is going to go ahead and take 2 steps back after casting that, and just kind of hide behind this.
2 steps forward.
2 steps back. 2 steps back. Caleb, that finished your turn as well. So, Shikasta, you're up.
All right, Shikasta. Let's see, we don't need light anymore.
Save us.
So I say, I think we need a bigger mode of damage. I think rather than spiritual weapon, we need to go with the Thunder Wave again.
Oh,
We've got one last.
That's a very short range, though.
Yeah, it's a
right?
15-foot square,
You,
and
you can't get close enough to anybody on that map to use it. You have to
the
run up and
Manticore is
go,
about
"Baga!"
15 feet up in the air right now, so it's just out of the
And
range.
spiritual weapon stays on the field. Once you cast it, it's out there, and every single turn for a bonus action, you can attack.
I will say, spiritual weapon, as far as I know, Let me see here real fast.
It's pretty.
Pretty dope. I mean, it's pretty great.
You could also. Do you have level 1 left?
Yeah.
I do have level 1.
It says a floating spectral creature. It doesn't specify that it can or cannot move up and down. So I would imagine you can create it in the air. if you want.
I think these are your best options. Either a floating weapon that can go anywhere, or a big fog cloud on the. If you run up and put it on the pre-store up there on the. But I think probably spiritual.
I think spiritual weapon because the thing is that I could move it from from
That's
one to the
correct.
other.
Yes, you can adjust.
Spiritual weapon.
All right, you move forward to cast it.
Yes. Let's see. I will move. Stay in the hallway.
Okay, about how
Yeah,
far in there?
Yeah, right about it.
Okay, and you're creating it at the base of the mana core, or further in the chamber, or where?
Oh, I would love to drum the underside of her.
Easily enough to do. So you, what kind of weapon do you create?
Decide what it is. A lollipop, a salmon, a sword.
What kind?
What magical, mystical weapon would you like to create that represents your attack on this creature?
Nunchucks.
Let's see. I would
have fun.
Okay, I can't do that. The first thing that I was thinking for some reason was I would like to materialize the awe-inspiring sass of Estelle Getty, and just pummel the stomach.
Oh man.
What the fuck? But that's all right. So you know what? But that might be just a little bit too out there. So
it's not enough for that.
What do you want to do?
It could be a cudgel carved to look like Estelle Getty if you wanted.
You know what? The sassiest of the Golden Girls.
Yes.
I think.
Stick with your instincts.
I think because my lovely daughter, literally it was 120 days into the school year, and she dressed like a 120-year-old woman today. My 6-year-old daughter. I think that the bust of a tiny curly-headed 120-year-old woman needs to slam its way into the torso of that manacle.
Yeah, like a Beethoven bust, but Estelle Getty.
Just begins to just bludgeon itself into this creature.
Into that thing right there.
I love it.
That's right. Maya, you should be in bed, but this is for you, baby. Here we go.
That's just.
All right, go ahead and roll a melee spell attack. So roll that and add 5 to it.
Roll that and hit 13.
Plus 5, that hits. Go ahead and so roll the damage on that one. It is
It's 1d8.
1d8 plus 3.
That's the D8. Yeah, that's right.
Let's roll that and add 3.
1.
Still 4 points of damage. Something to scoff at, and it's still out there without concentration.
That's true.
So, all right. Do you want to move anywhere? Or you can stay put.
Let's see. I am going to remain where I am.
All righty, good to know. All right, finishing that, top of the round, Molly, you're up.
Again, there's not much I can do. I'm gonna step in front of Caleb in an attempt to just be another target, and I'm gonna try again with Vicious Mockery.
Alrighty.
Thank you for being a friend.
A 2, it does not succeed.
So yeah, I'm going to be buried here. And I hit him again.
All your references are all.
4 points of psychic damage.
All right, 4 points of damage, and first attack has disadvantage.
And I'm just gonna sort of, be in front of Caleb.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. That's the end of your job,
Yeah,
Molly.
that's the end of my
Ford, you're up.
Oh, I'm up?
Yep. Where do you go?
I'm a whole person.
Yep. So roll a wisdom saving throw to see if you can resist it.
Nope.
Nope. You're still locked in place.
Can you do anything while you're paralyzed?
Nope. Nothing. All right. That ends Ford's turn. Jester, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to Sacred Flame the priest.
Okay. So that's a is it a wisdom saving throw?
That's a Sacred Flame is a dexterity save.
Dexterity save. That is a 10.
Yeah!
12. Sorry, 12.
Doesn't matter.
Okay,
Still
so it hits.
hit.
All right.
6 damage of radiant.
6 damage radiant. So, as it's right behind, it's trying to block around the pillar, but you still have a clear visual as you kind of concentrate on the symbol of the traveler, kind of hidden beneath your outfit. You focus, and there's a burst of energy that burns around its body. Pink energy that sparkles around him as he looks over towards you, and he continues to try and crouch behind the stalagmite that's rising up.
Concentration?
It is. So he has to make a concentration check.
Nice.
which he fails. That's a 11. No, so it's a 10. And no, that succeeds. Just that succeeds. The DC is 10. Sorry. He rolled a 9, but he has a +1 Constitution, so sorry.
So that's 10.
Yeah, he succeeded.
Oh,
he has to meet the DC or higher. But good try.
You still have movement too.
Oh, I can move.
Yes, you can.
Bonus.
Okay.
Go get your sickle.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Just mention it.
I could run down and grab my sickle. Why not?
Wait, so the boys didn't get up and run as soon as the priest made his move?
No, not yet. Unfortunately, they're
just lying there.
Well, they're coming around for their turn.
Oh, that's right. They can't just move on.
Save yourself.
This is why you don't plan, Sam. This is why we don't plan. That's because plans go wrong.
So you have your sickle. You still have more movement if you wanted to move. You have 10 more feet. Or 15 more feet.
I'm gonna run up and engage the priest.
All right. Boom. Boom.
This is why we do
right
dumb
up in his
stuff,
face.
engage
All right,
the
that ends your
priest.
turn. Not, you're up.
I don't know what to do.
Knowlish priest.
Come on.
Regular Knoll.
I will run right past those two guards.
Yes, we are.
As I go by, I say, "Get the fuck out of here!"
They watch as a tiny goblin with jagged teeth just yell at them as they run by. But, however, there are more scary things in the current vicinity. So, all right, so you rush past, and they're 2 civilians, not guards, but continue.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm gonna keep calling them guards.
Okay, I'm okay with that. They're guards now. They're guards from your perspective. All right, so you run past.
Bonus action dash up the steps.
Okay.
Are you gonna go
Get
for
the
it?
baby.
Oh my god, are you going for it?
I'm gonna turn around and yell at the manticore.
Oh no!
Not the brave.
You want to save this thing? And I will slice down with my short sword on the baby.
Make an attack roll.
Oh my
Not the baby.
God.
Ooh, I mean 14?
It hits it. It's a baby. Roll damage.
Now it's gonna die.
8.
It's helpless. It's sneak attack.
Oh, okay.
It can't do anything. It can't defend itself. Its eyes aren't open.
Eyes aren't even open yet.
Another D6.
It's like pink.
No, it's so it's
3d6 on top of
16.
2d6
no,
on top of it.
2d6.
Oh,
10 points of
2d6.
So 16 damage?
No, sorry, 17 damage.
17 damage.
Oh man!
As you plunge your short sword down into the mewling, eye-covered cub, it goes still as the mother manticore flying up in the air turns around and watches this and just gives a.
Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here!
Oh my god!
Oh god!
Oh my god!
I take it back. Plan.
All right, now that ends your turn.
Oh my god.
It's the manticore's turn.
Oh god.
The manticore, which is about to unleash a triple round of attacks against a paralyzed Ford, who, while paralyzed, would all been criticals, strangely saved him
Right.
Nice.
and is instead going to dart.
Oh my god.
Does the spiritual weapon get a?
It does not, no. At a 50-foot fly speed, land right next to you, Not, and take a full round of strikes against you. Too angry to worry about tail spines at this point, it's going all in physical assault to whatever just murdered its baby.
Disadvantage.
Judge.
That is a disadvantage on the first strike.
Do a barrel roll.
A 17 and a natural 1.
Oh, miss.
Which I'll say causes it to strike down towards you in fury, and instead its claw gets jammed into the ground, so it gets disadvantage on the second attack. It's a natural 1. I'm trying to play up natural 1s a little more in this campaign.
I'm digging it.
So this is a second claw attack against you.
That's our name.
A natural 20
Oh.
and a 17. So it hits, but it avoids the critical, which is good.
God.
That is 9 points of slashing damage with the claw.
Are you all right?
So far.
And then the bite attack is going to come towards you.
Oh, no.
I'm going to give this advantage because of you just killed this baby.
Because you killed its baby.
Yeah, that's going to be 21. Alrighty.
Oh.
There we go. There's the actual damage die rolls. That's 11 points of piercing damage.
Are you up?
1 point.
Oh shit!
Oh fuck!
That ends the Manicore's turn. The civilians get up
Oh god.
Yeah, leave,
and begin to run.
motherfuckers, leave!
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They get that far with the movement and dash.
That's good.
They're just like tripping and falling, like managing to make their way there. They're both frightened, covered in all sorts of dirt and gore, and just running in your direction, just trying to get away from whatever's happening back there. The roar set a further fire in them. All right, Bo, you're up.
Someone's gotta grab Ford.
Grab Ford and get out of here.
Or not. Not's in danger.
I'm gonna carry you.
Okay.
How?
Okay. How far away is Not for me?
Not is
Or hit the
40
fucking
feet from you.
Manicore. You gotta unfreeze me too.
Okay. I'm gonna just yell at Not, and I'm gonna be like, Not! The fuck! And then I'm going to just take off in a full sprint
towards
Not.
25, 30, 35, 40. You can get right up to the top of the steps.
And I'm gonna go, the fuck! And I grab you again, and I just scoop up Not, and like a football drill, I just dart, and then I'm gonna dart all the way back with Not.
You're gonna take
Carrying
that-
Not like a
You're gonna
football.
get that hit. And
Okay.
with me too.
Okay.
No, she'll
Maybe
take
not.
it, probably.
So
Maybe.
so you scoop up Not. That means because you're carrying another creature, your movement is halved when you run. Are you using your action to grab and pick him up?
Okay, I want to use my my Step of the Wind.
Okay, key point, step of the wind to run. All right, so that moves
Yes.
you and Not 20 feet. 5, 10, 15, 20. You get Not to there. The Manticore is going to take a attack opportunity against Not.
Oh, damn it! I was hoping it'd be on me.
Not doesn't give a shit. I mean, the creature does not give a shit about anybody but that little goblin that stabbed its baby.
But you are like holding her and covering her, aren't
That
you?
is
Yes, she gets-
19 to hit.
Shikasta.
What?
A bite strike again. That is 10 points of piercing damage.
Unconscious.
As you
Not's
pull Not
unconscious.
away, there's a sudden like a tug, and you pull hard, and you look back, and you watch as you drag Not out of the teeth of it, grinding across the body, like dragging wounds like daggers across Not's face and chest. And you just see
time I go,
blood pour out of each of these scars.
Fuck! And then so run.
All right, so you are unconscious and bleeding out.
I
Okay.
don't have a bonus or anything, right? That was
Nope, that's your whole turn.
Okay,
You used
yep.
everything for that.
Yep.
All right,
Yep,
into
yep,
Bo's
yep,
turn.
yep.
Caleb and the priest are up.
So I saw that and I just walk as far forward as I can with my movement and start stirring the pot on Chromatic Orb. I have one left. I will use ice damage and I will send it out and I knock it off my hand towards the Manticore. Come on, please. That hits. That's a 25.
25 hits. Roll damage.
That is 3d8 cold damage. And it hits. That is a. Ooh! 15 total.
15 points of cold damage. Nice.
Yeah, and I would have gone as far forward as I could.
Yeah, you're moving up there. It strikes the Manticore. You see a burst of ice as it kind of like freezes part of the side of the mane and the fur in its body before the fur kind of cracks, and you can see where the flesh that it impacted cracks. There's a little bit of muscle exposed beneath, the wound left behind from the kind of frost freeze you left on the side of his
And
torso.
Caleb is just breathing very heavily and not looking at the Manticore. He's looking at Not in Beauregard's arms.
All right, that ends your turn. The priest, who is currently working on that, is going to maintain hold person, is going to step up. No, it's just gonna. Yeah, because you're right there in front. It's gonna go ahead and inflict wounds on you.
Ooh. No problem.
You're all right. You're all right.
All right, so melee spell attack. Not great. We'll see if it. Actually, not bad. That's a 17.
17.
That is your armor class. 17 hits. So you take 3d10 points of necrotic damage.
Necrotic just follows Laura Bailey through the
I know.
Probably like a 12.
That is 14 points of necrotic damage to you.
Oh my god.
Or the exact amount.
Exact amount.
Fuck. Cleric's down. One of our clerics is down.
You watch as the priest reaches out and grabs onto the armor of Jester, and with a burst of black energy, the veins under Jester's blue skin begin to pulse with black energy, and she screams out, "Ah!"
have it.
as her eyes lull back and close, and she hits the ground unconscious.
And she's like next to me, right?
Yeah.
She's at the bottom. You could.
Technically, there are three of us now because I ain't moving.
I am.
That's not an option.
I'm just next to two unconscious people going. "Nah."
Yeah.
You want to get there.
That ends the priest's turn. Your turn, Shikasta.
You have one of the.
It's your call. I'm not. No.
What are you doing, Shikasta?
I will help you with what decisions you make. You can get to the front of those stairs.
Yeah. I can. Let's see. I'll move. I should move forward.
You have 30 feet to move forward. You can move.
If you could put a beat down on the priest, do it.
That'll
'cause I-
release the whole person.
I have a whole. I have
If you
a
can hit.
healing potion. in
Do you
my
have
Yes.
any spell slots
possession.
left? I can.
I think I.
He's got the spiritual weapon.
I've
Only move
got
20 feet though, which will only get it about there, unfortunately.
Ah!
But it'll have.
No,
It'll,
spiritual one can move 30 feet.
I thought it was 20 on a bonus action.
Spiritual weapon, 60
The range
feet.
is 60 feet.
Well, the range of the spell is 60
Oh,
feet, but then the
move.
bonus action move it is 20 feet and repeat the
20
attack.
feet, yeah.
Sorry, guys.
All right. No, that's great. That's
All right.
Fuck.
So you can move forward if you want to. Do you want to move forward the rest of your?
Yeah, if I move, let's see. Yeah, but is anything going to get close enough? I mean,
Gonna be fine.
I could do Sacred Flame.
Until I got
I mean, that's
pulled
all you
away.
can do is try to take down the enemies so that we can help. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's all you can do.
All I can do is move forward and Sacred Flame the priest.
That's right.
Okay.
That's correct.
So
Try to take
that's
yeah,
a wisdom
yeah.
save, right?
Yeah, that's a wisdom.
You're all the way at the back.
That is going to be
you free?
an 11, which your DC is 13. That hits. So go ahead and roll damage.
No.
All right. Good roll damage. Come on.
I was saying, hit the fucking priest.
3 plus.
What are you
Which is
hitting?
3
with?
points of damage. So 3 points of radiant damage. So it bursts, and he's like still kind of trying to concentrate on the spell. He does make a Constitution saving throw.
Has to be the 3.
That's an 8. It's a failure. The DC is 10. So with that, your paralysis.
Oh, thank God!
Yeah, it's either half the damage or 10, whichever's higher.
God.
So with that, you blast it, and he loses the spell, and all of a sudden your body comes back into control of you, Ford. All right.
Okay, good.
I think, and you have the bonus action. You can still move the weapon if you want to.
Oh, good. You're up
Get it
really
into
soon,
the
so
business.
That's great.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so it was up 10 feet technically. So it
it's
can
up-
move down and then move over here, and it would be down on the ground.
It's
right
on its
there.
way for the next round.
That's great.
Sure. Okay.
If you want to, you can move it anywhere else you want to.
Oh, you knocked down that thing.
I know.
All of it.
Everything's
No,
just
as long as
Who do I pour the potion into? You or you?
Yeah, there you go.
The healer.
Stay right there, Estelle.
All right.
Estelle's move. She doesn't move quickly, but she moves effectively.
the bust
Yes, exactly.
kind of rests floating in the air. All right, that brings us to the top. Molly, you're up.
Fuck, there is so little I can do. I'm gonna move forward with it. I'm gonna move close enough that I'm just gonna keep trying to like. I'm not gonna. Yeah, let's put me next to Caleb. Yeah.
All right, there you go.
Shite. I'm just gonna keep trying to get disadvantage to the first attack on the Manticore.
Smart.
What's the range on Vision?
60 feet.
Yeah, you can hit it here. All right, so Wisdom save for the Manticore. 19.
Yeah, that saves.
Sorry.
Fuck! I don't even, not even in Infernal. Fuck!
All right, Ford, you're up.
You can run down. What is it, an action or a bonus action to pour a health potion into somebody's mouth?
It's an action to pour.
It's an action. I'll run down and pour a health potion into Jester's mouth.
That's love.
3,
Because that
4,
gets me up and I can
Yeah.
5. All right.
In time for your turn. Yeah.
So you reach down,
And
pull out
we
the
all
healing
run.
potion, and place it. So is it a regular healing potion, right?
It was a regular.
Yeah, so that would be 2d4 plus 2. You heal.
To what?
2d4 plus 2.
You roll? You roll? Who rolls?
Whatever.
Oh,
6 plus 2, 8.
So you heal 8.
And can I use the rest of my movement to start running up the stairs?
You may.
I don't know how much I had left.
From there, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's as far as you can
Okay,
go.
fair enough. Okay.
And as you move out of range, the priest is going to go ahead and make a strike at you with this dagger.
Wait, what?
That is a
Was I in melee with the priest?
Yeah, to get to her, you would have. Yeah.
Oh, I'll stay in there then. I couldn't see where it was. Yeah, I'll stay close.
Yeah, because you would have moved up. Oh god.
Oh god, everyone's
underweight.
It's all going to shit.
Exactly. That's okay. All right. So you stay there. That ends Ford's turn. Jester, you're up. You are on the ground, prone, but you're now conscious and breathing as you feel the glass vial pulled away from your lips, and Ford kind of looks down at you with a nod, like go.
Oh, thank you. Can I stand up?
Okay, you get up from prone.
And I'll reach out and cast Cure Wounds on Not.
Alrighty. So go ahead and
Am I
roll
still
that. That's
holding that?
is a D8 plus your
Am I still holding it?
wisdom modifier.
Yes, it is.
Alrighty.
Sorry.
I just say to Bo, the fuck?
8 points.
So you deal with 8 points.
Okay.
All right.
And then I guess we should start running. Yes. I use the
You're gonna get
remainder
it.
of my.
Movement to run.
Yeah.
All right, you can run 15 feet. 1, 2, 3. You get
Can
on
I
the
use
stairs.
my bonus action to dash?
You do not have that ability, unfortunately. That's a rogue and monk ability to use a point. Clerics do not get that. Sorry, let's put you there.
Okay.
And my
That'll work.
bonus action to just whimper a little bit.
Okay. The priest does get an attack opportunity on you as you run past, as you were engaged in melee.
I'm hoping the priest is like lame.
Yeah, kind of weakly.
Well, he rolled a 3, so yes.
Yay.
The dagger hits your armor and just scrapes off the metal. No effect. All right, that ends your turn, Jester. Not you're up.
Oh, this is crazy.
Prone, technically, in Jester, or sorry, in Bo's arms right now.
I will look up at the manticore and say, I'll take out my last shitty tart that you gave me and crumple it onto the ground and point up to the manticore and say, what did the incontinent druid say on his surprise birthday party? I'm so excited I wet my plants.
Wow. Wow.
Never mind, leave him alone.
Okay, yeah. How much damage did that do?
Yeah, to all of us. Yeah, exactly. TPK up in this.
And this is, I assume, hideous laughter.
Yes, hideous laughter.
Okay. All right, we'll see if this works. Wisdom saving throw. Plus 1 to the it's a D12. That is a 12. What is your DC?
13.
There's been a lot of like just under this game.
Oh God! The dad joke works.
Weirdly, as angry as this manticore is at you, you know what? I'm gonna give it advantage in the saving throw because you killed its baby.
That's just me.
You killed its baby.
Hindsight advantage.
I'm allowing it because I'm the fucking DM. It doesn't help. Roll the 2. But, shit. Okay. But I felt it was it was fair for the mother of a baby that you just murdered.
Given it to us.
I would have, and from a narrative standpoint, it made sense. But still takes effect. So with that, the manticore turning around, eyes filled with fury and anger, goes. She all of a sudden begins to chuckle. As the mouth opens from the laughter, you see the jagged teeth filled with your own blood, and the tongue kind of lashing around from the laughter as it falls on the ground, prone and cackling.
Ew. Is goblin blood red or green? Red?
Wait, what? That's
I'd say
Purple.
What is it?
it's dark enough where in this lighting it looks black. All right.
Hideous laughter. Does that mean we all get advantage on hits now?
It is prone, which means melee attacks do get advantage against it.
Or we could leave.
Run. Run.
But you guys,
Priest
we've
is
got
still
a
there.
whole other round
Of what?
of attacks to wail.
Or to leave.
It's up to you. The manticore is pretty hurt. The priest is taking a little damage, but the priest also doesn't look very hardy. But it's up to you. You can flee. You can
wail
finish
on the
it.
manticore.
There are advantages and disadvantages.
Well, here's the thing.
There are advantages to both.
I know there
Advantages to both.
Are there ears on that all of that crap that this priest has on him? Are there any ears on him?
No ears. I mean, no, there is actually on the head. The knoll head above has ears.
There are ears on that thing, and if we drag that fucking carcass back to the back to the surface, I bet that'll.
You're worth a pretty penny.
Yeah,
put it on the
card.
card.
Put it on the
Probably
You know
not
what?
wrong.
You know what? Forget that. I want that fucking thing on my wall.
Alrighty, well that's up to you
How
guys
long
to make
does-
your choices.
How long does Hitty Slaster laugh?
At least a whole round.
One less.
Yeah, and
unless
each
he
time it
saves
takes
on the very
damage.
next-
Okay, we can unload and then run.
Oh, and each time he
on
takes
the
damage.
end of
He gets to make a
his-
save
On
again.
the end of his turn, he gets to make a save.
Oh.
If you hit him.
If you hit him, he gets to make a save.
Yeah, and at the end of his turn, it makes a save.
And on
Yeah,
the
it's
end.
not. It's not a tee off, and then we can.
Oh, I thought it was like a paralyzation sort of
So
We
he,
have an
he might
opening.
save
We
right
should-
now.
we
We
should
should
just-
go. Let's
We
run.
should
Said he
stick
looks
to the
rough.
plan.
Well, regardless,
What about the dynamite? That's what I'm saying. I want to stick one in its mouth.
that's up to
You
you.
might not get that chance. It's Manticore's turn, and she might save right now.
Yeah,
That's true,
right.
because it is the Manticore. Well, you still have movement if you wanted.
Oh,
Do you want me to put
You
you down?
have 15 feet of movement if you want Bo to put you down.
yeah, I will jump down and run.
All right, 10, 15. You're
Can you
being
also take your bonus action for run too?
Sure, I still have a bonus action.
You do, yeah.
Bonus action down.
Get the fuck
Well,
out.
you know what?
15, 20.
I'm gonna stay within 30 feet of the priest.
Okay, good to know. Alrighty, finishing Not's turn, the Manticore's turn. The Manticore is chuckling, laughing on the ground, and howling. It's kind of echoing throughout the chamber in this very dark.
35 feet of the priest.
I mean, all right, I'll put you about roughly. We'll say there.
Okay.
Okay. Manticore's going to attempt to make its wisdom saving throw.
No. No.
Fail.
No.
That's not fair.
Fail.
This is the end of its turn.
That is a 12 again. It rolled 2 11s in a row.
Wrap it up, fuzzball.
Alrighty, the civilians continue to run, and they are just up the tunnel. You hear their heavy breathing fade as they disappear into the darkness of the tunnel. Exactly. Bo, you're up.
Dude, what do we do?
Huh?
Are we running or are we fighting?
Whatever you want to do.
Bo, it's your
No,
choice. What are you doing?
Lord.
Bo, it's your turn.
Kill the priest.
Okay, I'm gonna just because I can.
Kill the priest.
Priest.
All right, so you move into the priest. Go for it.
Okay, big old two-handed staff swing. That's not bad. 16.
16 hits.
Okay.
It's only wearing leather armor.
9 points of damage.
9 points of damage. Alrighty. Whack! Right across the face. You knock part of the null head like off. It's like off kilter to the side, and you watch it spits blood and looks back at you.
Do not worry. He will come for you too.
Oh no.
Okay. In response to that, I'm gonna be like, don't patronize me, and then I'm gonna fucking flurry of blows, elbow strike him to an uppercut.
Go for it.
First attack. Let's see here. First attack. Yeah, that hits with a 12.
That hits.
Natural 12, and then not so good. 12 again. Total.
12 does not hit, unfortunately, but the next one does.
Okay. 6 plus 4, another 10 points of damage.
10 points of damage. Nice. Alrighty. So with the staff hit, he laughs at you, kind of the blood spilling out of the side of his chin. You smack him with the elbow, miss with the uppercut, but as the elbow cracks and hits, you feel like the jaw kind of dislodge a little bit. As he looks back, he reaches up and he's trying to kind of put it back into place. He's looking not too great.
Hang on, I messed up that. 3. I shouldn't. 3 plus 4. I
I
messed
say
up.
10 damage. Yeah, I shouldn't have done, actually, so in
7.
7 damage. I'm sorry.
Still pretty good.
I was adding the wrong
Gotcha.
modifier.
That's all good.
We're looking at the wrong guy.
No worries. So 7 damage on that one?
Yeah.
Alright, that ends your turn.
Yes.
Caleb and Priest.
No, I can still move. Right?
You can, yeah.
I'm going to now move past Ford and start heading away.
Okay, which it already got an attack opportunity against. So you moved up 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
I'll stay. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. All right, Caleb and the priest, your turn simultaneously.
Yeah, I cannot see too well, so I'm going to take a step forward between Mollymock and Not, just a little bit there. Now I can see that blonde hair, and I am tapped out, so I'm just going to let my hand blacken and say a few arcane words, and then send
It does have 3/4 cover behind that from your current
Well, then
position.
I will, if I can't see too well, I will keep going
You
down
can
the steps
move
till I can see him.
there to get a view without him.
That's fine. Okay. That's not fine, but that's fine.
All right, make the attack.
Firebolt, and here it comes to you, shithead. That is a 25 to hit. But I could roll a 1. I rolled a 10.
Yeah! How do you want to do this?
I am going to extend my hand forward, and I have 5 fingers out, and then I pull in 4, and then extend flame down my hand, because these people have hurt my little friend and I want his hair to burn off his head and die.
Okay. As you release the bolt, the anger in your eyes, kind of the fury coursing through the veins of your hand, the firebolt slams into the priest's head, and he falls back on the ground screaming, "Ah, ah, ah," as you watch Ghost Rider style, his head just burst into flame and burn away until he falls back to his knees, and you can just see the darkened expression of a black skull into the fire before he falls. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
What is this madness?
What does this mean? What does this mean?
That's a 7.
A wave of memories come flooding to you, and you feel your motions grow slow. You guys watch as Caleb kind of stares at this and just continues to stare at the guy burning in flames. All right, that ends your turn.
What?
What was that?
Shikasta, it's your turn. Shikasta, your turn.
Yes. Well, I do believe I still have a spiritual weapon.
You do.
That's right.
So the spiritual weapon goes wandering over, just as sassy as she wants to be. And I do believe that the underbelly of the Manticore is still waiting there for Estelle to tell him all kinds of horrible things about what it's like to live in South Florida.
Oh, that's particularly awful.
Absolutely.
Oh man.
First of all, exactly. You know what? There's way too much gambling at the track. You know, everybody's constantly upset about the humidity. This is what your problem is. Maybe next time you'll eat something less human-like, baby. No. What do I need to roll?
Roll a d20 plus 5 with advantage because it is prone.
All right. Say what?
So roll a d20 twice and take the higher of the
Roll
two.
the 20 twice.
Correct.
Man, inspiration.
9.
All right.
Better.
3.
9 plus 5 is 14. That is just its armor class. That hits.
Yay!
Armor class of
Yes.
14. So roll damage on that. A D8 plus 3.
D8 plus 3. That's this one.
Yep.
All right. 4 plus 3 is 7.
7 points of damage. All right. So as the bus slams into the Manticore after your musings pierce its soul, it's going to go ahead and attempt to make a saving throw with advantage.
With advantage? Why? With advantage?
It's a 2 because whenever it takes an impact from an attack, it gets an advantage on the saving throw to break it. A 2 and a 5, however.
Hey!
No, baby.
It's okay. It happens. It's good. It's cinematic. It's fun. All right. Sorry, that's your bonus action. You still have an action.
I still have an action.
Yes, you do.
Well then, let's see. Where am I? We need to
Use
finish
all your
this thing.
slots?
Yeah, healing in there.
Was that a bonus action to use the
Yeah.
the weapon?
So you still have an action
got
if you
an
want to cast
action.
another spell or do something else as an action.
Let's see. How is everybody feeling right now?
Not too good.
Yeah.
Not too good.
Priest is dead. Manicore's pretty hurt. Everyone else here is. Some of them are pretty beat up and low. Some of them seem to be avoided the fray.
Yeah. I was just, but could I? Am I close enough to get to the point where I'm still pretty far from the Manticore, aren't I?
Uh-huh.
Oh, you're about 60 feet from it.
I'm about 60 feet, but I would
50
need
feet.
to be between in a 15-foot cube to do my thunder wave.
Thunder wave, yeah.
You could do
Yeah.
a cantrip as an action.
Yeah, I think
Is
maybe.
it far enough distance?
Yeah, I think the cantrip. Let's hit him again. Hit him again with sacred flame.
Sacred flame. All right. That'll be an 8 plus 1 for the wisdom modifier. That does not succeed. So roll adds D8 radiant damage.
Oh, so that worked.
D8, yeah, 1d8
Yeah,
radiant.
Oh, so you roll.
Oh, so
Roll
I
a
did
hit.
wrong.
You did damage,
Good-
yeah.
good
I did
news.
damage.
Good
Yeah,
news.
oh, you did wrong. So now
Yeah.
I did right.
Exactly.
Boom.
Exactly. That's how
All
spells
right.
work a lot of the time, man.
Big money. Come on, baby. That's a 6.
Ooh,
A 6?
That's not good. Come on.
As is tradition, it seems, for our
With the
guests.
guests.
How do you want to do it? That's ridiculous, by the way. That's fucked up. I'm like counting. I'm like, if he gets the kill, this is
That's
ridiculous.
hospitality.
That's hospitality. Jesus
Put
Christ.
that shit on your wall.
Oh,
Describe it.
my God.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, so how do you want to do this? As it's on the ground, laughing and cackling and writhing.
I drop the reed that's in my hand, and I start to play with the flames that start to light on the edges of my fingers. As I slowly bring them together, there's a musical interlude that starts to play and shoots toward the Manticore, diving down her throat and bursting through the chest of her, through her chest, and exploding her heart.
Oh.
You know what? And I did that, and I did that out of love for someone who just lost their child.
There we go. As Shakaste smiles, the merciful grin of a person who knows that the loss of a child is hard, you release this torrent of sound energy into the cackling mouth of the female manticore as the writhing stops. And she begins to stand up, looking down, looks back at the corpse of the child now laid still, looks back at you with a look of pity and acceptance before there is a burst of gore out of the chest and the creature just falls to the ground motionless, the wings flopping onto the ground still, and silence takes the chamber.
Well, time to light the TNT. Let's go.
I'm gonna douse the flames. I'm gonna run down to the priest and douse the flames, and then give Caleb a good slap in the face.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Caleb comes to.
Hey! Back in the game. Time for that later. You all right?
Yeah.
All right, big kiss on the forehead and I'm walking away.
Okay.
No, please.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna do a quick scan, see if there's anything of interest.
Make a perception check.
Copy. Natural 19.
putting
22.
I mean, amongst the chunks of flesh and rather horrible attire, there's a couple of interesting adornments on the priest. And the nest looks like it's a mishmash of all kinds of things cobbled together.
I'll definitely take the adornments from the priest.
Okay. From that, there is a set of goggles that were affixed over the priest's eyes of a dark lens.
Can I see? If I can see in the dark. I need night vision goggles.
You do.
There is also what looks to be that like reddish glove that was affixed to his right hand.
That's it. I wonder
Prying
if
it
that
off
makes
his dead
spells
hand.
better.
I'll run up onto the nest and start looking through stuff.
Make an investigation check for me, please.
No, you're all right there. You're all right.
Never better.
Natural 20.
No shit.
I know the shit.
Oh, shit.
What's the total there with that?
24.
All right.
Come on, darling.
As you kind of tear through the rubble of this nest, you find a few interesting things. A skeletal hand that is mostly chewed through, though a single fleshy finger still holds a ring of beautiful silver make and a blue gem. That catches your attention. You can pull that out of there. What it first looks like part of the wooden riffraff that kind of makes the nest. You pull out what looks to be like a refined and well-carved stick that doesn't match the rest of the rather rough wood.
I know, I'm so excited. Our first loot.
This is so exciting.
And also, tangled within the mass, you find chains, but larger than normal chains. These chains are attached to a set of unlocked manacles, much larger than any human manacles you've seen. There are 4 identical loops, a little over a foot in diameter, all attached via this chain to one larger one, about 4 or 5 feet in diameter.
That's huge.
Is it for
Collar
the
and 2
manticore?
cuffs.
It looks like it would have been the size for a manticore. As you because you rolled so high in investigation, you also notice these manacles, which are open, have a single rune kind of pressed into where they meet and lock in place, as there is no other visible locking mechanism. You're unable to really, at the moment, ascertain the nature of it. But these manacles are fresh. They're clean compared to a lot of the other stuff in here. And they are there.
Are the runes recognizable in any way?
Make an Arcana. Are you
Not
proficient in
really.
Arcana?
I'll make an Arcana check.
I will make
Are you proficient in Arcana?
I have a pretty high bonus. I don't think I'm proficient at it.
I would like to sit on my ass and look at the ground.
I am proficient in it.
Yeah, make an Arcana check, please.
7.
You're unable to really ascertain the nature of the runes, unfortunately.
I'm going to walk up and just pet the manticore's mantle.
Okay.
Oh, fuck that thing.
I'd like to cast a spell.
What would you like to cast?
Fog cloud.
Okay. You watch as the central portion of the chamber begins to just fill with a thick mist, somewhat obscuring your vision more than a few feet in front of you.
What was that?
Is this supposed to happen?
What's going on?
We should get out of here.
I step behind Knot and whisper in her ear. I say that this was a bold move you made. And we wouldn't have made it. We wouldn't have succeeded without you. So I say you earned that gold. But make no mistake. Be careful where you put your fingers.
Yes, fog monster.
All right. So, what else would you like to do?
Should we get out of here, I guess?
Yeah. Anyone want to...
Anything else in the chamber? Like, does it look like there's any other little interesting things in
Hey,
there?
Molly.
Yeah.
Honestly, most everything was clustered in the nest or on the priest.
You want to have me butcher that manticore head?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Let's
wanna
do
dry
this.
this thing up?
Absolutely.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right, easily enough, within but a few moments between the triple blades that the two of you wield, you managed to carve a fresh and carryable by two of you. I mean, this is now the second beast head you guys have acquired and carried along with you.
Thank God we've got a card.
A female manticore head.
We're not going to take those giant manacles, are we?
I'll take the tail.
Yeah, we're taking all
I
these.
will carve out anything you need.
Foot, it's huge. Can we carry that?
Yeah, all the manacles together probably weigh about 25 pounds, so it's carryable.
Just over the shoulder, just walk out.
Mm.
Yeah.
Dragon.
Yeah, 25, 30 pounds. You couldn't carry it. Yeah.
That's how much I weigh.
Caleb, come on.
Hey, you alright?
Later.
Yeah.
It's time for that later.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Let's go get some sunlight.
Come on.
Yeah.
I just kind of grab Caleb, wrap an arm around him, try and walk him out.
Grab the other side. We're just gonna. Yep. Come on.
Okay, well, I'm still here
You're
with
good.
this big giant manticore head, just so you guys got Caleb.
I'm helping.
We got it.
All right. You guys
You're
managed
going
to...
through a change, my friend, and that's not a bad thing.
All right. You guys managed to exit the mines. It seems that the remainder of the Knoll Warband have either scattered or collapsed beneath the earlier tunnel fallen.
Cowards.
I like it. Nice.
No.
You just cured me.
You bring yourself back to the surface. The light of the day is growing closer to sunset, another hour and a half or so before the sun sets. But you return to the shack, which has been untouched, unsullied since you were leaving. The remainder of the survivors greet you upon you letting them know you've returned, and you watch two more reunions occur as the two individuals you had saved from the belly of the Manticore's manor find the rest of their family within the survivors. You gather the rest of the bodies and whoever needs the travel and begin to load up the cart you had brought with you, as well as the Manticore head, unless you want to carry that back to town yourself.
Put it on the
probably
cart.
be easier to put it on the cart.
You can rope it onto the cart without much of an issue, though you still have a single horse pulling a lot of people and a lot of Manticore head. That horse is not going to be traveling at maximum speed. It's going to be a slow pace on that thing. Yeah, but it's like...
I mean, if it's all slow and it doesn't matter, then I can walk alongside it and pull the manticore head, you
at the
know?
front of the horseback.
But eventually, after night falls, you can make camp where you continue to make your way to Allfield. It's only a few miles off, and you'll probably get there maybe an hour or two after sunset.
Sure.
We should probably just
Let's just
get
make it
there.
all the way back.
All right, as you guys make your way onto the outskirts of town, back to the forest that kind of cradles the northeast side of the city, a handful of Crown's Guard that are keeping watch for any sort of incursion watch your approach, and immediately one of them puts up a hand. Halt! Who goes there?
All hail the conquering heroes!
Saviors of all field have returned.
Huzzah!
Right, yes, come this way. He seems to not be able to deal with the fact that you've arrived with all of these survivors and the head of a manticore being pulled by this poor horse. But
Two horses.
What?
One.
There are 2 horses.
Are there
There
two
are
horses?
Oh, that's right, you do.
2 horses.
Lucy and Crapper.
Mildly disgruntled.
That's true, yeah. Making your way into the town, which since you've seen it last, a number of buildings still lay in cinders, ash, and farly burned structures, but the people are in the process of cleaning and rebuilding their lives from the night before where this first attack initially happened. Within a short time, the Crown's Guard seem to have brought Bryce back before you. Bryce, which you have not met yet, is currently the watchmaster of the town. You see a gender-fluid half-elf with kind of blonde, shoulder-length hair and armor. They seem to be recovering from the wound they sustained the night before, and as you approach, they immediately come up to you with a bit of a jog and say, "Oh, my gods, you've certainly, you've certainly come through on my. What is that?"
It's a manticore head.
There was a lot.
Apparently. They scratch their head and shake their head in wonderment. Well, you've thank you. What do we call you?
Oh, shit.
Oh, fuck. This,
We'll get back to you.
Yeah.
we're figuring
This
that
is all
out.
very new.
We're the TBDs.
Very well. The woman, by the way, who you had helped earlier and brought forward, she comes forward with 2 other members, and they come forward to the watchmaster, and they say, Bryce, watchmaster, all of these people came and helped my baby, and turns and looks at you and is looking like about to introduce you. If you have a moment you wish to halt or intercede.
I stop. I hold my hand up. Put my finger over my lips.
Anyway, thank you all. Other folk are starting to come out of their respective homes now to see this spectacle. You see children are gawking and you hear gasps at the sight of the horrible beast head, the tongue kind of lolling out and dragging across the ground. Other people are gathering and having reunions. Other people are beginning to identify the dead that have been brought in the cart. And while there is sadness and crying, there's also closure. And there are even some still that are disappointed to not see those they had hoped to see amongst those who'd been recovered. But, given that still, a hero's night is to be prepared, and people begin to prepare food. For a brief moment past the darkness, you can hear music begin to build as people begin to bring chairs and tables out to the center of the town square, the intersection of where Allfield's simple backwoods lifestyle seems to still understand what celebration is in the face of victory. As what better case is there to be but to celebrate those who stood up to such evils? As you all kind of think over what you've done, this ragtag group of wandering know-nothings, and have managed to come together and do a good thing. For some coin, maybe, but a good thing nonetheless.
I pull out the jar of ears. But before I hand them over, I open the lid and I whisper in, Thaddeus Candleglow says hello. And I said it. I think I did what he asked.
He
I
said
think,
to
yeah,
do
he
that.
said that's exactly
he said to
what
say
he
that to the people.
Yeah.
Also,
They heard it.
Caleb has been very distant for the last couple of hours, but just absent-mindedly scoops up Not's hand. Doesn't look at Not, but just holds Not's hand.
I stealthily take my bag of coin and slide it into his back pocket. And I just sort of pat it and say, I got you some book money.
Shikasta is standing at a distance. Everyone else is walking towards the village. The Duchess is perched on his shoulder, and he's scrawling something in the dirt with that long reed. It's kind of an H. And he fades into the forest.
He's the coolest. So cool.
And on that note, we're going to end tonight's session. Kari! Kari! That was amazing, man!
Have you ever played before?
With his kids.
With my kids?
Kids?
Yeah.
Dude, you're so
Dude.
good. Oh,
Dude.
man.
Thank you finally. We wanted to have you on for so long, but schedules haven't lined up. I'm so glad we could.
This is it was
tight.
Sometimes I just can't believe my luck. I love the things people. You know, people ask me to do it. I can't believe that I get to hang out with you guys and do this. This has been so much fun. I don't know how to thank you.
Pleasure is ours, man. Thank you so much. Seriously.
Awesome.
Oh,
you're inviting us on your show?
I have a gift. All right, cool. Is it all right? Is this a?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, well, I do have a present.
Kind of.
Yeah, sort of. From your old friend. Let's see. Let's see.
Uh-oh. All right, I know how this works.
I was given something from Wilfred Dell.
Oh no.
Yeah, and
a venereal disease.
Let's just say
No, he
it
just
was,
gives that to us.
You know, at first he was like, "Oh, I've got something for you."
Slipping you the digit.
Yes, he brought me this 20-sided dice.
Is it evil?
It's so pretty.
It is. It's lovely, isn't it?
But he's got gloves on. Don't touch
What's it mean?
It's made of
It was up
anthrax.
Will's butt.
his ass.
No. Yeah.
Crystallized rice.
Ass 20s. It's
I
like ass
carried
pennies
this.
from UBC. UCB.
My ass. No. He played with us apparently, but at some point it was touched by Will Wheaton.
Oh no!
Don't get it away.
Exactly. So I at some point, let's see what.
Here,
I had a hammer.
You know what we should do? Because we don't want to do anything near the
No.
table. After this, we're going to go ahead and record a video of you dealing with that like the ring in Mount Doom.
Exactly. Yeah.
And we'll put it up on socials.
He gave this to me as if I would use it today, and I was like, you know what? That's the last thing I'm gonna do.
And you got it blessed and everything you were telling me?
I know, but I'm gonna. He said that 2 witches like blessed this thing and that it was okay. And I watched him roll it, and it seemed like it was okay, but there's no way this thing could be okay.
Yeah, it's just safer for everyone.
So rather than have any, foolish soul wander upon it, we are gonna do with this thing, like you say, we are gonna take it. We're gonna take this thing out. So listen to that.
All right, so we'll have that video for you guys in the near future.
Oh man.
Guys, great game.
That was
we'll
so much
pick this
fun.
up next week.
So
I can't believe we survived.
We're heroes.
We lived.
I didn't
Just for one day.
The plan was perfect.
The plan was perfect.
That plan worked out.
Couple things didn't work out to get out of there in time. I was hoping that would, but
I was really disappointed in Not for a while, and then when she ran up there and did what no one else would.
Yeah.
Not the brave.
Yeah. Nope.
Not the brave.
Not
Nope.
stupid.
No.
thank you guys so much. Kari, thank you again.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Jocasta goes into the annals of Wildmount history. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll be back here next Thursday to continue this story. Until then, is it Thursday yet? Have a good night. Bye.